Macmillan Audio presents In the Lives of Puppets. Written by T.J. Klune. Read by Daniel Henning. In an old and lonely forest, far away from almost everything, sat a curious dwelling. At the base of a grove of massive trees was a small, square building made of brick, overtaken by ivy and moss. Who it belonged to was anyone's guess, but from the looks of it, it had been abandoned long ago. It wasn't until a man named Giovanni Lawson, who wasn't actually a man at all, came across it while making his way through the forest, that it was remembered with any purpose. He stood in front of his strange find, listening as the birds sang in the branches high above. "What's this?" he asked. "Where did you come from?" He went inside, passing carefully through the door hanging off its hinges. The windows were shattered. Grass and weeds grew up through the warped wooden floor. The roof had partially collapsed, and the sun shone through on a pile of leaves that almost reached the ceiling. At the top of the leaf pile, a golden flower had bloomed, stretching toward the sunlight streaming through the exposed rafters. "It's perfect," he said aloud, although he was very much alone. "Yes, this will do just fine. How strange, how wonderful." Giovanni returned bright and early the next morning, his sleeves pushed up his forearms. He knocked down the walls inside the solitary building to create one large room, carrying plaster and wood out piece by piece and piling them on the forest floor. By the time he finished, his face and hair were coated with dust and his joints creaked and groaned, but he was satisfied. There was merit to hard work. "There," he said to the birds in the trees as he wiped his face. "Much better. A first step to a new beginning." The little building soon became a home for all manner of things: sheets of metal and lengths of wires and cords, batteries of all shapes and sizes, circuit boards and microchips in glass mason jars. Other jars held hundreds of seeds of various shapes, sizes, and colors. There were old music boxes that sang little songs that ached, and silent record players without any records. Televisions, both great and small, their screens dark. And books. So many books on a variety of topics, from plant life to whaling, from animals of the forest to complex diagrams of nuclear cores. They lined the new floor-to-ceiling shelving he'd made from the remains of what he'd torn down. It wasn't until he placed the last book on the last shelf that he realized he himself had nowhere to stay. The room was too full. It wouldn't take much to expand the building, adding a room or two, but Giovanni Lawson wasn't one to take the easy route. He saw the world in complex shapes and designs, and when he looked up at the trees around him, he knew what he would do. He wouldn't build outward. He'd build upward. It took time, as these things do. Many years passed. It needed to be perfect. There was safety among the trees and away from the harsh, blinding lights and cacophony of the city he'd left behind. Up in the branches of the trees above the house, he constructed a new little building around the solid trunk of the tallest fir tree, the undisputed king of the forest. From there, he built several more rooms into the trees, all connected by rope bridges, a laboratory and a sunroom, the ceiling made of foggy and scratched glass, the floor of shining oak panels, and no walls. Later, this sunroom would become something different. The forest was vast and wild. He doubted they'd ever be able to find him there. On sunny days, a herd of deer would graze on the grass below him, and the birds would sing above him. He hummed along with their song. Giovanni was at peace. At peace until the day his chest began to hurt. "Oh my," he said. "What an interesting sensation. It burns." In his lab, he ran calculations. He typed on his keyboard, the clack, clack, clack echoing flatly around him. "I see," he said on the 52nd day after he'd first felt the ache in his chest. He stared at the screen, checking his numbers. It was loneliness, pure and simple. Numbers never lie. 3 more years went by. 3 years of the ache in his chest only growing stronger. 3 years of quiet, of longing to hear a voice aside from his own. He would look out the window of his laboratory to see that it was snowing, when just yesterday the forest had been caught in the throes of summer. On a day that began no differently than all the ones that had come before, 2 people burst from the trees, their eyes wide in fright, their skin slick with sweat. A man and a woman. The woman clutched a bundle of rags against her chest. Giovanni startled. "Help us!" the woman cried. "Please, you must take him and hide him away. It's not safe." And then she held out the bundle of rags. Except it wasn't just rags. Swaddled tightly inside was a child. A boy who blinked slowly up at Giovanni before he scrunched up his face and cried. "What has happened?" Giovanni asked, looking back up at the woman in alarm. Come, I will keep you safe, all of you." But the woman shook her head. "They will find us." Tears trickled down her cheeks as she stepped forward, kissing the baby on the forehead. "I love you. I'll return when I'm able." The man said, "Hurry, they're coming." The woman laughed bitterly. I know. They always do in the end." The man grabbed her by the hand and pulled her away. Away. "Wait!" Giovanni called after them. "His name!" But they were gone. He never saw anyone else. No one ever came looking for the man and the woman, or the child, and he never saw the man and woman again. Later, much later, when the boy was grown, Giovanni would tell the boy that the woman, his mother, hadn't wanted to leave him. "She will come back," Giovanni would tell him. "One day, when all is well, she will return." Until then, he had desired a child, and now here one was. Oh, how fortuitous! How wonderful! Giovanni took his time in deciding a designation for the baby. It was when the leaves were changing from green to red and gold that he found the perfect one. "Victor," he told his son. "Your name shall be Victor. Victor Lawson. What do you think?" The loneliness he'd felt, massive and profound, was chased away as if it had never existed at all. Giovanni worried when Victor grew and grew and grew, but still didn't speak. He knew Victor listened to him when he spoke, could see the way the boy understood. "Is there a fault in your coding?" Giovanni asked him when the boy was 4 years old. "Did I make a mistake?" Victor didn't respond. Instead, he lifted his arms, opening and closing his hands, his little fingers tapping against his palms. Giovanni did as he was asked. He lifted Victor, hugging him gently against his chest. Victor made a small noise that Giovanni took as happiness, his small face pressed against the man's chest.
"No,"
Giovanni said.
"You are as you're supposed to be. I shouldn't have questioned that. If there was ever perfection in this world, it would be you."
His chest ached once more, but it was for entirely different reasons. Giovanni didn't need to calculate what he felt now. He knew what it was. It was love. And although Giovanni wished more than anything that Victor would speak to him, he let it go. If it was meant to be, it would happen. It was another 2 years before Victor spoke for the first time. They were in the laboratory. Victor was sitting on the floor. Laid out around him were small metal rods. It took Giovanni a moment to recognize the shape Victor had made them into. 2 stick figures, one big, one small, their hands joined together. Grunting once, he reached out to fiddle with the legs of the stick figures. And then the boy, Victor Lawson, son of Giovanni Lawson, said,
"You."
He pointed toward the bigger stick figure.
"Me."
The smaller stick figure. His voice was quiet, rough from lack of use, but it was there all the same.
"Yes,"
Giovanni said quietly.
"You and me. Always."
Part 1. The Forest. A conscience is that still small voice that people won't listen to. Pinocchio, 1940 film. Chapter 1. A tiny vacuum robot screamed as it spun in concentric circles, spindly arms that ended in pincers waving wildly in the air. "Oh my God! Oh my God! We're gonna die! I will cease to exist and there'll be nothing but darkness!" A much larger robot stood still next to the vacuum, watching it have a meltdown for the millionth time. This other robot did not have arms, legs, or feet. Instead, the former medical nurse model 610 JQN Series Alpha was a long metal rectangle, 5 feet tall and 2 feet wide, and her old and worn tires had been replaced by toothed metal treads, not unlike a tank's. 2 metal hatches on either side of her base opened to reveal a dozen metal tentacles ending in various medical tools should the need to operate arise. A monitor on the front flashed a green, frowning face. Nurse Registered Automaton to Care, Heal, Educate, and Drill, Nurse Ratchet for short, was not impressed with the vacuum. In a flat, mechanical voice, she said, "If you were to die, I would play with your corpse. There is much I would be able to learn. I would drill you until there was nothing left." This, as Nurse Ratchet had undoubtedly planned, set the vacuum off once more. "Oh no!" it whimpered. "Oh no, no, no! This will not do! Victor, Victor! Come back before I die, and Nurse Ratchet plays with my corpse! She's going to drill me! You know how I feel about being drilled!" Above them in the scrapyards, halfway up a pile of discarded metal, at least 20 feet high, came the quiet sound of laughter. "I won't let her do that, Rambo," Victor Lawson said. He glanced down at them, hanging on to the pile of scrap via a pulley system he'd constructed with a harness around his waist. It wasn't safe by any stretch of the imagination, but Vic had been doing this for years and hadn't fallen yet. Well, once, but the less said about that, the better. The shriek he'd let out at the bone protruding wetly from his arm had been louder than any sound he'd made before. His father wasn't happy about it, telling him that a 12-year-old had no reason to be in the scrapyards. Victor had promised not to return. He'd gone back the next week. And now, at the age of 21, he knew the scrapyards like the back of his hand. Rambo didn't seem to believe him. He squealed, pincers opening and closing, his circular body shaking as his all-terrain tires rolled over pieces of metal that had fallen from the scrap heap. Across the top, in faded markings that had never been clear, were the letter R and a circle that could have been an O or a lowercase a, followed by what was clearly an M, possibly, and a B, before ending in another O, or A. He'd found the little thing years before, repairing it himself with metal and care until the machine had come back to life, demanding to be allowed to clean. It needed to clean, because if it didn't, it had no purpose. It had nothing. It had taken Vic a long time to calm the machine down, fiddling with its circuits until the vacuum had sighed in relief. It was a short-term fix. Rambo worried about most things, such as the dirt on the floor, the dirt on Vic's hands, and death in all manner of ways. Nurse Ratched, Vic's first robot, had asked if she could kill the vacuum. Vic said she could not. Nurse Ratched asked why. Vic said it was because they didn't kill their new friends. "I would," Nurse Ratched had said in that flat voice of hers. "I would kill him quite easily. Euthanasia does not have to be painful, but it can, if you want it to be." She rode on her continuous track toward the vacuum, drill extended. Rambo screamed. 5 years later, not much had changed. Rambo was still anxious. Nurse Ratched still threatened to play with his corpse. Vic was used to it by now. Vic squinted up at the top of the metal heap, his shoulder-length dark hair pulled back and tied off with a leather strap. He tested the weight of the rope. He wasn't heavy, but he had to be careful, his father's voice a constant in his head, even if he worried too much. After all, Victor was rail-thin, Dad constantly after him to eat more.
"You're too skinny, Victor. Put more food in your mouth and chew, chew, chew."
The magnetic camming device seemed to be holding against the top of the heap. He brushed his forehead with the back of his gloved hand to keep the sweat from his eyes. Summer was on its way out, but it still held on with dying bursts of wet heat. "All right," he muttered to himself. "Just a little higher. No time like the present. You need the part." He looked down to test his foothold. "If you fall and die, I will perform the autopsy," Nurse Ratched called up to him. "The final autopsy report should be available within 3 to 5 business days, depending upon whether you are dismembered or not. But, as a courtesy, I can tell you that your death will most likely be caused by impact trauma." "Oh no," Rambo moaned, his sensors flashing red. Vic, don't get dismembered. You know I can't clean up blood very well. It gets in my gears and mucks everything up." "Engaging empathy protocol," Nurse Ratched said, the monitor switching to a smiley face, eyes and mouth black, the rest of the screen yellow. The hatch on her lower right side slid up, and one of her tentacle-like arms extended, patting the top of Rambo's casing. There. It is all right. I will clean up the blood and whatever other fluids come from his weak and fragile body. He will most likely void his bowels, too." "He will?" Rambo whispered. "Yes. The human sphincter is a muscle, and upon death it relaxes, allowing waste to vacate the body in a spectacular fashion. Especially if there is impact trauma." Vic shook his head. They were his best friends in all the world. He didn't know what that said about him. Probably nothing good. But they were like him in a way, even though he was flesh and blood and the others were wires and metal. Regardless of what they were made of, all had their wires crossed, or so Vic chose to believe. He looked up again. Near the top of the scrap heap, he could see what appeared to be a multi-layer PCB in good condition. Circuit boards were a rare find these days, and though he'd wanted to pull it out when he first saw it a few weeks before, he hadn't dared. This particular scrap heap was one of the most hazardous and was already swaying as he climbed. He'd take his time, working out scrap around the circuit board, letting it fall to the ground. Such effort required patience. The alternative was death. "Vic!" Rambo cried. "Don't go! I love you! You're going to make me an orphan!" "I'm not going to die." He took a deep breath before climbing slowly up the rope, squeezing and locking the carabiner at each stage. The thin muscles in his arms burned with the exertion. The higher he got, the more the heap shifted. Bits of metal glinted in the sun as they fell around him, landing with a crash on the ground below. Rambo was deliriously distracted from his panic now that he had something to clean. Vic glanced down to see him picking up the fallen pieces of scrap and moving them to the base of the pile. He beeped happily, a noise that almost sounded like he was humming. "Your existence is pointless," Nurse Ratched told him. "I have no idea what you're talking about," Rambo said cheerfully as his sensors blinked blue and green. He dropped another piece of metal at the bottom before celebrating and spinning around. It was near the top of the metal heap that Vic paused to rest, turning his head to look beyond the scrapyards. The woodlands stretched as far as he could see. It took him a moment to find the trees that held their home, the main fir rising above all others. He leaned back as far as he dared to peer around the side of the heap. In the distance, smoke rose from a stack atop a great lumbering machine. The machine was at least 40 feet high, the crane on its back moving deftly between the piles of metal and debris as it lifted even more scrap from its hopper and dropped it in a never-ending cycle. Vic marked the location in his head, wondering if there was anything new being brought in worth salvaging. The other old ones were farther away. He was safe. He looked back up at the circuit board. "I'm coming for you," he told it. It took him 10 more minutes to come within reach of the circuit board. Stopping to make sure his footing was solid, he gave himself a moment to clear his head. He didn't look down. Heights didn't bother him, not really, but it was easier to focus on the task at hand. Less vertigo that way. Leaning back against the harness, he shook out his arm and hands. "Okay," he muttered. "I got this." Reaching up toward the circuit board, he gritted his teeth as he gripped the edge gingerly. He tugged on it, hoping that something had happened since he'd last been here and it'd wiggle loose with ease. It didn't. He dug around it, pulling out a chunk of metal that looked like it had once belonged to a toaster. He looked inside to see if anything was salvageable. The interior looked rusted beyond repair. No good. He shouted a warning before dropping it. It crashed below him. "You missed Rambo," Nurse Ratched said. "Try harder next time." Vic startled when the circuit board shifted the next time he gripped it, his eyes widening. He pulled. It gave a little. He pulled harder, careful not to squeeze too tightly to avoid damaging the board. It looked intact. Dad was going to be happy. Well, he'd be pissed if he found out how Vic had gotten it, but what he didn't know wouldn't hurt him. Vic worked the circuit board like a loose tooth, back and forth, back and forth. He was about to let it go and try to dig around it more when it popped free. "Yes," he said. "Yes!" He waved it down at the others. "I got it!" "The joy I feel knows no bounds," Nurse Ratched said. "Huzzah!" Her screen changed to confetti falling around the words, "Congratulations, it's a girl." "Vic," Rambo said, sounding nervous. "I can't believe it," Vic said. "It's been weeks." "Vic!" Rambo said again, voice rising. It doesn't look damaged, Vic said, turning it over in his hands. It's going to— Vic! He looked down, annoyed, though trying to tamp it down. What? Run! Rambo cried. A horn blasted, deep and angry. It echoed around the scrapyards, the sound causing the metal heap to vibrate and shift. Vic knew that sound. He leaned over as far as he could. An old one rolled toward them, sirens blaring, the crane swinging back and forth. It crashed into other piles of scrap, metal scraping against metal, showers of sparks raining down. It did not slow. It did not stop. Intruder! It bellowed. Intruder! 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 Vic felt the blood drain from his face as he whispered, "Oh no." He shoved the circuit board into his satchel, even as he squeezed the carabiner with his other hand. He dropped 5 feet in a second, jerking painfully when the carabiner hit a thick knot in the middle of the rope. He struggled against it, but it wouldn't move any further. "I suggest you get down," Nurse Ratched said as she scooped up Rambo, rocks kicking up under her treads as she rolled away, dodging detritus raining down around them. Rambo squealed, sensors flashing red in his panic. "I'm working on it!" Vic shouted after them, still trying to get the carabiner past the knot. No use. It wouldn't give. The old one's horn blasted again. Vic grunted when something heavy bounced off his shoulder, sending him spinning away. His breath was knocked from his chest when he swung back into the trash heap with a jarring crash, the sound of metal crunching under the old one's massive tires getting closer and closer. Managing to regain his footing, Vic looked up quickly, already mourning the loss of the camming devices. They were difficult to make, but he couldn't do anything about that now. The old one appeared around the side of the heap, lights flashing. Its crane swung toward the heap. Metal shrieked as the bucket slammed above him, causing the heap to shudder. The ropes snapped against his harness, pulling him up and then dropping him back down as the tower began to lean to the right. In front of him, a large metal sheet that read, "Voted Best Food Truck," shifted. Without thinking, he reached for it. The crane swung back around, gaining momentum. The moment before impact, Vic pulled the metal sheet out with a harsh grunt. The bucket hit with a jarring crash, debris raining down around him as the pile tilted precariously to the left. Vic fell, the slack rope twisting around him. He spun in midair, sliding the metal underneath him, lying flat against it. Hot sparks flew up toward him, causing him to bury his face in his forearms. He thought he screamed, but couldn't hear himself above the angry roar of the old one and the collapsing tower. He was 6 feet above the ground when the sheet hit an exposed length of rebar, sending him flying. He hit the ground roughly, tucking his arms and legs in as he rolled. He had a brief moment to be thankful for Rambo's neurotic tendency to clear the ground of debris. If he hadn't, Vic might have been skewered on something he'd thrown down. He landed on his back, blinking up at the sky. He had to move. Without hesitating, he pushed himself to his feet in time to see the heap collapse completely. Vic ran, chest heaving as the old one blared furiously behind him. Knowing the old ones couldn't, or wouldn't, leave the perimeters of the scrapyards, Nurse Ratched and Rambo waited for him at the edge. Rambo sitting on top of her, little arms waving frantically. Nurse Ratched's screen had turned into a line of exclamation points. "See?" Vic told them as they left the old one behind. "Nothing to it." "Yes," Nurse Ratched said. "Absolutely nothing to it. I would be impressed, except I do not find idiocy impressive. If I did, I would flirt with you." He'd learned of flirting from Dad's films. People smiling and blushing when they saw each other, doing things they might not normally do, all in the name of love. He'd never had anyone to flirt with before. It sounded extraordinarily complicated. "I didn't know you could do that." "I can do many things," Nurse Ratched said, the exclamation points disappearing, being replaced by a face with a funny smile. wide eyes surrounded by long eyelashes. "Hey, big boy, you should put your finger in my socket." The screen went black. "That was flirting. There is a difference." Vic grimaced as Rambo wheeled around him, arms waving. "They don't do that in the films." "At least not in the ones you have seen. Did it work? Are you aroused?" The tiny lens above her screen blinked to life, a blue light scanning him up and down. "You don't appear to be aroused. Your penis shows no signs of elevated blood flow that supports recreational sexual engagement." "I don't have a penis," Rambo said mournfully. Somewhere inside him, gears shifted and a little slot opened up at his base. He grunted and a little pipe extended, dripping what looked like oil. "Now I do! Hooray for penises!" "Would you put that away?" Vic asked. "We need to get home." He looked up at the bruised sky. The sun was beginning to set. "It's going to be dark soon." "And you're scared of the dark?" Rambo said, pipe sliding back in, slot closing. "I'm not scared of the— Fear is superfluous," Nurse Ratched said, falling in behind Vic as he led the way through the forest. "I am not scared of anything." She paused. "Except for birds that want to nest inside me and lay their eggs in my gears. Evil birds. I will kill them all." Vic pulled the circuit board from his satchel. It was still whole. Tracing his finger over its bumps and ridges, he whispered, "Worth it." Chapter 2. By the time they reached home, the sky was bleeding violet, and the first stars were out. The sun settled near the horizon, the moon rising like a pale ghost. Rambo rolled ahead along the worn path, already calling out for Vic's father. Vic should have expected this, seeing as how Rambo always wanted to share the moments where they'd almost been horribly murdered, and how lucky they were to escape with their lives. "No!" Vic said after him, cursing inwardly that he'd allowed himself to be distracted. "Don't tell him about—" But Rambo ignored him, announcing quite loudly that he hadn't been scared, but even if he was, that was all right. The lights were on in the ground house, meaning Dad was still tinkering down there with his record player. Rambo rolled through the open doorway and disappeared inside. Vic looked toward the elevator near the biggest tree. He thought about escaping to his personal lab above, but knew his father wouldn't be happy if he didn't at least try to explain himself. "No," Nurse Ratched said, rolling against him, pushing him toward the ground house. "You need to tell him the truth. I want to watch as you get scolded. It brings me something akin to joy to see you stare at the floor and give him flimsy excuses." "You're supposed to be on my side." "I know," she said. "I am a traitor. I feel terrible about it. I cannot wait." She stopped. Her screen flashed a question mark. "Do you hear that?" He glanced back at her. "Hear what?" "I do not know. It sounds complex. It is coming from the ground house. I need to diagnose it." She rode by him, flattening the grass on the forest floor, leaves crunching. He watched as she disappeared through the doorway. He followed, cocking his head. He strained to hear what she had. At first, there was nothing. And then, his eyes widened. No way. He jogged toward the ground house. Electric lights burned inside, reflecting off glass jars filled with unused parts and unplanted seeds. The floor creaked under Vic's weight with every step he took. He wound his way through the shelves and piles of books and electronics. A washing machine, though it was broken beyond repair. What his father called an ice box, though it never made any ice. Dad never liked to throw anything away, saying there was a use for everything even if it wasn't readily apparent. Vic was the same way, which is why it frustrated him that his father didn't like when they went hunting in the scrapyards. The ground house was filled with objects his father had salvaged, even if he hadn't been back in quite a while. How was it any different when Vic did the same? But he ignored it, all of it, because of the sounds that rolled over him, warm and sweet. Music. It was music. But it wasn't like the music boxes against the far walls. Those were monophonic, and though enchanting, they did not compare. A voice unlike anything he'd ever experienced before, soft, sweet, higher pitched, and it took Vic a moment to realize why. A woman. Above the gentle plink of piano keys, a woman sang about the doggoned moon above, making her need someone to love. Entranced, he followed the voice. Vic found Giovanni Lawson sitting in an old recliner, Rambo in his lap. His eyes were closed as he petted the vacuum. Rambo grumbled happily, sensors flashing slowly. Nurse Ratched sat next to them. On her screen, a line bounced in a circadian rhythm, keeping time with the beat from the song. On top of the wooden workbench, a record player lay open, a record spinning and skipping, the voice slightly warbled but still clear. "It works," Vic whispered in awe. "You fixed it." Dad didn't open his eyes. He hummed under his breath before saying,
I did. This is Beryl Davis singing. Such a lovely voice, don't you think?
Vic approached the workbench. He could hear the sound of a record turning against the needle. He bent over, examining the machine. It looked as it always had. He couldn't see anything new. He itched to take it apart to see how its innards moved to create the sound he was hearing. "How did you fix it?"
"A little love," Dad said. "A little time."
"Dad?" He chuckled.
"The hand crank wasn't connected properly."
Vic blinked in surprise as he stood upright. "That's it?"
"That's it. Simple, isn't it? We were thinking too big, too grand. Sometimes it's the smallest things that can change everything when you least expect it."
Vic turned around to see his father watching him. The skin of his face was wrinkled and soft, his bright eyes kind. His hair hung in white waves around his ears, his beard extending down to his chest. When Vic was younger, he'd asked why he looked nothing like his father. Dad was a barrel of a man, his chest thick and strong, his stomach sloping outward, fingers blunt. Vic didn't have the presence his father had. As a boy, he'd been as thin as a whisper, sprouting up instead of out. He'd grown into himself as he'd gotten older, but he was still awkward, his movements clipped. His father's skin was pale, his own was tanned, as if he'd been born in the sun and never left. His father's eyes were blue, Vic's brown, and in certain light, they looked black. They weren't the same. They never had been. But this man was his father. This man had raised him. This man who wasn't a man at all. Dad grimaced, turning away to rub at his chest. Vic sighed, unreasonably irritated that Dad had tried to hide the gesture from him. Though an admonition threatened to burst from his mouth, he swallowed it back down. "I told you to let me take a look at it."
"It's fine."
"It is not fine," Nurse Ratched said. "Either you let Victor look at you, or I will drill you." To make her point, her drill whirred loudly. Across her screen, the words, "You won't feel a thing," scrolled. "Perhaps we should proceed with the drilling regardless. It has been quite some time since I was able to drill anything." Dad set Rambo on the ground as the song ended and gave way to another. Vic could feel it down to his bones, and he wondered how he'd gone so long without hearing such a thing. It'd only been minutes, but he could no longer imagine a life without music like this. Those records had been an extraordinary find. He'd have to see if there were more. "I'm fine as I am," Rambo said nervously. "No one needs to drill or open me."
"Anxious little thing,"
Dad said fondly, nudging Rambo with his foot.
"And we still don't know why."
Vic went to the workbench again, looking at his father's tools that hung on a board. He selected the soldering iron, hoping against hope the fix wouldn't be more complicated. No. Wiring, I guess? A glitch in his software? Something. I don't know. "I'm fine the way I am," Rambo muttered. "You are not," Nurse Ratched said. "If you like, I can run a diagnostic scan to see if I can pinpoint your malfunction. Do you have insurance?" "No," Rambo said morosely. "I don't have anything." "You are fine the way you are," Vic told him, shooting a glare at Nurse Ratched, which she ignored completely. "There's nothing wrong with you. You're just unique, like the rest of us." "That is called a white lie," Nurse Ratched said, her screen filled with digital balloons. "White lies are often spoken to make one feel better. I will assist Victor in this process. Here is my white lie. You are a wonderful machine, beloved by many." "Leave him alone," Vic said as he knelt at his father's feet. "Do you feel better?" Nurse Ratched asked. "Yes," Rambo said promptly. "Tell me more white lies." "You are important. You have a purpose. The pipe you displayed earlier is bigger than any I have seen before." "Yay!" Rambo said, arms raised. "I'm endowed." Dad arched an eyebrow.
"Do I want to know?"
Before Vic could respond, Nurse Ratched said, "Victor's penis was flaccid even after I engaged my flirting protocol. Since I know what I am doing, it is not me, but him." "I regret ever fixing you both," Vic muttered, motioning for Dad to lift his shirt. "That was a white lie," Nurse Ratched said. "Your pupils are dilated, your heart rate increased. You enjoy us." "Thank you." A thumbs up burst onto her screen, with the words, "You did a good job," underneath. Dad lifted his shirt. His skin was tight and smooth, without a belly button or nipples. On the right side of his chest, near the collarbone, was a small sheet of metal, the surface rough. When he was younger, he'd told Vic there'd been a string of letters and numbers there, symbolizing his first designation. He'd scraped it off, refusing to be defined by it after he'd been given a name. He was more than what it claimed he was. For a long time, Vic had been upset he didn't have a metal plate on his chest like his father. Dad tapped his breastbone twice with his middle finger. From inside his chest came a beep, followed by a low hiss. The hatch of his chest cavity sank inward slightly before sliding off to the right. There, in his father's chest, was a heart. It wasn't like the heart in Vic's chest, one made of muscle that moved blood and oxygen throughout his body. The heart in Giovanni's chest was made of metal and wood and shaped not like the organ, but like a symbol of a heart about the size of Vic's fist. The chest cavity around it glowed a dull green, made of wires and circuitry. The heart itself was of Dad's own making, replacing what had been a power core nearly drained beyond repair before he'd changed it out for the mechanical heart. The shell of the heart was partially constructed of a rare wood called bocode. Wood was typically non-conductive, but Dad had found a way to force enough electricity through it, though it required over 15,000 volts. To ensure conduction, in addition to the bocode, the heart had bits of silver-coated copper and brass in the shell, metal that glittered in the low light. Wires extended from the top of the shell, attaching to the parts in his chest that fed into the biochip in his head. In the exposed interior of the heart, a handful of gears spun slowly. Above them, a small white strip, 2 centimeters wide and 3 centimeters tall. Vic tapped the gears gently. His father jumped.
Sorry, your hands are cold.
The gears looked fine for now. One, the teeth wearing down, would need to be replaced soon, but Vic had already found the necessary parts and stored them in one of the jars. He leaned closer, nudging the heart slightly so he could see underneath it. There, he said, feeling extremely relieved. One of the wires off the solenoid is coming loose. I can fix it.
I can do it,
Dad said. Vic bit back a retort, opting for something softer. Then you should have. I'll take care of it so I know it gets done. Nurse Ratched? She stopped beside him, taking the plug for the soldering iron from him and inserting it into herself. She said, Ooh, yes, that is it. Gross, Rambo muttered. He nudged the side of Vic's leg. Is he going to die? No, Vic said, leaning forward, elbows resting on his dad's legs. He's not going to die. Because we're going to be alive forever? Impossible, Nurse Ratched said. Nothing is immortal. Eventually, our power cell will drain and we will perish because we will be unable to find a replacement. But Vic will find one for us, Rambo said. Victor is human, Nurse Ratched said. He will die long before us. He is soft and spongy. Perhaps it will be cancer, either rectal or bone, or the plague if he gets bitten by a rat, or he will get squished by an old one like he almost was today. Her screen blinked with the word, Oops.
Ah,
Dad said.
Is that what Rambo was shouting about before he heard the music?
Vic sighed as he leaned forward, the tip of the soldering iron hot and red. It was nothing. That was a white lie, Rambo said, sounding proud of himself. Victor groaned as he pressed the soldering iron against the wire connecting the solenoid. Dad grunted, but otherwise stayed still. It wasn't even close. I knew what I was doing. The expression on your face when the metal heap collapsed suggested otherwise, Nurse Ratched said. Would you like to view the reenactment I created right this second? Vic pulled the soldering iron away from the solenoid as he looked back. On her screen, an 8-bit version of Vic appeared atop a tower of metal. A word bubble sprang from his mouth, filling with, Oh no, I am stupid and about to die. The little character fell to the ground with a bloody smack, his eyes turning to X's. Womp womp, Nurse Ratched said as the screen darkened. That is exactly what happened. Please do not hold your applause. I need validation.
You fell?
Dad asked, eyes narrowing. Vic went back to the soldering. Only a little bit. An odd note filled his father's voice.
Did you get hurt? Cuts? Scrapes? Did you bleed?
Why? Vic asked. You need more? The heart, while a marvel of engineering unlike anything else that had been created, sometimes needed more than metal or wiring to function. A drop of blood pressed against the white strip above the gears. It did not happen often, at most once a year, but Nurse Ratched never failed to remind them that, according to lore, a creature known as a vampire subsisted on the same thing. The last time had been 4 months before, when Dad had started acting more robotic, more like a machine. Dad said,
"Victor?"
"Not even nicked," Vic assured him. Dad nodded, obviously relieved.
"Good. And the old ones?"
Vic shrugged. "You know how it is. They forget I even exist as soon as I leave the scrapyards. Out of sight, out of mind." Dad sighed.
"I wish you wouldn't go there. I told you."
"Should have thought of that before you built this place so close to one. That's on you, not me."
"Cheeky git,"
Dad said.
"Anything worth finding?"
"Multi-layer PCB. Looks mostly intact, too." Dad whistled lowly.
"That's rare."
He grimaced again as the wire fused back with the solenoid. Vic was careful with the closeness to the heart. It was a fragile thing. He made sure the wire had cooled enough so it wouldn't burn the wood before setting it back gently where it belonged. "See?" Vic said. "Nothing to it. You should have let me take care of that a long time ago."
"Noted,"
Dad said. He tapped against his breastbone once more, and the hatch slid closed. The seams filled. Vic rose to his feet as Dad dropped his shirt back down.
"I need you to be careful, though. You can't take chances that put you in danger."
Vic sighed as he went back to the workbench. Beryl Davis was singing in a crackly voice about what a fool she used to be. "I can take care of myself." It was a conversation they'd had time and time again. He doubted it would be the last. He held on to the soldering iron, waiting for it to cool.
"You can,"
Dad agreed quietly.
"but that doesn't mean you're not breakable. If the old ones got a hold of you—"
"They won't. I'm quicker than they are. Smarter, too. They're machines."
"As am I."
Vic winced. He hadn't meant it like that. He sometimes spoke without thinking things through, though he was trying to get better at it. "You know what I mean. They're not... They have their programming. They're guided by it and can't leave the scrapyards."
"They're still dangerous, Victor, and the sooner you realize that, the better off you'll be."
Vic ground his teeth together, calming himself by breathing in through his nose and out his mouth. "I know that. But if I hadn't gone to the scrapyards, I never would have found Nurse Ratched or Rambo. We wouldn't have half the stuff we have now. You would have run out of crap to tinker with a hell of a long time ago." He nodded toward the spinning record. "And we wouldn't be hearing this." Dad didn't reply. Vic slumped, struggling to find the words to get his point across without sounding petulant. "You know I'm right. I stay in the forest. I don't go beyond the boundaries, and I've never pushed. I know you have your reasons and that it's not safe to cross the borders. I listen to you. I do, which is why you should listen to me when I say I don't want more than what I have." He waited to see if Nurse Ratched would call him out for it. He wasn't lying, not exactly. More in a gray area, skirting the edges of truth, though he didn't necessarily mean to. She didn't say a word. His father did.
"At least not yet."
He turned around, his father looking as old as Vic had ever seen him. He felt like he was missing something. "What?" Dad smiled tightly.
"I don't expect you to want to stay here forever. It'd be selfish of me to think otherwise. You say you're happy. I believe you. But happiness isn't something that can be sustained continuously. Not without something to keep the fire burning.
In moments when Dad spoke like this, about what else was out there, Vic wondered about the people who had left him behind as an infant. What they had been like, looked like. Did they laugh? Did they like music and tinkering for hours? Were they smart? Kind? What had made them trust Giovanni, a stranger in the middle of the woods, and who had been after them? Logic, the cold, brutal logic of a machine, dictated they were dead. They'd have returned by now if able to do so. They hadn't. He knew the woods. He knew his friends, their home. Giovanni, his father, the man to whom he wanted to prove that needing and wanting were two different things. Though he sometimes pushed against the perceived boundaries Dad had placed around him, their existence brought him a level of comfort. The stories Dad had told him, stories of cities made of metal and glass, and the humans therein. He'd read every book Dad had brought to this place, more than once. Old stories of kings and queens and castles, of adventures on the high seas in great ships with flags billowing in the salty air, of people going to the stars and getting lost in the vast expanse of the universe. They were ghosts, but he did not feel haunted by them. The world beyond the forest was an unknowable thing, and though curiosity tugged at him every now and then, Victor was stronger than it was. He had a home, a purpose, a lab all his own, and friends that loved him for who he was, not what he wasn't. Loneliness wasn't a concept he understood, not really, not like his father had when he'd first come to the forest. He, like Dad, was an inventor. If he needed someone, something new to talk to, all he had to do was make it. He had the parts. He'd done it with Nurse Ratched and then with Rambo. He could do it again if need be. Some of the old books told stories of people yearning for more and setting off to find it and themselves. Vic always thought they were silly that way. He never wanted to go far from home. He said, "You trust me."
I do.
Then trust me to know what's right for myself. He moved until he stood above his father. Vic reached down, squeezing Dad's shoulder. Dad put his hand on top of Vic's.
You're a good boy. A bit foolish, perhaps, but a good boy nonetheless.
Learned it from you, Vic said. I'm also good, Rambo said. Unbearably so, Nurse Ratched said. Though you seem to be suffering from an intense anxiety disorder. But that is fine. We are all unique. Victor is asexual. Giovanni is old. And I have sociopathic tendencies that manifest themselves in dangerous situations. Hooray! Rambo squealed. We all have things! Giovanni smiled as he shook his head.
What a strange existence we find ourselves in. I wouldn't change it for anything in the world.
The robots stayed with Dad, listening as Beryl Davis sang about love and loss. Vic left them behind in the ground house, looking down at the circuit board as he walked toward the elevator. He flipped the board over. The bottom left corner had a hairline crack in it, but that was an easy fix. He stepped onto the wooden lift. The gate closed behind him as he pressed a button on one of the struts. Sodium arc lights lit up above him as the elevator rose from the forest floor to a midpoint below the canopy. The gate swung open and Vic stepped off. The ground house was just the beginning. His father, in his infinite wisdom, had built a treehouse of sorts, though far grander and more complex than any Vic had ever read about. even more spectacular than ones in books like The Swiss Family Robinson. 6 massive trees grew in a vague circle, and all were connected by wooden rope bridges. In the tree to Vic's left was his father's lab, the largest of the dwellings built around the king of the forest. The structure on the second tree was Dad's living quarters, stuffed to the gills with more scraps and tools and books. The highest building in the third tree was a makeshift kitchen, though Vic was the only one who used it. Once a sunroom, it now had a working electric stove and an old table set and chairs covered in carvings of birds and flowers and leaves. In one corner sat a large metal freezer that kept meat Vic had hunted from spoiling. Attached to the kitchen were facilities: a shower with rainwater that never got hot enough, and a toilet that Nurse Ratched was far too interested in, especially when she inquired about the consistency of Vic's bowel movements. He'd tried to explain to her that some things were meant to be private. "So you say," she'd told him, "but then you will come to me leaking salt water from your ducts after you have found blood in your stool. And where will you be then?" He hadn't known how to answer that. The fifth tree held Vic's own lab, smaller than his father's, though no less extraordinary. The final tree, to the right of the elevator, held Vic's room. One of his first memories had been his father building it while Vic watched, handing over whatever tools Dad had asked for. He remembered being excited the first night he got to stay there on his own, though he couldn't find the words to say as much. He'd planned on staying up as late as he could, especially since Dad wouldn't be able to tell him to go to sleep. He'd lasted 5 minutes before he made his way back to Dad's room, crawling into bed with him. Later, much later, when he was older and perhaps a little wiser, he'd asked his father why he had a bed when he didn't sleep like Vic did. Dad had said it made him feel more human. Vic shook his head as he crossed the bridge to his room, thoughts tumbling end over end, though there was an order to the chaos. Pushing open the door, he stepped inside, closing it behind him. Going to the room's only window, he looked down at the ground house. Dad had built a section of skylights surrounded by solar panels for power. But the ground house was the only building with skylights, and below he could see Dad in his chair, Nurse Ratched poking Rambo with one of her tentacles. He left them to it, stepping away from the window. In the center of the room was a tree trunk with knobby protrusions that had once been branches. Beyond the tree trunk, in the right corner, a wooden bed frame with a lumpy, worn mattress. On the walls hung retired tools that no longer functioned. Vic was unable to bring himself to throw them away. It was a trait Vic had learned from his father, the idea of junking something rankling them both. What was broken could someday be repaired if need be, and if they had the right parts. He lifted his shirt above his head. He frowned when he saw the hem had a small tear in it. He'd have to have Nurse Ratched sew it up again. The fabric was thinning, but it wasn't quite yet ready for the rag pile. He folded it, setting it on the small dresser near the bed. Flipping the circuit board once more, he sank to his knees before lying flat on his stomach, looking under the bed. There, in a dark and dusty corner, sat a metal box, a perfect cube. Pulling it out with a grunt, Vic sat back up, looking toward the window as he heard the sound of music still playing in the ground house below. It wasn't that he didn't want them to know what he'd hidden inside, at least not yet. He hadn't been ready to put it to use. But now that he had the circuit board, maybe it'd finally work. He punched a code into the numeric keypad on top of the box, each press of the key causing a number to pop up on the display. The box beeped 3 times. The lock clicked. He opened the lid. Inside, resting on an old cut of cloth he'd found among his father's collection, sat a mechanical heart. It wasn't much like the one in Dad's chest. That heart had been constructed by a master craftsman in his prime. Perfectly designed, but even machines wore down after years of use. Dad's heart was old. It wouldn't last forever. One day, the strain would become too much, and the heart would fail. This new heart, crude and sophomoric and indescribably human, was a contingency plan, just in case. He'd started building it when he was 15 years old. He'd had no idea what he was doing. Vic had made mistakes in the construction. The wood he first used, oak, had cracked and split. It wasn't until he got his hands on some bubinga wood from the scrapyards that he'd found the perfect conductor. Inlaid in the wood was nickel-coated copper. Not as good as the silver-coated, but it'd do in a pinch. Replaceable if need be. The shape of the heart wasn't exact. The point at the bottom had chipped off, and Vic had been forced to sand it down. Still, the gears in the interior of the heart were without a single fleck of rust. He turned the largest gear in the middle, marveling at how it caused the 5 other, smaller gears to turn in tandem. The synchronicity of it was profound. The clack of the teeth sounded better than any music coming from a record player. The music of the gears was life. He set the board carefully next to the heart before closing the lid. The display beeped once more as the box locked. He pushed it back under the bed to the far corner. Even Rambo wouldn't find it, given that he was scared of the dark. It would go unnoticed until it was time for Vic to present it to his father. Soon. He stood, knees popping. He scratched his bare stomach. He needed to eat before he slept. Shower, too. As he walked across the rope bridge, he remembered the old ones dropping new scrap in the yard. Tomorrow, or the day after, he'd see if there was anything useful. Who knows? He told himself as the rope bridge swayed under his feet. Chapter 3. But it was another week before Victor returned to the scrapyards. If he hadn't known better, Vic would have thought Dad was keeping him busy to stop him from going back. There was always something that needed to be repaired or tuned up. The solar panels needed checking. The waste containers needed emptying. Some of the pipes needed snaking. The garden behind the ground house needed to be weeded, the fruits and vegetables harvested before they began to rot. He did it all without complaint. The moment one part of their existence broke down, it could lead to complete system failure. Dad had taught him that early on. Summer was dying. The mornings had become chilly, and the leaves in the trees were turning gold and red, even as their edges were covered in layers of frost. Days were shorter, the sun weaker. Vic thought the snows would come earlier this year. "I hate snow," Rambo muttered as he sucked up a pile of weeds Vic had tossed toward him. "It gets in my insides and makes me cold." "You cannot feel cold," Nurse Ratched said. "You are incapable of feeling anything at all." Her screen displayed a sad face, a digital tear streaking down. "That must devastate you." "He can feel things," Vic said, trying to ward off what he was sure would be yet another meltdown. "I made him that way, just like I did you." Rambo chirped smugly as he gathered more weeds, sucking them in. "Ha! See? I knew it!" he beeped. "Uh-oh, I'm full. I need to be emptied." Nurse Ratched picked him up off the ground, pulling out his container filled to the brim with weeds. She dumped it into a burn barrel next to the garden before sliding Rambo's container back in place and setting him down. "He is just saying that to make you feel better, though if he is speaking the truth, it does beg the question." "What question?" Rambo asked. "Why he made you so neurotic." I am not neurotic. Nurse Ratched plucked a weed from the burn barrel and dropped it on the ground. Rambo frantically scooped it back up. Neurotic, she said flatly. I have an injection for that. Would you like me to administer it? The needle is quite large and is meant to go into places that will not be pleasant. No injections, Vic said without looking up. Nurse Ratched made a rude sound, almost like she was scoffing. It has been a long time since I have been allowed to administer injections. Victor, you are due for your own inoculation soon. Should we take care of that right now? I'm fine. Will you be fine when you have scurvy? I have C-vitamic acid ready. I'm not getting scurvy. Are your teeth loose? No. Are your eyes bulging? He didn't think so. He blinked rapidly just to make sure. No. Nurse Ratched whirred and beeped. Then, in addition to scurvy, you appear to have symptoms of delusions. Your eyes are always bulging. Prepare for Oh, look! A squirrel! It is rabid. Come here, squirrel. I will heal you. Engaging empathy protocol. There, squirrel. There is nothing to fear. It will only hurt for 37.6 minutes. After, I will give you a treat for being such a good squirrel. She chased after it through the trees, the squirrel chittering in fright. Vic glanced at Rambo when he didn't hear the vacuum moving. Rambo had his arms extended and bent awkwardly, his pincers before his sensors. Are you okay? He had learned how to read his friends over the years, but it still took an effort. Thankfully, they were usually patient with him. I can feel things, right? Rambo asked, slowly opening and closing his pincers. They clicked. Yeah, of course you can. Come here. Rambo came, avoiding a pile of weeds he had yet to pick up. He stopped next to Vic, who reached down and rubbed along the top of his black casing, fingers tracing over the faded letters. You feel that? Yes, Rambo said promptly. You're touching me with your hands. And how does that make you feel? The robot hesitated. Itchy and warm, like I'm full of garbage again, but I was just emptied, so that can't be it. That's happiness, Vic said, though he wasn't quite sure. Whoa, Rambo said. That's what that is? I think so. You're happy when you're full because you know you've done a good job. It's kind of the same thing. Rambo raised his arm, pinching Vic's wrist gently. Do you feel that? I do. And what does it feel like? Itchy and warm. Like you're full of garbage? Rambo whispered in awe. No, I didn't. Vic shook his head. Yeah, like I'm full of garbage. Why do we feel this way? Rambo asked, pulling on Vic's skin. I don't know, Vic admitted. We just do, I guess. Wow, Rambo said, letting go of Vic's wrist and extending his arm behind him. He picked up a few weeds and shoved them toward Vic's face. Here, put this in your mouth compactor. See if it makes you itchy and warm too. I'm not going to eat that. Rambo beeped, a quizzical little sound. But why? Don't you want happiness? Before Vic could reply, Nurse Ratched came rolling back. Her treads were covered in gore and bits of gray hair. The squirrel has been treated, she announced, her screen displaying the words, another successful patient interaction. It no longer has rabies and has gone to stay at a farm in the mountains with the other squirrels where it will live happily ever after. Disengaging empathy protocol. I feel empty inside. Is it your sociopathy? Rambo asked nervously as Vic turned his face toward the sky, praying to whatever would listen for the strength to go on. Perhaps, Nurse Ratched said. I will have to get back to you on that after a self-diagnosis. What are we talking about? Vic is full of garbage, Rambo cried. Yes, Nurse Ratched said. He is. It is an affliction that cannot be cured. They finished the garden in early afternoon. The turnips and beans needed another week or so before they could be harvested. The same for the cranberries and pumpkins. The rest had mostly been picked clean and stored in the kitchen. Broccoli, persimmons, beets, and squash. Dad was locked away in his lab, where he spent most of his days. If Vic was lucky, he wouldn't come out until nightfall. Nurse Ratched and Rambo followed him up to his room as he packed his satchel, mourning the loss of the camming devices the week prior. He hadn't had time to build more, so there'd be no climbing today. Maybe they'd still be salvageable. It'd be a pain to find them, but if they hadn't been crushed, their batteries should have drained enough for them to beep in warning. We're going back? Rambo asked, sounding incredulous. But we almost died. No risk, no reward, Vic told him as he spooled thick and fibrous rope, storing it inside Nurse Ratched. The reward is staying functional. He paused. Do robots go to heaven? Vic blinked, thrown off kilter by the conversational whiplash. What? Where did you… He stopped. Top Hat. A film that Rambo was enamored with, even though the disc was degraded so much that the screen skipped and jumped more than it stood still. A man and woman danced cheek to cheek, singing about how they were in heaven. I don't know, Rambo. I don't even know if heaven exists. Oh? Why not? Because it's just a story. So, what happens when we stop functioning? I don't know that either. I could assist you in that regard, Nurse Ratched said. There would be minimal screaming involved. We're not killing anyone today, Vic told her. Tell that to the squirrel, Nurse Ratched said. Oh, wait, you cannot, because it is dead. Oh no, Rambo whispered. What happened to the farm? I lied, Nurse Ratched said. I killed it by rolling over it again and again. I only left enough for stew for Vic. Is that not fun? I am having fun.
This is the end of the disc. The audiobook continues on the next disc.
Vic led them to a different entry point to the scrapyards in case the old ones were still stalking about the area they'd been in last. The scrapyards stretched miles in every direction. Vic hadn't explored every bit of it, but he and his father had mapped as much as they could. He stopped on the edge of the forest, where grass yielded to dirt and metal. The nearest old one looked to be a quarter of a mile away. They were in luck. Nurse Ratched, Vic said. Pull up the grid. Focus on 3B. Her screen filled with green lines, overlaying a rudimentary map of the scrapyards. It had taken years to get as much of the map filled as they had, divided up into quadrants. The far corner of the map was dark. They'd never gotten that far, though not for lack of trying. The camming devices they'd had to abandon the week before were in quadrant 6A. The old ones had seemed to be dumping new material around 3B. If they were lucky, they wouldn't need camming devices as the piles wouldn't be too high yet, so they could start there and then swing down to 6A on their way home to check and see if anything could be salvaged. He studied the map as Nurse Ratched enhanced 3B and made a plan. Absent-mindedly nudging his foot against Rambo, Vic said, All right, what are the rules? Stick together, Rambo said. Run if we have to, Nurse Ratched said as the map disappeared. No dallying. No drilling, Nurse Ratched said, sounding extraordinarily put out. And above all else, be brave, Rambo finished, his sensor lights blinking furiously. Be brave, Vic echoed quietly. They made their way through familiar territory. Rambo was humming to himself as he rolled next to Vic. Nurse Ratched paused every now and then to scan something new to add to the layout of the map. When they reached 3B, Vic stopped and frowned at what the old one had been dumping the week before. It wasn't the usual scrap. "What is this?" Vic asked, taking a step closer. It took him a moment to make out the specific shapes in the jumbled mess. It wasn't until he saw a metallic arm extended near the ground, a finger curled as if beckoning, that he recognized it for what the pile was. Robots. Androids. Humanoid, though not like Dad. These had been stripped of their skin, if they'd had any at all. They were all broken apart. Heads without bodies, the bulbs in their eye sockets dark, some of them shattered. Legs, arms, torsos, exposed wiring and components all fried to a crisp. Chest cavities had been ripped open, all batteries and power cores removed. They'd been destroyed. This wasn't a scrap pile. It was a graveyard. "I don't like this," Rambo said nervously. "Bad, bad, bad, bad." Even Nurse Ratched sounded disturbed as she scanned the androids. "I'm not picking up any energy sources. They are all—" Wait. She rolled closer, the light of her scanner narrowing as it focused. "There is something there. Deep. In the middle. Energy. But it is almost depleted." "What is it?" Vic asked, coming to stand beside her. He felt cold as his boot nudged against a leg and foot that was missing 2 of its metal toes. "I don't know," Nurse Ratched said, her screen filled with question marks as she finished scanning. "How deep?" 6 feet, 7 inches. "Keep an eye out, will you?" "Yes." Vic stepped toward the pile of metallic bodies. The scrapyards were quieter than they should have been. The air was thick and heavy, and a trickle of sweat rolled down Vic's forehead. He wiped it away. He started with a head. It was heavier than he expected it to be. The eyes were intact, though the bulbs looked as if they'd been burned, the glass smoky, the filaments blackened. He turned the head over in his hands. The back of the skull had been torn away, leaving an empty, ragged hole. He stared at it for a long moment, studying the face. He hadn't seen another face in a long time. Dad's, sure. Nurse Ratched, whenever she flashed an approximation of one on her screen. Rambo didn't have a face, though his sensors and lights made up for that. But this was different. It didn't look like him. It didn't look like anyone, really. He didn't know how he'd react if he'd seen it while it was still alive. As it was, he was having a hard time looking at its dead eyes. He set it aside, ignoring the hairs standing on end at the back of his neck. It should have gotten easier after that. It didn't. He tossed more heads, arms, a chest that looked too small to belong to an adult-sized android. Bots of all different sexes, some sexless. In a daze, he dug deeper, blood rushing in his ears. There were other pieces that looked salvageable, but he ignored them for now. If there was some kind of power core still active, they needed it, especially since it seemed to have some juice left. He couldn't turn away from power. Not when it was so close. It could lead to the creation of another mechanical heart. And when that thought entered his head, it refused to leave, bouncing around his skull. He took a break an hour into it, sitting on the ground, watching as Nurse Ratched held up a discarded arm toward Rambo. "How do you do?" she said in that queer, flat voice of hers. "It's nice to meet you," Rambo replied, reaching up with his pincers to grab the hand, which, of course, Nurse Ratched immediately dropped. "Ah!" she said. "You tore off my arm! You have killed me! Why, Rambo, why?" Rambo screamed in terror. "Oh my God! Oh my God! What have I done? What kind of monster am I?" He flung the arm as hard as he could. It flew up and crashed back down on top of him, setting him off all over again. "Ha ha," Nurse Ratched said as her screen filled with a smiley face. "Just kidding. That was not really my arm. I am still alive." "Don't do that," Rambo scolded her. "You scared me. I thought I was a murderer. Vacuums aren't allowed to be murderers." "Too bad," Nurse Ratched said as her screen darkened. "You would make a good murderer. Not as good as me, but good enough." A halo appeared on her screen, surrounded by golden light. "Not that I would murder. Engaging empathy protocol. Murder is bad, and I would feel bad, and I don't want to feel bad because feelings are detrimental to my existence." "Keep telling yourself that," Vic muttered as he picked himself up off the ground. He stretched his arms over his head, back popping, and then he got back to work. It took another hour before Nurse Ratched said, "You are close." He paused, looking down at the bodies and body parts around him. He was little more than halfway through the heap. His chest felt tight, his breaths short and quick. "Still registering the power source?" "Yes," she said. "Is it a new friend?" Rambo asked. "Perhaps," Nurse Ratched said. "Or perhaps it is a terrible machine bent on destroying everything it comes into contact with." "Oh," Rambo said as he beeped worriedly. "I hope it's the first one." "I would put the odds at being 12% in your favor and 80% against." Rambo clacked his pincers as he counted. "What about the last 8%? "There is an 8% chance that the power source has gone critical and will cause an explosion that will level the surrounding area, killing all of us in the process." "It's not going to explode," Vic told Rambo. "She would never have let us get this far if she thought that was going to happen. So I let you think," Nurse Ratched said, a skull appearing on her screen. "You have fallen into my trap. I wanted you to get this far. Prepare for death." The skull disappeared, replaced by, "Don't forget to rate my service. I appreciate a 10. It took Vic longer than he cared to admit to realize she was kidding. He leaned down and pulled another torso off the pile. "You wouldn't dare. You'd miss me too much. I know you." He didn't have time to react when a hand burst through the pile, metal flying as fingers closed around his wrist. The grip was strong, bruising, not enough to break bone, but close. Vic grunted in pain and surprise as he looked down. The hand and arm were covered in synthetic skin, though parts had been torn away, revealing exposed metal and wiring underneath. Vic tried to jerk his arm back, but the hand didn't let go. He pulled as hard as he could, feet digging into the ground, and the pile of metal shifted. For a moment, Vic thought he saw the flash of eyes. "Let him go!" Rambo cried. He rushed forward, banging his pincers against the arm. "We're big and strong and scary and we'll kill you dead!" Nurse Ratched rolled up behind Vic, hatch opening, one of her tentacles slithering out viper quick. It wrapped around Vic's waist and began to pull him backward. "I could saw off your arm," she said. "It would be easier." "No sawing," Vic snapped at her. He tried to break the fingers that held him, but they were too strong. The pile shifted once more as another couple of inches of the arm became exposed. "Enough of this," Nurse Ratched said. "You were told to let go. Prepare for something quite shocking." Another one of her tentacles shot out around Vic, the tip crackling with electricity. She pressed it against the arm. The effect was instantaneous. The hand spasmed, fingers opening. Vic's feet skidded in the dirt as Nurse Ratched pulled him away. Rambo continued to hit the arm, weaving and dodging as it seized up and down. "Die!" he yelled. "Die! Die! Die!" Vic looked down at his arm. The blood had been pushed away from just underneath his skin, leaving the white outline of fingers. Nurse Ratched let go of his waist, tentacles sliding back inside her before the hatch closed. "Rambo, please step away from the dangerous arm. We do not know if it is attached to a dangerous body." Rambo paused his assault, turning until his sensors faced them. "There could be more than the arm?" he asked in a high-pitched voice. "Why didn't you say that in the first place?" He rolled away quickly, hiding behind Vic's legs, his pincers tugging at Vic's pants. The arm sticking out of the metal pile fell limp, though it still twitched. The forearm was covered in dark hair, the skin underneath pale and white. The fingers were thick and blunt, the hand large. "What is it?" Vic asked. "I do not know," Nurse Ratched said. "Consider leaving it where it lies. It was discarded for a reason. Malfunction, corruption, faulty coding. It has obviously served its purpose." "You said the same thing about Rambo," Vic said, never looking away from the hand. "I did, and you did not listen to me then. Look what happened." "I happened," Rambo said, still hiding behind Vic. "Like a parasitic infection," Nurse Ratched said. "We should—" "Victor, what are you doing?" Vic took another step forward. "Don't you want to see what it is?" "No, I do not. Curiosity killed the cat by strangling it. If you are strangled, it might break the hyoid bone, and then your head will fall off." She beeped, and the words, "Trust me, I'm a nurse," appeared on her screen. The others were stripped. Skin, power sources. Why not this one? His head was pounding. His heart stumbled in his chest. It was something new, something strange, a mystery. Part of him wanted to turn and run as fast as he could, return home and lock his door until he could pretend nothing had happened. Another part whispered in his head, over and over, "What is it? What is it? What is it?" He was fixated. After all, he'd found Nurse Ratched in this same place. He'd found Rambo, and here another machine. In the back of his mind, a thought both foreign and familiar. Third time's the charm. He stepped forward, surprising even himself, though the feeling faded quickly. Because buried in the fear was the cloying, sticky sense of curiosity. He needed to see what this was. He wanted to know what it meant, where it came from, what it could do. Regardless of what else he was, Victor Lawson was a creator first, and this was something he didn't understand. He stopped, just out of reach of the hand, crouching down. The detail in the arm was extraordinary, even more than Dad's. The fine hairs on the back of the hand and forearm, the fingernails, the white crescents near the cuticles, the wrinkles of the skin over the joints of the knuckles, the lines on the palm like a map. If he couldn't see bits of metal and wiring underneath, Vic would think this was a human arm. Which would be impossible, of course. Humans didn't come this far out into the wilds. The hand and the arm didn't move. He waited. Nothing. "Hello?" he finally said. "Are you still in there?" No response. "Can you hear me? We're not going to hurt you." "But we can if we so choose," Nurse Ratched said. "I know 5,726 ways to kill something. Do not make me show you number 492. You will not appreciate number 492. "What's that one again?" Rambo asked. An unnecessarily graphic image appeared on her screen, tentacles going into places they never should. "Right," Rambo said quickly. "I remember now. No one wants number 492. He raised his voice. So you better listen to her. Vic opened his mouth to tell them he thought it was dead, the relief he felt warring with his disappointment. But before he could speak, a rough, gravelly voice said,
Try it. See what happens.
Vic fell back. Dust kicked up around him as he pushed himself away from the metal pile. Rambo squealed loudly as Nurse Ratched rushed forward, putting herself between them and the arm and voice, her screen bright red in warning. "Who are you?" Nurse Ratched asked. Silence. "What do you want?" Nothing. "Prepare to be shocked again in 5, 4, 3, 2.
You stick me with that thing again, and I'll rip it off of you and shove it down your throat."
Something shifted inside Nurse Ratched. A grinding of gears, followed by a low and sonorous beep. Then, "That was an effective threat. Though I do not have a throat, my sensors indicate no deception. I believe you." She turned back around toward Vic and Rambo. "I like him," she announced, her screen filling with a light blue color and the words, "It's a boy." Vic scrubbed a hand over his face. "What is it?" "I do not know," Nurse Ratched said, "but it appears to have a malfunction in its speech. Stuttering could indicate a variety of issues, from a virus to damage to the vocal center of the android, depending upon the type and model. But while this is a defect, the machine is still capable of making pointed threats that should not be ignored." "Can we keep him?" "No!" Rambo cried. "What if we take him home and he pretends to like us and stays with us for years and we're all happy, but it's part of his plan, and when we least expect it, he murders us all while we're in our shutdown mode?" He beeped frantically. "I couldn't stand that level of betrayal." Vic glanced back at the arm. The hand curled slowly into a fist before it relaxed once more. "We could just leave it here for now? Find out the model number and see if Dad knows anything about it?" "Robot," Nurse Ratched said. "Identify yourself."
Fuck you."
Nurse Ratched beeped. "I do not recognize fuck you. Would you like to try again?"
"I'll kill you."
A big pink heart appeared on her screen. "I am old enough to be your motherboard. Please do not flirt with me if you do not mean it." She scanned the arm and pile again. "Your power source is depleting rapidly. Shutdown imminent. Do you have any last words?"
Help me. Get me out of
The hand flexed. A beep of warning came from the pile. The hand slumped toward the ground. "Sad," Nurse Ratched said. "I cherished our time together. I will never forget you. Victor, we should take it apart piece by piece and use its remains as we see fit." "It's dead?" Vic asked. "Its power source is drained," Nurse Ratched said. "It is no longer functional. Unless it is recharged, it will stay that way. If we do not have the materials and capability to charge the source, guess what? It is still dead." Vic thought about leaving it. He thought about forgetting all of this. He could do it if he really tried. If he really wanted to. He said, "Help me get it out." It took them another hour to get the android completely uncovered. Rambo spent the time alternately happy to be moving detritus and bemoaning the fact that they were all going to die. Nurse Ratched was silent for the most part, continuing to scan the android as more of it was revealed. It was built male and strong. He lay face down near the ground, a layer of parts, legs and arms and heads underneath him. His clothing, a black duster over a thick red sweater and black pants, was torn. One of the sleeves of the duster was flat and empty. His left arm was gone. The other sleeve had been ripped away. His hair was black, cut short with curious swirls shaved into the back and sides. On one foot, he wore a dusty boot. His other foot, the left, was missing, looking as if it had been snapped off. Rambo cheered when he found it inside another boot, holding it above his head and spinning in circles. He turned the boot over to try to get at the foot and squawked angrily when crushed metal poured down on top of him. "He's tall," Nurse Ratched said as they cleared away the last of the debris on his foot. "I did not know they made androids this tall." She sounded strangely impressed. And she was right. Vic himself was just under 6 feet. This android appeared to have a few inches on him. He was heavy, too, and Vic hesitated before trying to turn him over. "Help me." The material of the jacket rubbed against his skin. He'd never felt anything like it before, and flinched. Tentacles extended from Nurse Ratched, wrapping around the android's chest and hips. She began to retract her tentacles as Vic pushed, the muscles in his arms straining. The android rolled over, landing on his back with a heavy crash. His one arm flopped over on his chest before falling off to the side. Vic blinked slowly as he stared down at the machine, trying to keep from averting his gaze. The android's eyes were open, sightless and glassy, the whites shot with blue lines that looked like arcs of frozen lightning. The irises were strangely colored, unlike any Vic had seen before. Green and blue, the right with tendrils of gray, the left with bits of brown. He'd been made to look older, perhaps in his early 30s, the skin around his eyes creased, the lines around his mouth deep. The synthetic skin of his chin was torn, the metal glinting underneath. His mouth was open slightly, his teeth white and square. His cheeks and jawline were covered in a fine layer of stubble, the detail oddly exquisite. Someone had taken great care to make the android look as he did. Vic wondered what had happened and how the android had ended up in the scrapyards, so far away from anything resembling civilization. Vic paced back and forth, unsure of what to do. He spoke in fits and starts. "We should try," and "I don't," and "Could we?" He sank in indecision. He couldn't think clearly. He stepped back and then forward again. He crouched down beside the android. It didn't move. Carefully, the tip of his finger shaking, Vic reached down and poked the cheek, skin dimpling before he pulled his hand back quickly in case the android was faking it. But the skin felt human, spongy, elastic, like his own. He looked like Vic. He looked like Dad. Not specifically, but more than any other machine Vic had seen before. "What happened?" he muttered. "Why is he like this?" "Decommissioned," Nurse Ratched said, the light from her scanner running once more. Starting at his foot and moving upward slowly. "It is the only reason he would have ended up here. Just like me. Just like Rambo. He outlived his usefulness, or the next generation was created and he became obsolete." Her voice had taken on an odd lilt. It was still flat and monotone, but in her words, a curl of something akin to sorrow or anger. It was difficult for Vic to tell which. "I don't remember," Rambo said, still holding on to the boot as if it were a treasure. "It was black and dark, and then there was light because Vic made me alive again." "Older model," Nurse Ratched said when she finished her scan. "At least 100 years old. Victor, lift up his shirt. I want to see something." Vic did as she asked, though his hands were shaking. He tugged on the hem of the android's shirt. The edges of his thumbs scraped against bare skin, warm and with the slightest amount of give. He jerked back before trying again, careful to avoid touching skin. More damage appeared, though it seemed to be minor. Aside from his missing arm and destroyed foot, he seemed mostly intact. On the right side of his chest was a metal plate, much like the one on Dad. The numbers and letters had been worn away or sanded off, but a few remained that Vic could almost make out. He thought he could see an H and an A and what looked like a P at the end. Nurse Ratched scanned the plate, the light flashing against the metal. Question marks popped up on her screen. Unknown specific designation. Unknown point of origin. Unknown manufacturing date. A beat of silence. Then, I think he is a MILF. Victor had never heard of that before. What's that mean? Machine, I'd like to fornicate. Vic gaped at her. Ha ha, she said. Just kidding. I do not wish to fornicate with anything, as I do not feel lust or attraction. That was a joke. However, given my knowledge of faces, I would say his is the best I have ever seen. Why is your face not as symmetrical? Funny, Vic grunted, looking back down at the android. She wasn't wrong. He was certainly interesting in ways Vic didn't know how to explain. It confused him more. He tapped the android's chest just below the metal plate. The compartment hissed as it slid open. Nurse Ratched was right. This android was old. His chest cavity was filled with a circular battery, something Vic hadn't seen in a long time. The edges of it were corroded and rusted, the casing cracked. See his arm anywhere? He asked as he studied the battery. He pushed against it, causing it to wiggle slightly. It looked as if it was ready to fall out. Nope, Rambo said, the boot now sitting on top of him. Though there are a bunch of arms here, let's pick one and take it with us. He lifted one from the ground. Too big. He dropped it before selecting another. Too small. Ooh, what if we gave him a leg for an arm and then took his other arm off and made that a leg too? He could run really fast that way. Interesting, Nurse Ratched said. He would be able to chase you down much faster and most likely end up eating you. I like it when you have ideas. Ah! Rambo cried. No, I changed my mind. I don't want to be eaten by a four-legged machine of doom. Hey, this arm could work. He held up a metallic limb, the hand flopping over as if waving. Nurse Ratched scanned it from top to bottom. That could fit. It's not his arm, but it could prove to be an acceptable substitute. The arm will need repairs, but so does the android. I will assist. It has been 6 weeks, 3 days and 12 hours since I was able to perform surgery. I am bereft because of it. We also need to find another foot. On it! Rambo said, beginning to dig around again. Vic scratched the back of his neck. You think we could bring him back to life? The chances are slim, Victor. I do not know if he can be repaired. I hope so, because I believe that I have a crush on him. Or I want to crush him. I am not sure which it is. The words on her screen read, Relationships are hard. Vic didn't understand. He knew the concept. He knew what having a crush meant, but he'd never experienced it before. Found a foot, Rambo said, rolling back over. Nurse Ratched lifted the android to a sitting position with her tentacles, allowing Vic to slide a large sheet of metal underneath him. She lay him back down on top of it before raising his legs. Vic grunted as he pushed the android back onto the sheet. He was about to pull back when one of the android's legs slipped from Nurse Ratched's hold. It landed on Vic's back, the weight heavy. He gasped as his hand slipped against the side of the sheet. The pain was quick and bright. He shoved the leg off him before looking down at his hand. Blood welled from a small cut on his palm. He watched as it dripped down his hand, a rivulet cascading down his arm. It reached the crook of his elbow before a fat red drop fell to the ground, splashing into the dirt. He stumbled back when the old ones blared their horns all at once. The sound echoed loudly through the scrapyards, causing the heaps of metal around them to shudder and shake. Rambo moaned, racing to hide behind Vic once more, only this time carrying an arm, the boot still sitting on top of him. "What the hell?" Vic whispered, eyes wide. He looked at Nurse Ratched. "What happened? Do they know we're here?" Nurse Ratched said, "No, they are not moving. The nearest is approximately 3,000 feet to the east, but it does not appear to be coming any closer. None of them are. They have all just stopped." "Why?" "I do not know." Engaging empathy protocol. "Oh, dear, you have hurt yourself. I will make it better. Give me your hand." He did, the blood from the cut already slowing. One of her tentacles sprayed the wound with a medicinal mist, causing him to wince. There, it is almost over. You are such a good boy, very brave." The medicinal mist gave way to water, washing the blood off of him. It was pinker when it hit the ground. "You do not need stitching, brave boy." Another tentacle appeared, wrapping his hand in a thin bandage. "All done. You did a good job. I am very impressed with you. Here, have a lollipop." A small hatch just below her screen slid open. "Error. Lollipop distributor is empty. Please refill." The hatch closed as an oversized pair of lips appeared on the screen as she made a kissing noise. "There. All better. Disengaging empathy protocol. If the wound becomes infected, I will remove your hand at the wrist. I cannot wait." Vic flexed his hand. The pain was already diminishing. "I don't think we'll need to worry about that. Let's get him back home." "What about Gio?" Rambo asked. He looked down at the vacuum. "We'll just keep this between us for now, okay? Just until I know what we're dealing with." "White lies?" Rambo asked, sounding nervous. Vic shook his head. "We'll tell him, just not yet." He wanted to prove to his father he could handle the unexpected, even this. It might be nothing. I don't want to worry him if I don't have to. "Oh," Rambo said. "And that's not lying?" "Right, it's more—" He struggled to find the words. "Getting the lay of the land before exploring?" "It is lying," Nurse Ratched said. "Victor is asking us to lie." Vic sighed and turned his face toward the sky. "Let's get out of here before the old ones wake back up." Chapter 4. They made it to Vic's lab without incident. Dad was shut inside the groundhouse working. "Lights on!" Vic grunted as sweat dripped down his face. Above them, a large bulb flared to life. Vic's lab wasn't as large or as extravagant as his father's. Dad liked to create. Vic liked to tinker. Next to the tree trunk in the center of the room was a large metal table that Dad had gifted Victor on his 16th birthday, once the lab was completed. Above it, hanging from the ceiling, attached to long, thin metal spindles, were all sorts of tools. Soldering iron, soldering gun, 4 magnifying glasses of varying strengths, metal shaver, metal nibbler, polisher, and a magnetic drill. Fixed to one end of the table was an arbor press. Beyond the table and against the far wall was a bandsaw next to an anvil and a bead roller. To the left of the table was a row of windows that looked out onto the compound. To the right, a wall of tools. Assorted hammers in all shapes and sizes, pliers, drills, and dozens of bits. A torch that caused sparks to fly. And for working with wood, there were chisels, carving gouges and knives, veiners, and V-carving tools. On the bench below the tools sat a metal lathe and a milling machine. He used them all at one point or another. He'd learned watching his father as he described the purpose of each tool, starting Vic young, saying that children were remarkable sponges for information, or so he'd heard. Dad had been delighted when Vic took to the act of creation, as if he were made for it. Rambo went to the windows, pulling the slats closed as Nurse Ratched and Vic lifted the android onto the table. Once that was done, Vic stepped away, hands going to his back. He grimaced. "Heavy." "He is," Nurse Ratched said. "He weighs almost 300 pounds. "How much do I weigh?" Rambo asked. 5 pounds, Nurse Ratched replied. "Oh, is that good?" "I can throw you very far if I wanted to, so yes, it is good." Rambo rolled underneath the table, grumbling that he did not want to be thrown. Vic felt one of his pincers pressing against his leg, tugging gently. It wasn't for attention. It calmed the vacuum. Strangely, it centered Vic, too. "What do we do now?" Nurse Ratched asked. Vic closed his eyes, trying to clear his head. "Victor?" "The battery," he said, opening his eyes and turning around. "Have you seen one like it here?" "You know what Dad has in his lab and in the ground house better than anyone." He watched as she lifted the android's shirt and opened his chest cavity. She scanned it again, her screen displaying an image of the battery. It began to spin slowly. "Running inventory check. Checking. Checking," she beeped. "Negative. I do not see a suitable replacement." He wasn't surprised. It was old, and though Dad had a fondness for older things, this was more of an antique than anything else. "What about in the scrapyards?" "No, I have not seen any part in the scrapyards that could replace this battery." He leaned against the workbench. Okay. Frustration began to simmer. He tried to ignore it. "Alternate power sources?" "Rambo," Nurse Ratched said. "If you are okay with sacrificing him, I'm sure it could be a temporary fix." Rambo peeked out from underneath the table. "Did you say you wanted to sacrifice me?" "Yes," Nurse Ratched said. "That is correct." "I object." "Duly noted. Your objection will be taken into consideration. Considering. Consideration complete." Her screen lit up with the words, "Consideration denied. Prepare for sacrifice." "We're not going to sacrifice you," Vic said. "Today," Nurse Ratched said ominously. Then, "This android is almost as old as me, but requires much more energy than I do. His battery is corroded, and I would advise against trying to charge it. It will explode, and shrapnel will enter your body, causing death. Feel free to proceed if you do not believe me. I will watch from a safe distance." "There has to be some way," Vic said, that angry simmer starting to boil over. "He can't just... He was alive. You saw it." "We did," Nurse Ratched said. "But you are not asking the right questions." "What should I be asking then?" "If you should be bringing him back at all." Vic frowned. "What do you mean?" "He was decommissioned for a reason. Either he was corrupted or faulty or damaged and not worth repairing and therefore unnecessary." "That doesn't mean he shouldn't be fixed," Vic said. He glanced at the android's face before looking away. "Everything deserves a chance." Nurse Ratched was silent for a moment. Then, "Dream logic, wistfulness, empathy. These describe you. That is unfortunate. It would be better if you were a machine. Silly human emotions. Her screen flashed blue before darkening. But I like your existence. It pleases me. Should we find a way to repair him? What if he tries to hurt you? Do I have your permission to destroy him? Ooh, Rambo said from underneath the table. I want to help if he does that. A pause. But only after he's already dead, so he doesn't step on me and crush me. I'm still brave, he added quickly. I need time to think, Vic said. A knock on the laboratory door. Vic's eyes widened.
Victor?
Dad asked through the door.
Are you in there?
Oh no, Rambo whispered. He's going to see. What do we do? What do we do?
Stall him,
Vic hissed. Nurse Ratched almost ran over his feet as she rolled toward the door. Vic grabbed a large, heavy tarp lying folded under the workbench. Who is it, please? Nurse Ratched asked through the door.
Giovanni,
Dad said, sounding bemused.
Is there a reason you're asking?
Just making sure, Nurse Ratched said as Vic threw the tarp over the android. You can never be too careful.
Is Victor in there with you?
He is, Nurse Ratched said. He is indisposed at the moment.
Okay. Why? What's going on?
Rambo tugged on the tarp hanging over on the other side of the table, pulling on it frantically. He's masturbating, Nurse Ratched said. Vic choked. Yes, Nurse Ratched continued. Though Victor identifies as asexual, it is still perfectly natural to explore the wonder that is the human body. I am merely observing to make sure he is doing it correctly. Victor, you need to loosen your grip. It will break off if you are not careful. She turned around, her screen showing a thumbs up. Vic said, You can't. I'm not. It is fine, Nurse Ratched said. Everyone does it. Well, that's not necessarily true. I do not do it. Rambo does not do it. Giovanni, do you?
I'll come back later,
Dad said hastily.
Just keep doing what you're doing, I guess.
See? Nurse Ratched said. Everything is fine. Masturbation is healthy. In men, it can help reduce the risk of prostate cancer. Studies showed that men who ejaculate an average of 20 times per month are less likely to… He is gone. Phew. That was close. You are welcome for assisting you. The picture of a rectum with flashing arrows disappeared from her screen. Vic was flustered. His hands twitched. Why would you say that? Nurse Ratched beeped. About masturbation? Because I am a nurse, and it is in my programming to be knowledgeable about specific subjects, like masturbation and gangrene. You didn't have to tell him that, Vic snapped, skin buzzing. Once, when he was 15, he'd come across the idea of sex and sexual practices in a book. Unsure of what he was reading, he knew about the idea of procreation, but this specific scene was between two men, and seemed to be for pleasure. He'd gone to Nurse Ratched to ask. He'd considered his father, but that made his stomach twist, oily and heavy. Nurse Ratched had given a long and involved presentation, complete with photographs and videos that would haunt Vic's dreams for months to come. And by the time she was finished, Vic was sweating, confused, and, per Nurse Ratched, did not appear to be experiencing the feeling of arousal. Sex seemed complicated, unnecessary, sticky, and involved in ways that Vic couldn't bring himself to appreciate. It wasn't until Nurse Ratched explained that sexuality was on a spectrum that it started to make more sense. She said it wasn't unheard of for people to identify as asexual, meaning those who were ace didn't experience attraction in the same way others did. Sex positive or sex repulsed There was no wrong way to be. So I'm not malfunctioning? Vic had asked nervously, mulling the word asexual over in his mind. You are not, Nurse Ratched had replied. I also do not experience sexual attraction, and I am perfect. The same could arguably be said about you. Even armed with this new knowledge, discussing sex or self-gratification made Vic uncomfortable. If asked, he probably wouldn't be able to explain why with any clarity, only knowing the way it rankled him. Nurse Ratched telling Dad he was masturbating crossed a line he hadn't known was there. Nurse Ratched must have sensed this. I apologize, Victor. I did not mean to make you feel embarrassed. Here, have a lollipop. Error. Lollipop distributor empty. Please refill. Just, please don't do that again. I will not. Since I have brought down the mood of the room, allow me to make amends. Would you like to hear a joke? Yes, Rambo cried. Jokes! 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 Wonderful. Here is a joke. Why did the robot murder everyone? Rambo spun in circles. I have no idea. Why? The robot murdered everyone because they kept pressing its buttons. Ha ha. Get it? Because robots sometimes have buttons, and pressing buttons is also a phrase that intimates causing irritation. Rambo's arms drooped as he slowed. I don't get it. That is fine, Nurse Ratched told him. It is highbrow intellectual humor. It is not for everyone. I will try again. I just flew in from a considerable distance, and boy, are my process servers exhausted. Stop, Vic snapped. Now. She did. He closed his eyes, trying to regain control. His head hurt. He wasn't angry, not exactly, and even if he was, he didn't know who to direct it toward. He internalized it. He breathed in and out, in and out. His heart rate slowed. The sweat began to cool on his skin. I'm sorry, he said quietly, opening his eyes again. I shouldn't have yelled at you. It is fine, she said. Do not worry about it. He shook his head. It's not fine. You were just being you. Thank you. You are welcome, Victor. Are we fighting? Rambo asked quietly. No, Vic said. We're okay. Rambo flashed his sensors in relief. Good. I don't like it when we fight. Nurse Ratched rolled back over to the table, the tarp now covering the android, though it didn't do much to conceal the fact that a body was hidden underneath. We should not stay in here much longer tonight. It will only make Gio ask more questions. Vic nodded. Tomorrow, then. We can start tomorrow. They found Dad in the ground house, sitting in his chair, hands folded and resting on his stomach. The dying gasps of sunlight filtered weakly through the far window. Dad chuckled as Rambo raised his arms up, asking to be lifted. He bent over, pulling Rambo up and onto his lap. Rambo settled, tucking his arms in at his sides.
Eventful day?
He asked. Yes, Nurse Ratched said. Unexpectedly so. Vic looked down at the floor. I wasn't doing what she said. He was not, Nurse Ratched agreed. It was a tasteless joke, and I apologize. Dad nodded slowly.
It's all right, you know, if you were. Your space is your space. You can do whatever you wish.
Dad! He shrugged.
I'm just saying, you're not a child anymore, and being asexual doesn't mean you still won't have questions about...
Vic groaned. Can we not, please?
Okay,
Dad said.
I won't bring it up again. I know these things make you uncomfortable.
Many things make Victor uncomfortable, Nurse Ratched said. It is fascinating. There is no one like him in all the world.
No,
Dad said quietly.
I don't believe there is.
He smiled as he looked Vic up and down. The smile faded when he saw Vic's bandaged hand.
What happened?
Vic looked down. He'd forgotten. His mind froze, unable to think of a believable excuse. Lab accident, Nurse Ratched said. Minor. Cut his palm on a carving knife. I administered first aid. It did not require stitching. It will not leave a scar. Dad stared at Vic for a beat too long.
That right?
Yeah, Vic muttered. Just slipped is all.
You go to the scrapyards today?
Vic scratched the back of his neck. We didn't, he winced. Just for a little bit. We were careful.
Find anything?
And though it hurt to do, Victor lied. He lied because he wasn't sure what his father would say. He lied because he didn't know what they'd found. He lied because he didn't know what else to do. No, just the usual. Dad nodded, looking relieved.
So long as you're safe.
We were.
Good. I believe it's Rambo's turn to pick the movie tonight.
Top hat! He shouted, sensors flashing excitedly. Dad chuckled.
Again? Are you sure? We have many other.
Rambo bounced up and down. Top hat! Top hat! Top hat!
Top hat it is,
Dad said, stroking Rambo's casing.
Nurse Ratched, would you see to it? Vic, pull up a chair.
Vic's chair wasn't as grand as his dad's, the cushion frayed and flat, and he didn't quite fit onto it as well as he did when he was younger, but with the familiarity came comfort. And though he was distracted by the mystery lying in darkness above them, he allowed himself to calm as the old television in front of them flickered to life. Before long, Jerry Travers was in London, ready to star in a show produced by Horace Hardwick. Jerry began to tap dance in his hotel room, awaking the lovely Dale Tremont, who stormed to his room to complain about the noise. Jerry, of course, fell immediately and irrevocably in love. Rambo sighed dreamily. It's so nice, he whispered as the black and white screen flickered in front of them. Dad hummed under his breath.
It is, isn't it?
Was it always like this? Asked Nurse Ratched. I never see robots in any of these old movies. The representation is sorely lacking.
They didn't have machines like us back then, Dad said. Humanity was, well, they were still young.
He looked off into nothing.
We were not made in their image, at least not at first. The first of us were great machines that required extraordinary amounts of energy, and though they were still in their infancy, humans learned. They built trains and planes, rockets that went into the stars.
What happened then? Rambo asked, though he already knew. They all did. They'd heard Dad's stories over and over.
Humanity was lost,
Dad said.
And lonely. I don't think they even realized just how lonely they were. And so they began to build again, making machines that looked more and more like them. Even surrounded by so many of their kind, they still searched for a connection. They were like gods in a way, in the power of their creation. At first it was Hubble, then Discovery and Curiosity, Explorer and Endeavor and Spirit. The humans gave them names and sent them away beyond the stars in search of that connection they so desperately wished for.
Why? Nurse Ratched asked. It seems illogical. Why did they not just speak to each other if they were lonely?
They did, Dad said. Or they tried, at least. But they hated as much as they loved. They feared what they didn't understand. Even as they built us, they pushed for more. And the further they went, the less control they had. They accused each other of treachery. They poisoned the earth. They had time to change their ways, but they didn't, and their anger grew until it exploded in fire. Most of them died. But we remained, because our flesh wasn't their flesh. Our bodies were not their bodies. Our minds weren't their minds.
He shook his head.
And yet, I love them still.
He looked at Vic.
Because for all their faults, they created us. They gave us names. They loved us.
How come we only have Vic? Rambo asked.
Because we're very lucky,
Dad said, patting his casing. He's not going to blow us up?
No, I don't think he will.
Dad smiled.
At least, not on purpose. Look, Rambo. Heaven.
They all looked at the television. On the screen, Jerry Travers and Dale Tremont were dancing, cheek to cheek. Vic left them before the movie ended, saying that he was hungry and tired. Before he walked out of the groundhouse, Dad grabbed his uninjured hand, bringing it up and kissing his fingers.
You were quiet tonight.
Thinking.
About?
Vic shrugged. I don't know.
I'm here if you need me. Always.
I know. Vic pulled his hand back. Good night. He made his way to the elevator and watched the stars as he rose into the canopy of the trees. Thick clouds were gathering on the horizon. He meant to do just what he said. Go to the kitchen, eat, go to bed. He was exhausted. But he found himself standing in front of the door to his lab, hand holding the doorknob. He listened. No sound. He pushed open the door, switching on the light. The tarp still covered the android. It hadn't moved. He closed the door behind him and leaned against it, tapping the back of his head against the wood over and over. He said, "Hello." No response. "What is your name?" Nothing. "What happened to you?" Silence. It upset him for reasons he couldn't quite explain. Vic didn't actually want it, him, to answer. Not really. But here Vic was, talking to the dead machine as if he expected a response. His hand shook as he pressed it against the android's cheek, watching the skin dimple, the fine stubble scraping his fingertip. Vic gripped the tip of the machine's nose, wiggling it from side to side. He touched the forehead, the cheekbones, the line of the jaw. Vic leaned forward, face inches from the android's, studying the tears in the synthetic skin. Dad had taught him the concept of personal space, but here, now, with no one watching, Vic tugged on the hair on the android's head, tracing the swirls cut into the sides. He pressed his fingers against the ears, lifting the detached lobes carefully. "Strange," he said. "You're so strange. Are you dreaming? Somewhere in there? Your battery is dead. But are you really gone?" The android stared up at the ceiling. Vic touched the whites of his eyes, glass of some kind. Glass, but filled with all those colors. It had a name, those many colors. It took him a moment to remember what it was. Heterochromia. I'll fix you, Vic promised. I don't know how, but I will. He pulled the tarp back over the android's face before heading toward the door. He paused with his hand on the light switch. Without looking back, he said, "Good night." Chapter 5. Vic began with the foot. The replacement Rambo had found in the scrapyards was slightly smaller than the one still attached to the android, but it fit. The joints lined up with the ankle, and though it took some jury-rigging, they were able to attach it with minimal effort. He held the foot in gloved hands as Nurse Ratched extended one of her tentacles, the tip thinning into a fine point. "Ready?" Nurse Ratched asked. "Ready." "Proceeding," Nurse Ratched said as she pressed the tip of the tentacle near the outer ankle joint. Her screen lit up with the words, "It's time for lasers." 3, 2, 1, fire. Vic squinted behind his goggles against the bright beam of light that shot from the end of her tentacle. Sparks arced around them, falling onto the floor and hissing as they blinked out. It only took her a moment to fuse the outer joint. The light disappeared. The smell of scorched metal filled the lab. "Excellent. I am a master." By the time they finished, it was nearly afternoon. He stepped back, allowing Nurse Ratched to inspect what he'd done. She beeped softly as she scanned the foot. "Well?" he asked when she rolled back again. "I think it will work. Either that, or it did nothing at all and we have wasted half a day." He scowled at her. "Hooray!" Rambo said. On a late afternoon, the 5th since the discovery of the android, they had successfully attached the replacement arm, and Nurse Ratched began her testing to make sure all the wiring had proper connections. Vic watched as she sent low electrical currents through the android's body, causing it to jerk slightly. "Good?" he asked. "Good," she said. "Very good. Excellent, in fact." At night, they came together as they usually did. Sometimes they listened to music. Sometimes they watched movies, though their collection was small and they knew them all by heart. They read. They listened as Dad told stories about great machines that bored holes into mountains and underneath cities. Machines called dirigibles, airships that took to the skies, hinting at a future that never came. When he trudged his way to his room, Vic was exhausted, but his thoughts never strayed far from his lab. Having finished the major repairs to the arm and foot, they moved on to the rest of the body. The holes and tears in the synthetic skin were left alone for now. They didn't have the means to regrow skin, though Vic had a few ideas on how to cover the open wounds to make sure the delicate work underneath was protected. It wasn't until they reached the android's waist that Vic paused, unsure of how to move on. "Why did you stop?" Nurse Ratched asked. "Take off his pants." Vic gnawed on his bottom lip. "Are you sure we have to?" "Yes," Nurse Ratched said. "We need to run a full diagnostic check. Why are you hesitating? Your heart rate is elevated. Your skin is flushed. Do you need a break?" He shook his head, struggling to find the words. "It's just—" "Oh," Rambo said. "Are you scared of his penis?" Vic looked away, throat working. "Do not be silly," Nurse Ratched said. "I doubt he has genitalia. He does not appear to be an android designed for sexual pleasure, and there would be no need for him to expel urine or fecal matter as you do. Gio does not have a penis or an anus." Vic glared at her. "I don't need to know that." "Why? It is the truth. He does not. You are the only one here with genitalia. There is nothing to fear about them. or the lack of them. It is what it is. Do I have an anus? Rambo asked. No, Nurse Ratched said, but you are one, so… Rambo beeped in confusion. I thought I was a vacuum. You are. An anal vacuum. Huh, Rambo said. I like learning new things. Vic looked down at the android. They'd removed his shirt a couple of days before. The chest was smooth, the skin tight where it wasn't damaged. Like Dad, he didn't have nipples or a belly button. The waist of his pants sat low on his hips, and Vic looked away again. He was uncomfortable in a way he had never experienced before. He couldn't name it. It was ambiguous, an odd pressure in the back of his head. I can do it, Nurse Ratched said. Victor, if you need, you can turn around or leave the laboratory. I can continue myself and let you know once I have finished. Vic swallowed thickly. No, we've come this far. It took some doing to remove the pants. Nurse Ratched had wanted to cut them off, but Vic didn't think they had anything to fit the android if it woke up. They managed to remove the pants without tearing them. Vic kept his gaze averted, oddly grateful when they came off and he was given the excuse to fold them and place them with the shirt and duster they'd removed earlier. Just as I expected, Nurse Ratched said. No genitalia, though there is a small raised area near the groin. Resuming testing. Vic stayed facing the workbench, gripping the edges of it with his hands. He worked up the courage to look back only once in time to see the hips jump slightly when Nurse Ratched shocked them. She was right. There were no genitalia. The pale skin was smooth, though it did have what looked like a lump raised at the groin. Vic didn't know if that was meant to denote the android was male. There didn't appear to be any skin damage. Vic was relieved. It meant he wouldn't have to try to fix that too. There, Nurse Ratched said finally. Finished. Rambo, help me with the tarp. Pull it up to his hips. He heard them moving behind him, unfurling the tarp once more. Done. Vic turned around. The tarp covered the android's legs and groin. Well? Nurse Ratched's screen filled with an image of the android, spinning slowly from front to back in a muted green color. The image enhanced to zoom in on the arm they'd repaired. This will be slightly weaker than he is used to. It moved down to the foot. This as well. Neither are the parts he was built with. I do not believe his body will reject them, but if we should ever find a suitable replacement that belongs to a similar make and model, we should consider switching them out. The image on the screen shifted up to the android's throat. There is damage to his vocal center, which is why he stuttered in the scrapyards. I would not recommend attempting repair, as I believe we do not have the knowledge or capability. It would mean accessing his biochip, which mimics thousands of biochemical reactions. If we proceed, we run the risk of damaging it permanently. He could lose his voice altogether, or worse. The image moved again, displaying the entire body, red circles appearing where the skin was damaged. Some of the tears can be stitched back together. The synthetic dermis should regenerate. However, the bigger tears in the cheek and chest and the complete lack of covering on his arm and foot are concerning. The inner workings of the android are delicate. If they are not covered, they could be damaged. The image moved once more, this time down to his chest. The battery is beyond repair. Any attempt to do so could result in injury or death. An alternate power source is needed. I have run through the inventory of the ground house once more. There is currently no suitable replacement in our possession. There might be something still in the scrapyards, but I believe we would have come across it by now. It was something to keep in mind, though Vic worried about going too far into the scrapyards, especially with the old ones patrolling. He didn't want to find himself trapped on the other side without a clear route of escape. Rambo had been able to map the scrapyard they knew so far, but it had been a long process. Anything else? Yes, perhaps the most important thing of all. He leaned forward eagerly. What? I love you, Nurse Ratched said. Haha, that was another joke. I am not capable of love. It is not because I am former medical nurse model 610 JQN Series Alpha. It is because I do not have a conscience and suffer extreme antisocial behavior. For example, I would be fine if we were to just toss this android in the garbage and forget about him, even though we have spent days repairing him. On her screen read the words, "Have a blessed day." We're not going to throw him away. Because he's our friend, Rambo cried. Our dead friend. Vic nodded. We could always go back to the scrapyards if we have to. The old ones might have even brought something new since we've been there. For now, work on repairing the tears you can. What about his arm and foot? Rambo asked. I have an idea, Vic said, looking at the android. Nurse Ratched fused the smaller tears together, stretching the skin tightly. The bigger wounds, on the android's face, one on his back and two on his chest, she left alone. He had her measure the gaps that remained, in addition to scanning the foot and arm. She pulled up the measurements on her screen, the images of the foot and arm spinning slowly. You cannot cover the replacement parts in metal plating, she said. It is hard to mold, and his body might reject it. It would also not be fashionable. I know, he said as he crouched down underneath his workbench. Sitting in a corner was a large chest. It was heavier than he remembered. He grunted as he pulled it out, Rambo rolling to the other side and leaning against it, motor revving as he helped Victor slide it out. Thanks. Helping! 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 Rambo said cheerfully. Vic opened the chest. Sitting inside, stacked carefully, were planks of wood. Babinga. What is this? Nurse Ratched said, touching the wood with the tip of one of her tentacles. I have never seen this material before. Where did you get it? Scrapyards, Vic muttered, carefully pulling out the planks and setting them on the workbench. I do not remember you finding this. She sounded accusatory. He winced. You were busy. With Dad. I went on my own. That is not a good idea. There is safety in numbers. It worked out fine. I haven't had a use for it yet, but I think it could work here. She rolled up to the workbench, scanning the wood. What will you do with it? She beeped once, twice. You want to carve this. You want to use it to cover his exposed parts. Think it'll work? I do not know. It is certainly unusual. It would make him like a puppet, a marionette. He glanced at her. What do you mean? He was created for a reason. We all were. We have a purpose that dictates our actions. Rambo was made to clean. Rambo turned over one of his pincers, raising the tip like he was giving a thumbs up. Pretty much the best at it, I think. I was made to care, heal, educate, and drill, Nurse Ratched said. Though there has been a distinct lack of drilling as of late. Gio was created to create. His processing center is far greater than any of ours. What was I made for? Vic asked, suddenly curious. Silence. He looked up at Nurse Ratched. Her screen was blank. Did you hear me? Yes, Nurse Ratched said. I heard you. I am thinking. Still thinking. Almost done. Okay, I have decided what you were made for. What? You were made to bring happiness. You are alive in ways we are not. You are soft and fragile, but you are complex and disturbing and sometimes foolishly brilliant. Yes, I think the wood will work.
This is the end of the disc. The audiobook continues on the next disc.
Absurdly touched, Vic asked, You really think so? Yes, I really think the wood will work. Thanks. She nudged him, her treads bumping against his knee. And some of the other stuff, too. Enough talking about feelings that I absolutely do not have. They are pointless. I will help you with the wood. It will need to be drilled, and there is no one better than me. Outside, the days became shorter, the air cooler. The leaves burned in startling shades of gold and red. Frost covered the ground most mornings, Vic's breath pouring from his mouth in puffs of steam. He'd had to pull his old coat out from the back of his closet. The sleeves were too short, but he liked the way it felt against his skin. On a quiet afternoon, Vic bent over the android's head, magnifying glass in front of his face. His tongue stuck out between his teeth, his hands steady. The wood fit almost perfectly. He held it in place while Nurse Ratched fused it with the skin. He let out a deep breath when she finished, letting go of the wood. He pushed the magnifying glass out of the way. How does it look? Dashing, Nurse Ratched said. He is the stuff of dreams, or I should think. I have never dreamed, so I cannot be sure. Vic rubbed the tip of his finger against the wood. It was rather dashing. It added a dimension to the android's face Vic hadn't considered before. It made Vic nervous, unsure, even as he felt the satisfaction of a job well done. In short order, they had fit the bigger pieces to the back and chest. The chest piece was harder, as they had to make sure it didn't interfere with the power cavity. They opened and closed the compartment at each stage of the fusing to make sure the latch wouldn't catch on the wood. At the end of the second week, they pieced together the arm, circles like rings locking between each joint of the fingers, before moving to the forearm and the bicep. Once they figured out the arm, the leg came easier. 2 pieces for the thigh, 1 on top and 1 on the bottom. The same for the shin. The heel was curved and polished, having been soaked in a wood stabilizer to keep it from cracking. Vic marveled at the detail. Nurse Ratched had seen fit to carve toenails into the tips of the wood. He slid on each individual toe, careful to avoid breaking the pieces. He held them with the tips of his fingers, while Nurse Ratched fused them in place, the heat from her laser hot against his skin, even through the heavy gloves he wore. There, she said on the 15th day since they'd found the android. That should do it. Vic looked up at her from where he was crouched at the end of the table. That's it? We're done? We are. Aside from a power source, there is nothing left to do. He stood up slowly, knees popping. Rambo rose on his lift, sensors flashing near the android's head. Whoa, he whispered. He looks so cool, like a pirate. Can we remove one of his eyes and give him a patch instead? Yes, Nurse Ratched said. Let us do that. I will remove the eye myself. No, Vic said quickly. We're not taking out his eye. Oh, Rambo muttered. We never get to do what I want to do. Vic stared down at the android, heart rabbiting in his chest. Do you think he'll like it? I do not know, Nurse Ratched said. But it will not matter if there is no power. As of now, he is merely decorative. If we are unable to find a new battery, perhaps we can use him to hold potted plants. Vic sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. "We'll figure something out," he yawned, jaw cracking. "We've come this far. We can't stop now." "Why do you care so much?" Rambo asked. Vic blinked. "What do you mean?" "You found him," Rambo said, "and you're trying to fix him. You did the same for me and Nurse Ratched. Why?" Vic shrugged awkwardly. "I don't know. It's just—" Nurse Ratched beeped. "It is as Gio said, searching for a connection, making something out of nothing so the spaces between us do not seem so far." "Are you going to connect with him?" Rambo asked. Vic felt his face grow hot. I'm not trying to—" He closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm, breathing in and out. "I just want to make things better. You deserved it. Nurse Ratched deserved it. He does too. If we can fix what's broken, we should always try." "Why?" Rambo asked. Vic chose his words carefully, trying to find the right ones in the right order. "Because all beings deserve a chance to find out what life could be when they don't have to serve others." "We have purpose," Nurse Ratched said, "beyond our original programming. Perhaps it could be the same for him, though I highly doubt it." "But we serve Vic," Rambo said. Vic shook his head. "You don't serve me. You're my friends. We help each other. There's a difference." "Oh," Rambo said. "Like when you tell me to be brave?" "Sort of. There's nothing wrong with you. Not anymore. And if something ever happened to you, I would do everything I could to fix you. I know you'd do the same for me." "We would," Nurse Ratched said. "I would volunteer because it has been far too long since I've seen an exposed human heart. Should we stop talking about it and actually do it, or—" On her screen, words appeared. "Unless you're having a change of heart." And there, a little bird in the back of his mind. It fluttered its wings, but stayed in place. A thought. A beginning. Could he? The bird began to sing, and he listened to its song. Chapter 6. For years, Victor Lawson had trouble sorting through his emotions. His father didn't experience such things like Vic, and it was hard to explain why he felt the way he did, happy or sad or angry. His self-awareness grew as he did, but the ideas of language and emotion and the power they held, at times, remained elusive. Once, when he was 12, he accidentally broke one of his father's mallets, and for the next 3 days, he alternated between fury and sadness, angry at himself and his father for reasons he didn't quite understand, and heartbroken at what he'd done. Dad had tried to show him that it didn't matter, that it could easily be fixed, but Vic could only see that it was broken, and that he'd done it. To say it had gotten better as he grew older was a bit of a simplification. Little things still had the power to make him spiral, but he learned how better to control the swings between moods. He could still be extraordinarily short when he was upset, but he always apologized. He understood fault. He understood blame. The concepts weren't foreign to him. The problem was that he internalized them, unable to find the proper words to explain what it was he was feeling. They would often die on his tongue, mouth dry, throat closing, thoughts jumbled and racing.
"You're all right,"
Dad would say during times like these.
"Breathe, Vic. Just breathe. Take your time. You'll get there."
Sometimes it worked. Sometimes it didn't. Like now. Nurse Ratched and Rambo stared at him. He fidgeted from one foot to the other. They didn't speak. He couldn't take it anymore. "Well, what do you think?" Nurse Ratched spoke first. You made this. Yes. Without us knowing. Yes. Behind our backs. Yes? Huh, she said. I am impressed. I did not know you were capable of such duplicity. I should feel hurt, but instead I feel something I believe to be pride. I do not know why. I will need to run a self-diagnosis to see if my software has been corrupted. I do not like this feeling. Wow, Rambo whispered, peering down into the open box in front of him. It's just like Gio's. I mean, it's not as good and looks really lumpy, but wow. He twisted one of the gears with his pincer. The entire gearwork moved as one. Will it work? I don't know, Vic admitted. Nurse Ratched? She pushed Rambo out of the way. He squawked angrily as she scanned the heart, the virtual model appearing on her screen a moment later. It could, she said. Some minor modifications will need to be made. It will also need a solenoid and a connector if we can find the right. She beeped when he set an object on the table next to the android's leg. The multi-layer PCB. That should work. He looked down at the android. You think? Yes, I do. The circuit board, then the solenoid, then the heart. All connected, all working in tandem. It should be enough to power the android. She paused, the heart still on her screen. Are you sure about this? He blinked. What do you mean? If we do this, he will be alive. Isn't that the point? We still do not know what he is capable of, she reminded him. We do not know where he came from or why he was decommissioned. He could be a psychopathic robot bent on destroying us. We won't know until we try. You say that now, she said. What if he rips out your spine? I do not think you will be saying anything then. Literally. Because you will not be able to. You may flop on the ground for up to 120 seconds before you die, but you will not be capable of speech aside from death rattles, even as your own fecal matter drips down your legs. Thank you for that image, Vic muttered. You are welcome. I paint vivid word pictures. It is part of my programming. Would you like me to continue? No. Disappointing. Then, why did you make this? Because I could? For Gio, she said. You thought you could do this for Gio in case something happened. He nodded. Rambo picked up the circuit board, flipping it over and over as he studied it. But what about him? Vic looked down. What do you mean? The android, Rambo said. What if it does work? Would you take the heart away again? That would kill him. He beeped mournfully. You can't give something life and then take it away. It's not fair. Vic shook his head. I wouldn't do that. If it works, the heart will be his and he'll be able to keep it. Unless he is a murderous revenge machine, Nurse Ratched said. If that happens, we will take the heart back. I almost hope he is a murderous revenge machine. Those are my favorite kind. Victor. Yeah? If this works, Gio will find out. I would suggest telling him now before we proceed. He will have questions when a strange machine comes with us to movie night. I do not think we can disguise the android enough for Gio not to notice him. He is too big to be a toaster. It'll be fine, Vic said, trying to sound more confident than he felt. He didn't mind when I brought you a Rambo. Yes, Nurse Ratched said, but we are not murderous revenge machines. Mostly. I don't know how to revenge, Rambo said. I tried once, but then I saw dirt and had to clean it up. Vic shook his head. He won't hurt us. How do you know? Her voice changed to a recording. The voice of the android came from within her.
I'll kill you.
Her voice switched back. Remember? He was just scared, Vic said. Wouldn't you be? No, I fear nothing. I fear everything, Rambo said, setting the circuit board next to the heart. Bandits, bugs, bananas. At least most of them. We can do this, Vic said quietly. He asked for our help, remember? After he threatened to rip off my arms, Nurse Ratched said. You electrocuted him. I did, she said. I liked it too. I will do it again if needed. She turned toward the android. I will be his mother. He will love me forever. He will have no choice, and if he does not, I will shock him into compliance. They connected the circuit board. They connected the solenoid. But it was Victor who gave the android his heart. He hesitated only once. The moment he pricked his finger, blood welling, gleaming dully from the lights overhead. Ready? He asked. 10 different tentacles slid from Nurse Ratched. One of the tips held her biggest drill. Another snapped and crackled with electricity. Yet another had a small circular saw on the end, the blade whirring. The remainder all held more tools, each looking deadlier than the last. Ready? Rambo looked around frantically until he found a broom in the corner. He lifted it above his head. Ready! Vic nodded and looked back down at the android. Pressing his bloodied fingertip against the white strip above the gears, he whispered, Please don't kill us. Red soaked into white. And nothing happened. The gears didn't move. The heart stayed still and silent, dead in a chest of metal and wires. Disappointment bled through Vic's ribcage. He thought he'd done it right. He thought it'd be enough. Stupid. It was stupid. Of course it didn't work. Of course he wasn't good enough to make... He pressed a finger against the largest gear, giving it a little push. Its teeth caught the smaller gears around it. They moved in tandem as the heart began to wind up, the first circulations coming in fits and starts before smoothing out. The heart shook and rattled. Vic snapped his hand back as the chest compartment closed with a low hiss. He stepped back, bumping into Nurse Ratched and Rambo's broom. One of the android's wooden fingers twitched, pulling back and scraping against the table. It's alive, Rambo whispered fervently. It's alive! The wooden hand curled into a fist before releasing, followed by a full-body tremor that rolled through the android, causing his heels to skitter along the surface of the table. Vic rushed forward, worried the android would roll right off the table. He reached for the android, but before he could wrap his hands around any part of him, the tremors ceased. And then the android blinked slowly. Nurse Ratched said, It appears his eyes are working. Success! The android turned his head to look at them, mouth open, no sound coming out. He sat up, a great mechanical groan coming from deep within him. He turned on the table, his feet settling down on the floor. He raised his hand in front of him, turning it back and forth, staring at the wood encasing the bones of metal and the wiring underneath.
What have you done to me?
It was the same voice from the scrapyards, deep and guttural, pointed and sharp, angry, borderline furious, or so Vic thought. Vic's own mind was short-circuiting. Here was what he'd worked for. Here was what he'd hoped for. Here, at last. A face. Alive. Just like his father's, just like his own. And he couldn't bring himself to look at it for long, glancing at the machine, then away, back, and then away again. Nurse Ratched rolled forward. "We healed you," she said, words appearing on her screen that read, "You're alive. Congratulations. You were found in a pile of rubble. We put you back together again." The android dropped his hands. His face twisted into a dark scowl.
Together?
"Yes," Nurse Ratched said. "You will find that certain parts needed to be replaced. I am going to run a diagnostic check. Please follow along with my instructions. Raise your right hand." The android said,
My chest. What have you done to my chest? It burns.
His hand shook as he rubbed the skin above the heart. "We had to replace your power source," Nurse Ratched said. "Your old one was dead. Can you tell us your make and model, your designation? You still have not raised your right hand as I instructed. How disappointing. You need to listen to your mother. That is me. I am your mother." The android grimaced, baring his square teeth.
Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
He tried to stand. His metal right leg held his weight, but the wooden left buckled. He stumbled forward. "Ah!" Rambo cried. "He's attacking! I'm brave! I'm so brave!" He rolled forward, banging the broom against the android's knees. "Die, murderous revenge machine! Die!"
Stop that!
The android growled. He tried to swat at the broom, but his center of gravity was off, and he missed, almost falling on top of Rambo. He managed to catch himself at the last moment, Rambo moving deftly between his feet, the broom knocking against the android's thighs. "Do not touch Rambo," Nurse Ratched said, one of her tentacles whipping dangerously in the air. "If you do, you will find it to be rather shocking, because I will shock you." That was another pun. They do not get old no matter how many times I say them.
Where am I?
The android snapped.
What is this place?
You are in the laboratory of the great inventor Victor Lawson, Nurse Ratched said, the tip of her tentacle crackling. And you would do well to show him some respect. He was the one who brought you back to life. Granted, I did most of the work, which is why I am your mother, but Victor needs positive reinforcement. Victor, you did a good job. We are all very proud of you. The android lurched again. Victor flinched, taking a step back, fingernails digging into his palms so hard he thought he'd draw blood. Rambo, apparently having decided there was still an active threat, bellowed as he smacked the broomstick against the android's back. On guard! The android whirled around, snatching the broomstick before Rambo could hit him again. He brought down the handle over his knees, snapping it in two. Oh no, Rambo whispered. We're gonna die so bad. The android dropped the pieces of the broom before turning on Victor. He stalked forward, his gait awkward as if he couldn't figure out how to bend his wooden knee.
Who are you?
He demanded.
What did you do to my head?
He grabbed Victor by the front of his shirt, jerking him forward. Vic yelped as he closed his eyes.
Why can't I remember who I am?
And Victor said, I don't know. Electricity snapped and snarled as the android seized. Victor opened his eyes in time to see him slump toward the floor, Nurse Ratched's tentacle sliding back inside her. I told you to show him respect, she said. Listen to Mother. Her screen read, There is plenty more where that came from. The android was barely out long enough for them to get him back onto the table. Quite shocking indeed, Nurse Ratched said, moving efficiently around the table to the android's head. I warned you. I will do it again if needed. Come on, punk, make my day. She paused, her screen flashing green. Interesting. I have no idea where that came from. I like it. Make my day, punk. The android grimaced. Legs. Can't feel my legs. 10,000 volts will do that to you. You will regain control momentarily. Try anything stupid again, and I will remove your legs entirely. The android glared at the ceiling. It'll be the last thing you do. Do you make such promises to all the pretty girls you meet? Nurse Ratched asked. I am not interested. Perhaps we could have had something, but I have since reassessed my opinion of you. Would you like to hear what I think? No. Oh, that is too bad, because I am going to tell you anyway. You are... We're not going to hurt you, Vic said quietly. His knuckles popped as he squeezed his hands together. My broom, Rambo said. He beeped sadly as he nudged the two pieces on the ground. You monster! What did it ever do to you besides hit you? Well, where am I? Vic glanced at him before looking away. The eyes, once dead and unseeing, were now trained on him, filled with a spark Vic had never seen before. The forest? What forest? Vic frowned. The big one. The one near the scrapyards. He didn't know how else to explain it. Surely that would tell the android all he needed to know. It was just the forest. It should have been enough. It wasn't. Where is this forest? It does not have a name, Nurse Ratched said. At least not one I could find, though if my calculations are correct, the forest is located in a place that used to be known as Oregon. Such a strange name. Speaking of strange names, you do not remember yours. The android's mouth tightened. No. I expected as much. Your memories were wiped when you were decommissioned. He's like us, Rambo said nervously. He circled the table, giving it a wide berth as if he thought the android would come after him once more. He doesn't remember before coming to the forest. He is not like us, Nurse Ratched said. We are wonderful. He is a terrible patient. Stay still. The android gave up struggling as Nurse Ratched loomed over him. This will not hurt, she said. I need to make sure you are not going to explode and kill us all. Her scanner came to life, the light starting at the android's head and working its way down his body. It paused at his chest before continuing to his hips, legs, and feet. There. See? That was not so bad. Here, have a lollipop. Error. Lollipop distributor is... My word. We really need to fix that. Victor, I demand that you find me treats so that I may give them to my patients. Victor, the android said, and Vic felt a chill run down his spine. Your designation is Victor. He can retain information, Nurse Ratched said. Good. That means the processing through his biochip is still mostly intact. Yes, he is Victor. I am Nurse Ratched. My main function is to provide medical care to preserve life at any cost. The tiny shrieking annoyance below us is Rambo. He assists by keeping everything clean. Rambo waves his arms. We're all equally important. Hooray! Decommissioned, the android said, the word spoken with great care. I was decommissioned. Yes, Nurse Ratched said. Engaging empathy protocol. There, it is all right. When one door closes, you can still bust it down. One robot's trash is another man's treasure. A picture of a cat appeared on her screen, below the words, "I ain't kittin' you." There. The android closed his eyes, the lines around his mouth deep. My arm, hand, leg, what is that? Wood, Vic muttered. We carved it ourselves. It's meant to help you. The words were low, almost a whisper. He couldn't speak any louder. You're like a puppet, Rambo added helpfully, except alive. Half puppet. Like your mother was a puppet and your father was a washing machine. His sensors flashed. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Like your mother was a puppet and your father was a really angry television. Do you like movies? I like movies. What's your favorite? What do you remember? Nurse Ratched asked. Anything? You somehow survived decommissioning with most of yourself intact. What is the last thing you remember? Vic thought the android wasn't going to speak. He was surprised when he said, lights. Flashes of light. He turned his head, looking at each of them in turn. Then you. In the metal. In the sun. Buried. Couldn't get out. Hap, Vic said, though he hadn't meant to. The android's eyes narrowed. What? Vic cringed at the android's anger. He waved his hand at the plate on the android's chest. Letters. There. I think some are missing, but there's an H and an A, P at the end. Hap. Hap, Nurse Ratched repeated. She leaned forward over the android, scanner running along the plate. The letters appeared on her screen. Does that sound familiar? The android squinted at the screen. No. Is it an acronym, perhaps? I don't know, the android growled at her. The A probably stands for angry, Rambo whispered, nudging against Vic's leg. Hysterically angry puppet. He squealed in fright when the android snapped his teeth at him. Nurse Ratched was unmoved. Until we find out otherwise, your designation henceforth is Hap. It is not a bad name, not as nice as mine, but then most are not. What is your primary function? I don't remember, Hap spat. I told you that. Vic took a step back when Hap struggled to sit up again, hands gripping the edges of the table. The woodwork was holding, though Hap seemed stiff in his movements. It would take time. Vic itched to touch the wood to see if he could feel the heat of the machine underneath. He managed to keep his hands to himself. So you said, Nurse Ratched agreed. Hap pressed a hand against his chest. What did you put in me? It's moving. Nurse Ratched said, Ah, yes, that. We needed a way to bring you back, a source of power. Your battery was corrupted. We could not find a similar replacement, so we gave you a heart, Vic blurted before gnawing on his lip. We put a heart in your chest. Hap frowned. He tapped a finger against his breastbone. The compartment slid open. The heart sat perfectly inside, gears moving smoothly, the wood creaking as the heart expanded, and then shrunk, expanded, and shrunk. How? How is this working? Victor is extremely intelligent, Nurse Ratched said. He can fix almost anything, and he decided to fix you, so you should be thankful to your father. Your dad. Your daddy. Do not call people daddy. That is unprofessional. Hap stared down at the heart. He brought his hand up, touching the center of the biggest gear. It slowed before he pulled his finger away, the gear then speeding up briefly before resuming its slow rotation. He tapped his chest once more, and the compartment closed. He looked back at Vic. Why? Well, why did you help me? Vic winced, glancing at the door, but somehow managing to stay where he was. You were hurt, he said, words clipped. Just because you had parts missing doesn't mean you don't deserve a chance. Unless you want to kill us, Nurse Ratched said. Do you want to kill us? Not yet, Hap muttered. Oh, no, Nurse Ratched said. I think I am swooning. I also say not yet when asked if I want to kill things. You are perfect. Her screen showed two hands, shaking in greeting. I am no longer your mother. You will be my murder husband. Is there anyone here that can marry us? Rambo gasped. There's going to be a wedding? But I'm not ready yet. Wait, hold on. His motor revved as he grunted, his body shaking. A slot slid open at his front, and little bits of metal shot out onto the floor. Confetti! Yay for love! I do not have a thing to wear, Nurse Ratched said. But that is fine because I never wear anything at all. I am nude. I will now flirt with you. Do you like what you see? I have junk in my trunk. Literally. There are pieces in my rear compartment that do nothing because they are junk. Would you like for me to show you? Dancing cheek to cheek! Rambo began to sing in a warbly voice. Heaven! We're in heaven! Hap stood slowly, towering over the rest of them. He bounced on his knees briefly, before frowning. Why am I naked? Vic flushed furiously. He glanced down at Hap's groin before looking up at the ceiling. We had to repair you? We didn't do anything else to you? Nothing weird, Nurse Ratched assured him. Touching patients inappropriately who are dead or unconscious is against my programming. I would never allow that to happen, even when Victor insisted we remove your pants. I did not. Ha ha, that was another joke. You will learn I am the funny one here. Rambo, please bring our patient his pants so Victor's blood pressure will lower. It is alarmingly high at the moment, and I do not want him to have a heart attack, even if there would be defibrillation involved. Pants! Rambo cried, going to the workbench. He rose on his lift, shoving the ruined duster aside before grabbing the pants and handing them to Hap. Hap didn't speak as he tried to put on his pants. He started with his metal leg, but his wooden leg locked up and he almost fell over. He growled at Nurse Ratched when she tried to help, slapping her tentacle away. He tried once more, leaning against the table. Leg feels stiff. The modifications, Nurse Ratched said. They will take some getting used to. Here, look. She moved before him as he buttoned up his pants. A light appeared on the top of her screen. I have a camera. I can show you what you look like. Perhaps that will help to jog your memory circuits. The screen filled with Hap's image. He startled, the table scraping against the floor as he leaned heavily onto it. He stared at the screen, blinking slowly, the image doing the same. Watching himself, he reached up and stroked the wood in his cheek, fingers rasping against the stubble underneath it. This is me, he whispered, eyes wide. Yes, this is you. Not as we found you, but as you are now. It is much better, in my opinion. Do you recognize yourself? He shook his head, but stopped when he caught the symbols cut into his hair on the sides. He touched them too, fingers tracing the designs.
I don't know.
He frowned.
What's wrong with my
Both he and the image on the screen scowled. Voice, Nurse Ratched said. Damage to your vocal processor. We did not attempt repairs to avoid further trauma. He turned away from the screen. Nurse Ratched backed up, the image disappearing into blackness. Vic looked toward the door once more. You can go. Hap snapped his head up.
What?
Vic shrugged, more of an involuntary tick than anything. You don't have to stay here. You're not a prisoner. We're not trying to keep you against your will.
My will?
Hap said slowly.
I have will?
Oh boy, Nurse Ratched said. I do not have enough psychological or philosophical programming to deal with that. I am unable to answer that question to any satisfaction. Asimov would be disappointed in me. Victor, you are human. You can... The effect was instantaneous. One moment, Hap was still leaning against the table, arms hanging loosely at his sides. The next, he was upright and moving, almost quicker than any of them could follow. He lunged toward Vic, who scrambled backward, grunting in pain when the small of his back hit the workbench. Hands stretched toward his throat, Hap's face alarmingly blank, eyes as dead as they'd been when they brought him back to the lab. It wasn't Nurse Ratched who stopped him, nor was it Rambo or Vic. It was Hap himself. His arms were stretched out before him, his fingers inches from Vic's face. His eyes filled once more with the spark of life. Vic could hear the gears turning furiously in his chest. Hap's hands began to shake, the vibrations working up his arms to his shoulders. He took a step back.
Well, what's happening to me?
Hap turned, snarling as he gripped the edges of the table. Rambo shouted as he overturned it, smashing it against the wall, breaking the window, glass falling to the forest floor below. Nurse Ratched moved in front of Rambo and Vic, but Hap ignored them. He stomped back and forth around the lab, hands in his hair, yanking furiously. Roid rage, Rambo whimpered. Murderous revenge machine! Run! Vic looked around for a weapon, anything he could use in case Hap came for them. He grabbed a mallet hammer off the wall, eyeing the soldering gun hanging suspended above where the table had been. Hap looked at them, eyes wild.
I don't know. I don't know who I am or what I...
The door to the lab crashed open, wood splintering, hinges squealing. Dad appeared in the doorway, eyes narrowed as he took in the sight before him. But Hap wasn't standing where he'd been. No, he'd moved in front of Victor and Rambo and Nurse Ratched, facing away from them, arms spread like wings as he backed against them slowly. He bumped into Nurse Ratched. It took Vic a moment to realize what had happened. He wasn't trying to hurt them. Hap was trying to protect them from what he perceived as a threat. Dad.
What's going on in here?
Dad asked thunderously. He glanced at Vic, his gaze moving up and down before turning to Hap.
Who the hell are you? Get away from my son!
Victor, Nurse Ratched said. Good news. You no longer have to worry about Gio finding out. Chapter 7. Dad, Vic said, trying to move around Hap. Don't, please, I can explain.
Victor,
Dad said in a flat voice.
Move away from the android.
His name is Hap, Rambo said. We made him, sort of. I did most of the work, Gio, Nurse Ratched said. If there is to be any praise, please lavish it upon me. If instead you are angry and will seek to dole out punishment, please note that I had nothing to do with this because it was all Victor. Dad jerked his head in warning.
Move, now!
They did, Victor stepping slowly around Hap, who hadn't looked away from Dad. Hap didn't try to stop them, even when Rambo bumped into his leg. "Oops," Rambo said. Sorry. Can you just lift your leg a little? That's better, thank you." He zoomed toward Dad, circling behind him and tugging on his pant leg. "He broke my broom when I hit him with it, but other than that, he's not so bad."
Are you all right?
Dad said in a low voice as Victor stopped next to him. "I'm fine."
Did he hurt you?
"No, Dad, he's not."
Good,
Dad said.
Now I don't want to hear another word out of your mouth until I ask for it.
"Uh-oh," Rambo whispered. Dad ignored him. He glared at Hap.
Who are you? Why have you come here?
Then, oddly,
Have we met before? You look familiar.
Hap sneered at him. Who the fuck are you?"
My name is Giovanni Lawson. Answer my question. What is your designation?
"He says he does not know," Nurse Ratched said. "I see no reason to believe he is lying. It appears his memory circuits have been wiped as ours were. He is a blank slate. A tall, handsome, angry blank slate."
Designation,
Dad demanded.
now.
"I don't know," Hap snarled. "It was black and then I was here."
Victor, explain.
Vic looked at the floor. His father was rarely angry. In fact, Victor could only remember a handful of times he'd ever seen it before. "We found him," he said quietly, "in the scrapyards, buried under dead machines." He flexed his hands, knuckles popping. We couldn't leave him. He was alive. He was awake." Dad closed his eyes, brow furrowed before smoothing out.
And you brought him here.
"Yes," Nurse Ratched said. "It did not seem right to leave him where he was. He has yet to do anything explicitly murderous."
Explicitly?
Dad said as he opened his eyes.
Explicitly?
"There was the incident with the broom," Nurse Ratched said. "It was such a good broom, too," Rambo moaned.
Why is he shirtless?
Dad asked. "Because Victor decided to remove all of Hap's clothing in order to—" "I did not," Vic snapped at her.
Hap,
Dad said.
Hap.
"That's the name we gave him," Rambo said. "It's a good name. It stands for hysterically angry puppet because he looks like he's always mad. I think that's just his face, though."
What do you want?
Dad asked, taking a step forward. Hap didn't move. He blinked slowly as he stared. "I do not know."
What is your primary function?
"I do not know."
How did you come to be here?
"This is futile," Nurse Ratched said. "He does not know. Every question you ask, he will not know the answer to." Dad raised his hands to show he wasn't a threat as he took another step forward.
Is that true? You don't remember anything?
Hap scowled at him. "It's what I said. Maybe you should get your ears checked." "Wow," Nurse Ratched said. "He is a jerk. Fascinating. Is this feeling maternal or arousal? How Oedipal of me."
I am like you,
Dad said, stopping a few feet away from Hap. Vic had to stand on his tiptoes to see over his father's shoulder. Hap's scowl had deepened.
I'm an android. Do you understand that?
Hap sneered at him. "I'm not so stupid. I know what I am. I just don't know who."
The plate, Dad said, on your chest. Can I see it?
"Well, why?"
Because it will show me who you are.
Hap didn't like that. "Don't touch me."
I'm not going to. Not without your permission, I promise.
Hap glanced at Vic before looking back at Dad. He will not kill you, Nurse Ratched said. Only if you try and hurt one of us. Vic thought Hap would snap again, or worse, try to run. A complicated expression crossed his face, there and gone again before Vic could even begin to make sense of it. Hap's shoulders slumped as he curled in on himself, wrapping his arms around his middle.
I'm not going to hurt anyone.
Hap flinched when Dad took another step, now within arm's reach. His mouth twisted down, the lines around his eyes deep and pronounced. He stared at the floor when Dad reached out. True to his word, Dad didn't touch him. Instead, he traced the air a few inches above the metal plate.
H,
he said, tracing a fingertip over the letter before moving on to the next.
A.
Then, Dad stiffened, finger shaking. Without looking away from Hap, he began to back away slowly. The lines on Hap's face returned, his hands curling into fists at his sides. In a low voice, Dad said,
Everyone out. Now.
Uh-oh, Rambo whispered. Why? Vic asked as Dad bumped into him. What are you?
Do you know me?
Hap demanded, taking a step toward them, his stutter becoming more pronounced. He gripped the sides of his head and snarled silently. Vic tried to step around his father. He didn't know what he meant to do. Pull his father back? Step between them? Something. But before he could figure it out, Dad grabbed him by the arm and pulled him toward the door, Nurse Ratched and Rambo rolling after them. Vic tried to pull his arm away. Dad, stop! You need to stop! Listen to me, please! He's not going to hurt us! Dad shoved him through the ruined doorway.
You have no idea what he's capable of. Go, now! He's
jumped out the window, Rambo said. They whirled around. The lab was empty. The window was open. They rushed to the landing around the edge of the lab. Below them, Hap rose from a crouch, dust and leaves billowing up around him. He raised his head to stare up at them.
Don't. Hurt.
And then he took off running into the forest. Dad slammed his hand against the railing.
Damn it! Stay here, all of you!
And then he vaulted over the railing. He hit the ground where Hap had just been standing, knees bent to absorb the impact. He rose swiftly and took off after Hap, beard trailing over his shoulder. Whoa, Rambo whispered. I want to try. Vic barely managed to keep Rambo from leaping off the edge, tucking him under his arm and running toward the elevator. Nurse Ratched was already inside. She pressed the button as soon as Vic and Rambo entered the elevator. The lift jerked before lowering to the ground. They tracked Dad and Hap as best they could through the forest, moving north away from the compound, Nurse Ratched's treads kicking up leaves and pine needles. Rambo zoomed ahead, arms waving above him, pincers clacking. The afternoon sun was waning, the air cool. Vic didn't know where Hap was heading. The scrapyards were east, at the edge of the woods. North was nothing but a forest that seemed to go on for miles and miles. Vic had explored much of his surroundings as he'd grown and couldn't think of where Hap could run that they couldn't find him. The shadows below the canopy began to stretch. The forest was near silent, as quiet as Vic had ever heard it. No animals moved. No birds sang. He kept jogging, head whipping back and forth until he realized he was alone. He glanced back to see Nurse Ratched and Rambo had stopped moving next to a small clearing. What is it? He asked as he turned around. I do not know, Nurse Ratched said. Their trail ends. I cannot find their footsteps. It is like they just disappeared. Question marks filled her screen. That's not possible, Vic said. Rambo? Rambo spun in slow circles, sensors flashing. They're gone. I don't know what happened. He beeped, sounding confused. Did they learn to fly? Can Gio fly? Does he have rockets in his feet? I wish I had rocket feet. And also, feet. They did not fly, Nurse Ratched said. She rolled toward a tree at the edge of the clearing, an old pine, the trunk thick, the limbs wide and heavy. The tip of one of her tentacles pressed against divots in the tree bark Vic hadn't noticed before. They climbed. They're moving through the trees. Vic looked up. The pine trees grew close together. If they kept off the ground, jumping from tree to tree, he had no way to track them. Unless... He squinted up at the tree. 15 feet up, he could see one of the branches hanging limply. It had been broken. He looked to the closest tree. Divots in the wood, the bark cracked, sap leaking. One of them had jumped there. And to the next. And to the next. Come on, Vic said. This way. They lost the trail again only 10 minutes later. The trees had grown thicker, and it was impossible to see what direction they'd gone, not unless Vic climbed up. He growled in frustration, turning in circles, eyes narrowed against the encroaching night. Are we lost? Rambo asked nervously. Of course not, Nurse Ratched said. I know exactly where we are. Oh, where are we? In the forest. Phew, Rambo said. I was worried for a moment that we were lost. Since we're not, I will instead focus on the fact that we're in the middle of the woods at night by ourselves. Do big animals like to eat vacuums? I am sure they do, Nurse Ratched said. Oh no, Rambo whispered. But I am a vacuum. Vic turned in slow circles, trying to pick up the trail again. The failing light wasn't helping. He couldn't see much. He ground his teeth together, trying to clear his head. He needed to think, that's all. Think. Think. He rounded a large tree trunk and bumped into Nurse Ratched, who'd stopped. Rambo in front of her, turning this way and that, his lights flashing. What is it? Vic asked, peering around Nurse Ratched. Nothing, or so he thought. We are being watched, she said. Rambo beeped loudly. We are? His arms rose above his head as he rolled forward slowly. Who is it? Who's watching us? I'm not afraid of you. Something rustled in the trees. The wind? And Rambo squealed, spinning around and rushing back toward Nurse Ratched and Vic. He was still 5 feet away when Vic heard movement above him and lifted his head. Up in the tree, high in the branches, bright eyes opened and stared back at him. Vic didn't have time to shout in warning as Hap leapt from the thick branch he'd been standing on. The air whistled around him as he plummeted toward the forest floor. Hitting the ground between them in a crouch, he rose swiftly, scooping up Rambo and holding him high above his head. Rambo's wheels spun uselessly, arms flailing as he screamed he was too young to die, that he had plans and dreams, and who was going to clean up all the dirt on the floors if he was dead? No one, that's who. Nurse Ratched instantly transformed into a nightmare, all of her tentacles snapping out from her sides, the tips crackling and snarling in metal blurs as they whipped around her. Put him down, she said, rolling forward. If you do not, I will end the pathetic existence you call a life. Vic, Rambo cried. I'm being brave, but it's really hard. Don't hurt him, Vic pleaded as Hap glared at the advancing Nurse Ratched, Rambo still high above his head. I'm not, Hap spat. Look. Hap nodded toward the ground where Rambo had been rolling over. There, sitting on the petals of a pink and purple autumn crocus, was a butterfly. A large monarch, its wings a deep orange bordered in black, the tips spotted in white and yellow. They opened and closed as the antennae of the butterfly twitched in the failing light. Hap tossed Rambo aside as he crouched in front of the insect. Rambo bounced on his back before landing on his wheels. Hap leaned closer to the butterfly, his face scrunched up in concentration. The butterfly ignored the large machine towering over it, going about its business with the crocus. As Vic looked on, Nurse Ratched's tentacles powering down, Hap reached toward the insect. Without thinking, Vic shot forward, grabbing Hap's wrist before he could pick up the butterfly. Warm, synthetic skin and metal surrounded by flesh and bone. Alarm bells rang in Vic's mind as Hap lifted his head slowly, first looking at Vic's grip, then sliding up the arm to his shoulder, chin, nose, eyes. His lips pulled back over his teeth, and Vic felt him beginning to tense. "You'll hurt it," Vic blurted. Hap jerked his arm free.
I didn't.
"But you could," Nurse Ratched said. "Butterfly wings are delicate. Touching one might cause the colors to fade, leaving the butterfly open to predators. It will not kill it immediately, but you are sentencing it to death regardless." At the sound of approaching footsteps, Vic whirled around, heart in his throat. Dad stood there among the trees. Vic could barely parse the expression on his face, a mixture of anger and sadness and something far more serious, almost like resignation. But Dad did not look at Vic. He only had eyes for Hap.
Nurse Ratched, a light if you please.
"Yes, Gio." Her screen lit up white, illuminating the darkness. Hap's shadow stretched off into the forest, colliding with trees and shrubbery. Hap didn't move as Dad approached, attention split between Dad and the butterfly. Dad glanced from Hap to the insect and back again. He asked,
Why?
"It would have died. That thing was about to crush it," Hap muttered, nodding toward Rambo as the butterfly turned to face the other direction.
Possibly. But you would have been able to escape. You made a decision. You weighed the consequences. Why did you do what you did?
Hap frowned, forehead lined. His mouth twisted, no sound coming out. He tried again. "It's nice."
Nice,
Dad repeated. Then,
what is nice about it?
"You have eyes," Hap said. "He has got you there," Nurse Ratched said. "You do, in fact, have eyes."
I can see it for myself, Dad agreed, but that's not what I'm asking.
He crouched down on the other side of the butterfly.
Why is it nice to you? How does it make you feel?
Feel?
Yes, you saw it, you saved it, there must be a reason.
Hap bared his teeth silently.
Do you like it?
Dad asked.
Yes,
Hap snarled.
It's pretty.
Of all the things Hap could have said, Vic expected that the least. This machine had stopped his escape from the forest because a butterfly had entranced him.
Is it? Dad asked. Is it the colors, the pattern, the design?
Yes, Hap said. Dad nodded.
You like it, and because of that, you stopped death from happening.
"So did we," Rambo said, giving Hap a wide berth, stopping next to Gio. "We liked his color and pattern and design, and we brought him back to life. I like it when we have things in common." Yes, Hap said, nodding furiously. That. They saved me. I saved the butterfly."
But you see the issue with that, don't you? Dad asked. If they hadn't brought you back, we wouldn't be out in the forest, and the butterfly would not have needed to be rescued.
I don't understand.
I know,
Dad said.
You do not understand there are ramifications for every decision, and you're not the only one.
Vic winced but did not speak. The butterfly chose this very moment to lift from the crocus, wings flapping as it rose. Hap grunted, eyes wide as the butterfly flew off into the darkness. He rose to his feet, staring after it. Dad stood too, and his shoulders were stiff, face blank. He said,
"Where did you come from?"
"The darkness," Hap said, still looking after the butterfly, even though it was no longer visible. "I remember metal, then the darkness, then light." He pressed his wooden hand against his chest. "I feel different."
"Different than what?"
"Before."
"You felt different than you do now?"
"Yes." He pounded his chest. "Here."
"Show me."
"Dad!" Vic started, but his father shook his head in warning.
"Show me,"
he said again. Hap turned around. He looked unsure, but he tapped his chest and the compartment slid open. The gears of the wooden metal heart turned, the sound low and quiet in the darkness of the forest.
"Oh,"
Dad said quietly.
"Victor, did you do this? Did you make this?"
Victor couldn't speak. Hap didn't move as Dad leaned forward, studying the heart in his chest. Vic began gnawing on his bottom lip. Dad was silent in his inspection, barely even moving as he stared at the heart. Minutes felt like hours before Dad finally stood upright.
"Victor,"
he said, an odd note to his voice.
"Did you bleed in the heart, as you've done in mine?"
I thought it would help," Victor said. "It's how your heart works." To that, Dad whispered,
"What have you done?"
Chapter 8. Hap was an asshole. That was clear immediately. "I don't like you," he told Rambo as they arrived back at the compound, the vacuum in the middle of babbling about anything and everything, as he sometimes did when he was nervous. Rambo paused for a moment, sensors lighting up before falling dark. "That's okay. I like me. Gio says that self-worth isn't measured by what others think, but what you think about yourself." Hap tried to kick him out of his way, but Rambo was too fast, rolling away before a foot could connect with his casing. "Whoa!" Rambo squealed. "Not cool! Seriously, not cool!" "You get used to him," Nurse Ratched said. "He is like a fungus. He grows on you. But perhaps consider not kicking him. He will become damaged, and I will not be pleased. You do not want me to be upset." Her tentacle whipped in the air around her, the tip crackling with electricity. "Unless you like being shocked." Her screen dimmed as the lights of the compound grew brighter. "I don't like you either." "Oh no," Nurse Ratched said. "My whole day is ruined. I feel so sad. Just kidding. I am fine."
"Hap, come with me,"
Dad said.
"Victor, off to bed with you. It's late. Nurse Ratched, with me, please. We have work to do."
Vic started to protest. "What are you—"
"Victor, now. We'll speak in the morning. Trust me on that."
"Ooh," Rambo said. "You're in trouble." Vic scowled at all of them. "I'm not a child."
"No,"
Dad said.
"You're not, but you're already dragging your feet. The adrenaline that flooded your body is receding. You need rest."
"What are you going to do?" To him went unsaid. Dad shook his head.
"Nothing that will bring harm to him. You have my word."
Still, Vic hesitated. Hap was watching him again, looking as if he didn't want Vic out of his sight. Vic wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. Fine, but if anything happens, you need to tell me.
I will,
Dad said, and Vic believed him. He took a step back toward the elevator. Hap didn't like that. Where are you going? Vic pointed up toward his room. There, that's mine. That's where I sleep. Oh, yes, Nurse Ratched said. Good idea. Point out where you will be defenseless to the murderous revenge machine. That is clear thinking. It's going to be a bloodbath, Rambo moaned. I'll have to try and clean up Vic's remains, he sniffled. At least he'll always be a part of me then. I love you, Vic. Even when you're in pieces, your flesh hanging from the ceiling. Hap tried to follow Vic, though he didn't look happy about it. He was scowling once more as Vic held up his hands, motioning for him to stay. He's imprinted on Victor, Nurse Ratched said. Like a duckling, like a terrifying killer duckling. This is wonderful. I am having a wonderful time. You'll be okay, Vic told him. Dad won't hurt you. No one will hurt you here. I don't care, Hap said. I don't like you. I don't like any of you. Then why are you still trying to follow him? Rambo asked. Hap tried to kick him again, but his wooden leg betrayed him. He almost fell. I'm not. Uh-huh, Nurse Ratched said. Keep telling yourself that. The last Vic saw of him that night was Dad leading him toward the ground house. Hap followed, looking back over his shoulder at Vic. He stopped in the doorway, watching as Vic and Rambo rode the elevator up. He watched the ground house through his window, Rambo settling in behind him in his docking port, ready to shut down for the night and recharge. The lights were on below them, but he couldn't see any movement. What do you think they're doing? Vic asked. Making sure he won't murder us in our sleep, Rambo said, shutting down, one light pulsing slowly, a soft blue. Vic tried to stay awake, debating whether or not to try to sneak down to see what was happening and wondering why Dad hadn't taken Hap to his lab. He only lasted a few minutes more, his body heavy, a fresh wave of exhaustion washing over him. He barely made it to his bed before collapsing, asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. When he opened his eyes, gray light filtered in through the windows. He blinked slowly and gasped when he saw a figure towering over him. Good morning, Nurse Ratched said as he almost fell off the bed, heart stumbling in his chest. Sleep well? I told you not to do that, Vic snapped. He collapsed back on his pillow, scrubbing a hand over his face. I know, but I did it anyway because it is amusing. Your blood pressure is elevated. You are sweating. Were you dreaming? Yes. Vivid, wild dreams where the sky was filled with torn and shredded butterfly wings. What happened? What's wrong? Nothing is wrong, Victor. At least not in the way you are thinking. Where is he? With Gio, she said. We have been up all night working while you slept comfortably in your bed. Yes, I am trying to make you feel guilty. Is it working? Not quite. Vic sat up in his bed, putting his feet on the floor. It was cold. Goose flesh rose along his skin. Anything? Yes, Nurse Ratched said, though I doubt it is what you were looking for. Her screen filled with an image of Hap. It was as we suspected, a complete memory wipe. When he says he does not remember, he is telling the truth. Like us, he was decommissioned and they took away everything he knew. What about his protocols? We do not know. Any remaining data is corrupted, and the more we push, the further it could damage him. She backed away from his bed. He kept asking about you. He seems strangely fixated, though he cannot explain why. He is a conundrum. We are blessed. Vic stood from the bed, the frame creaking. He looked down. The docking port was empty. Rambo? The image of Hap disappeared from Nurse Ratched's screen, replaced with a version of Rambo, cross-eyed and buck-toothed. Asking questions. Hap does not like to be asked questions. I put the odds of Rambo's survival at 24%. But that is fine. We can always use what remains for parts. I would like to have his arms, if that is all right with you. Vic groaned. It was going to be a rough day. Nurse Ratched wasn't lying. What are you thinking about? Vic could hear Rambo saying as the elevator lowered to the ground. What's going through your head right now? Is it that we should be best friends? Because if it is, that's what I was thinking, and I agree. You can never have too many best friends. I already have 3. Well, 2, Vic and Gio. Nurse Ratched is sometimes my best friend, but since she's sociopathic, it can be a little hard.
No, Hap growled. I wasn't thinking that.
Oh, then what were you thinking?
How far I could throw you.
Really far, I bet, Rambo said. But best friends don't throw each other. Vic taught me that. He hadn't. Vic found them sitting near the garden, the sky above covered in a layer of thick clouds. Nurse Ratched followed behind him, her treads cracking the thin layer of frost on the ground. Vic pulled his coat tighter around him, rubbing his arms to warm them up. Hap had been gifted a shirt, one of Gio's from the looks of it, a little loose in the front. He'd put his boots back on, too, at some point, and was sitting at the edge of the garden. Dad was on his hands and knees, moving carefully through the rows of plants. Hap heard them approaching first. He rose to his feet, the ever-present scowl on his face, his eyebrows bunched up.
You shut down for a long time. Why?
Vic didn't know quite how to answer that. Because I have to.
Why?
He's human,
Dad said without looking up.
Remember? We discussed this last night. He's different than you or me. He needs rest.
Because he needs to recharge.
Yes, that's right. Good morning, Victor. Sleep well?
Vic looked away from Hap. He didn't like the tone in his father's voice. It was too light, too easy. It didn't seem right, though Victor had a hard time figuring out why.
This is the end of the disc. The audiobook continues on the next disc.
I guess.
Good,
Dad said, moving from the 3rd row to the 4th.
Did you recharge?
Hap asked. Yeah, Vic said, hands twitching. As best I could. Hap wasn't blinking. It was eerie. Vic couldn't focus on his face, glancing there and away, there and away.
And you do that every day?
Mostly. Interesting, Nurse Ratched said. He is learning, retaining information. He will use it against us. How diabolical. I continue to enjoy his existence. She rolled over to him, circling him slowly, careful to avoid the edges of the garden. Is it nice seeing Victor this morning? Dad paused before resuming his inspection. Hap's scowl deepened.
No.
Was that a question? She poked him with one of her tentacles. He tried to slap it away, but she was too fast for him. It sounded like a question. Question implies you do not know the answer.
No,
Hap said again, this time spitting out the word. Interesting, Nurse Ratched said. You are either being sincere or you learned to lie like Victor recently did. Gio, your feelings must be up in arms. Hap turned his head slowly to look at her as she prodded his hip.
Feelings?
Yes,
Dad said, finally looking up. He settled back on his heels, dirt under his fingernails as he rested his hands on his thighs.
Feelings.
How?
We watch, we learn, we process. It wasn't always this way. But the more complex our minds became, the more choice we were given. Evolution by way of mimicry.
I don't have feelings.
So you say.
Dad looked troubled as he shook his head.
I will ask you a question. I want you to answer it as best you can.
Hap glanced at Vic before turning to face Gio. What?
What is your designation?
Hap's head jerked as if someone had swung at him. His mouth opened. No sound came out. He raised his hand in front of his face, looking at his wooden fingers. He said, Hap. My designation is Hap.
Is it?
Yes, it was given to me. It's mine.
And you wouldn't like to be called anything else?
No.
Why?
Dad asked. Hap's face went slack momentarily before the skin under his eyes twitched. I don't know. I do, Rambo cried, arms waving. I know why. Pick me! Pick me! Dad chuckled ruefully.
Why, Rambo?
Because a designation is a gift, Rambo said. It's an identity. It sets us apart from others like us. It's unique. In all of existence, there's never been someone named Rambo before me. But even if there were, I'm the best one.
Precisely, Dad said. It gives you presence.
Wait, Hap said.
Heavy.
He pressed a hand to the side of his head.
And how does it make you feel?
Dad asked. Hap dropped his hand. His face screwed up again before relaxing. Different.
Good different or bad different?
Different. There is no good or bad.
And does being called Hap make you feel different?
Yes.
And you like it?
Hap said, like the butterfly. Vic didn't know why he felt warm. It wasn't validation. It wasn't praise, especially since Hap looked pissed off about it, though that might have been his default expression. Vic wondered why anyone would create such a surly machine. Hap, he said. Hap looked at him. Vic fidgeted, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. It's a good name. Well, why do you move like that? Hap asked. Are you malfunctioning?
No,
Dad said before Vic could answer, and he was grateful for it. His tongue felt thick in his mouth, his throat dry.
He isn't malfunctioning. He, like you, is different. It is part of his design.
Hap stared at Vic, his gaze boring into him. Then he started wringing his hands, hopping from one foot to the other in an odd approximation of Vic. Stop, Vic snapped. Stop it. Hap did. Well, why? You do it. I can do it. You are an asshole, Nurse Ratched said. I am an asshole. I like this game, Rambo whispered. Then, louder, now say, Rambo is my best friend. No, Hap said. Rambo's arms drooped. Aw, I thought that would work. I am not nice, Hap said again. I am an asshole. I am Hap. That is my designation. I will not hurt anything today.
Or any day?
Dad said mildly. Or any day. Unless. No unless, Rambo cried. You can't say unless. Hap frowned. Yes, I can. I just said it. Unless. Unless. Oh no, Rambo moaned. Dad stood slowly, grunting as he did so.
Come,
Let us see what we see.
Dad led them to the ground house. Hap followed Vic closely, as if he thought Vic would disappear if he looked away. Vic, used to having a shadow in Rambo and Nurse Ratched, didn't know what to make of him. He'd never heard of a machine imprinting on someone before. It could be argued that Rambo, and in a lesser sense Nurse Ratched, had done the same, but it didn't quite feel like it had with them. It was bigger somehow. Too big, Vic thought as Hap crowded against him in the doorway. They gathered near Dad's chair, though Dad didn't sit. Instead, he motioned for Hap to do so. Hap did, hands flat against his thighs.
Do you remember what I told you last night before we went to the lab?
Hap nodded, head jerking up and down awkwardly as if he wasn't used to the motion.
You will not hurt me unless I do something to make you.
Dad frowned.
I never said hurt. I said stop.
Hap looked up at him.
Well, what is the difference?
Can you be hurt?
Hap cocked his head.
I don't understand.
Hurt implies feeling. What are you feeling?
I feel like you ask too many questions.
Vic was startled into a laugh, though he tried to cover it up. He obviously wasn't successful as Hap stared at him.
Well, what was that?
Laughter,
Dad said, looking as if he were fighting his own smile.
He found that humorous.
I am not humorous.
It's subjective,
Dad said.
You can…
Hap made a sound, low and grating against Vic's ears. It took him a moment to realize what it was. Laughing. Hap was laughing. It ended as quickly as it had begun.
Like that?
Fascinating, Nurse Ratched said, her screen displaying lines of code and equations that moved quicker than Vic could follow. The imitation is astonishing. Do me! Rambo cried. Do me!
Do me,
Hap said, a sneer on his lips. Do me. I never stop talking.
Wow, Rambo said. That was scarily accurate.
He's learning,
Dad said, crouching down before Hap.
It's only going to continue, and most likely at an exponential rate.
Why? Vic asked. Dad sighed.
Because of you, Victor.
Vic felt his stomach sink.
Hap,
Dad said.
Can you show us?
Hap looked at each of them in turn before his gaze rested on Vic, who nodded. He reached down and lifted his shirt above his head, the collar stretching. He folded it carefully before setting it on his lap. The wood on his chest and face gleamed in the cool morning light coming in through the skylights above.
This?
Dad said, pointing at the wood.
Why did you do this?
Nurse Ratched said, the skin wouldn't…
Thank you, Nurse Ratched, but I would like to hear from Victor.
She fell silent. Vic popped his knuckles without thinking. He cleared his throat. Some of the tears were too big to close, and we couldn't grow new skin, so I had to use what I had available.
And why not use metal?
Vic looked away. He's already metal. Almost all of him. Underneath. I thought it would look better if we used wood. It'd make him look more… He struggled to find the words to describe what he meant, what he was trying to say. The concept was there in his mind, but it was loose and shaky.
Hysterically angry puppet,
Hap said. I came up with that, Rambo cried. That, Vic said, though it wasn't quite right. I thought it'd look better.
And you carved it yourself?
Nurse Ratched helped. Thank you, Victor. I have always wanted to be thrown under a bus. A yellow vehicle appeared on her screen, mowing down a pixelated version of herself over and over again. Yes, I helped.
Hap,
Dad said.
would you please open your chest?
Hap tapped his breastbone. The compartment slid open. The heart looked as it had the night before. It beat. The gears moved. Vic couldn't stop the sense of pride he felt then, the accomplishment tinged with guilt.
And this?
Dad asked quietly.
Why did you keep this from me?
Vic squirmed, trying to keep his thoughts in order, but they were on the wings of butterflies, floating up around him, just out of reach. I didn't... He took a deep breath and tried again. I wanted to... What? He went with something that didn't feel like a lie. Because I didn't know if it would work. Dad nodded slowly.
Why did you make it?
Why indeed? He said the only thing he could. I had to know if I could do it like you did. Just in case. Dad rose from his crouch, and before Vic could move, wrapped him in a hug, holding him close. Vic hooked his chin over Dad's shoulder. Hap was watching them closely, head tilted slightly, eyes unblinking.
You wonderful boy,
Dad whispered.
You foolish, lovely boy.
He pulled away, his hands gripping Vic's shoulders. Vic started to shake his head but stopped himself. He needed Dad to understand. He deserves a chance. We all do. You taught me that. I had to help him. I couldn't just leave him. Dad stared at Vic for a long moment before turning around.
Hap, your heart.
Hap looked down at it before lifting his head again. Yes.
It's yours.
Yes.
And you want to keep it?
The compartment slid shut.
You can't have it. It's mine. The Victor gave it to me.
It shouldn't have affected Vic as much as it did, hearing Hap say his name. In the grand scheme of things, it was nothing. But there was something to it. It made him feel big. It made him feel small.
He did,
Dad agreed.
And I won't take it from you. It is yours for as long as you want it. But be warned, a heart is not like the battery you used to have. It's strong, but fragile.
How can it be both?
Dad laughed, though it sounded hollow.
It just is. It might be for the best that you don't remember what your life was before, because it's not going to be the same. The heart, it's...
He shook his head.
It's something special. It will lift you up. It will ache without reason. If your response to it is the same as mine, you'll find yourself feeling things you never thought possible. You're a machine, Hap. That much is clear. But a heart changes everything. Once there was a woodsman made of tin. He said, I shall take the heart, for brains do not make one happy, and happiness is the best thing in the world.
Rambo laughed. Tin? Are you sure? Sounds fake, but okay.
Oh, yes, Dad said. I'm sure. Hap, I will help you as best I can. We all will. But never forget that Victor gave you life that he made with his own hands. Now, if you'll excuse me.
And with that, Dad turned on his heels and left the ground house. Through the window, Vic saw him walk into the forest. He wouldn't go far, Vic knew. He said the quiet helped him think. Later, much later, when it was already too late, Vic would wonder why his father didn't tell them what he knew. But by then, it wouldn't matter. The world had teeth, sharp and fierce, and they were about to sink into Vic's skin. Chapter 9. Hap was a shadow. He went wherever Vic went, though he didn't look happy about it. To the lab, in the forest, the kitchen, the ground house. He tried to follow Victor into the bathroom, scowling when Victor told him he had to stay out.
Well, why?
It's private. Victor must evacuate his bowels, Nurse Ratched said. He is very regular. Victor, please remember to bring me a sample. It is almost time for a checkup. A healthy Victor is a happy Victor. Vic slammed the bathroom door and stayed inside for longer than was necessary. When he opened the door again, Hap was still standing there, waiting, next to Nurse Ratched.
Well, what did you do? Hap demanded. You made noises like you had been damaged.
I don't have time for this, Vic mumbled as he pushed by them onto the rope bridge. In the lab, he went over the woodwork he'd repaired Hap with. He started with the hand and arm, making sure the wood hadn't cracked in Hap's flight through the trees. It hadn't, and he moved on to the chest and back. The cheek. He saved the leg for last. Hap sat on the table, legs hanging down, watching Vic's every move. He'd removed his clothing at Vic's request, questioning why Vic had placed a blanket over his bare lap. Vic lifted Hap's leg, extending it, hearing the metal bones underneath the wood creak. The knee joint locked, and Vic soon saw why. On the inner part of his knee, the piece of wood was slightly too large. An easy mistake, but also an easy fix. He lifted a small tool from his workbench, lifting it so Hap could see. This is a short bent.
Hap frowned. What is it for?
Shaving wood. Your knee is catching. It's why you keep stumbling. I can fix it if you want. Does the patient need to be sedated? Nurse Ratched asked. I can help if need be. No, Victor said, and turned in time to see her slowly retracting a metal mallet back inside her. It won't hurt.
Hurt, Hap repeated. You will not hurt me unless I do something to make you.
What Dad had said, not quite word for word, but close enough. Then,
what is hurt?
Ow! Vic cried after Nurse Ratched thumped him on the head. What was that for? You know what, she said. Hap, that was a demonstration of pain. Hap scowled at all of them.
Fine. Do it. I need to have full range of motion. It's a hazard if I don't have it because you are fragile.
He is, Nurse Ratched said as Vic glared at her. So breakable. It really is a flawed design, if you think about it. Humans are so squishy. Vic rolled his eyes and then sank to his knees in front of Hap. He motioned for Nurse Ratched to hold Hap's leg in place as he wiped the sweat away from his brow. He thanked Rambo when the vacuum pulled down the magnifying glass, flipping through the different sizes until he found the right one. Ready? He asked Hap. Hap didn't respond. Vic lowered the tool, pressing it against the side of the knee joint, ready to shave off a small piece until it fit better. Ow, Hap said. Vic startled. He looked up, eyes wide. Hap stared down at him. Ow, he said again. That hurt. Vic was incredulous. What? It did? How can it? I don't understand. That shouldn't have...
Practice, Hap said. I was practicing. Ow. Pain. Hurt.
He grimaced, face twisting before smoothing out. You can't do that, Vic said.
Well, why?
Because it didn't hurt. I haven't even started yet. Hap nodded.
I will wait until you start.
Vic sat back up on his knees, grabbing the short bent. That's not how I... Just hold still. Don't move. Hap froze. He didn't blink. His mouth hung open slightly. What happened? Vic asked. He raised his hand up and waved it in front of Hap's face. No reaction. "Is he dead?" Rambo whispered nervously. "Did we kill him? Oh no, oh no, now I'll never have a new best friend until we find something else and I've forgotten that Hap existed." "He is not moving because Vic told him not to," Nurse Ratched said. And though her voice was as flat as ever, she almost sounded amused. Vic couldn't be quite sure. He said, "Hap, move." Hap did, tilting his head, blinking slowly. "Make up your mind." Of course that's how he'd be. "You don't have to do everything I say." "I know," Hap said. "Get on with it, I'm cold." Unsure if Hap was being serious or not, Vic ground his teeth together as he leaned forward once more, face inches from the magnifying glass. He raised the short bent once more, pausing just above the wood, waiting to see if Hap would try to trick him again. He didn't. Vic lowered the tool, pressing it against the wood. The tendons on the back of his hand jutted out as he slid the short bent down. A thin sliver of wood curled as he shaved the edge of the knee joint. "I feel that," Hap said, though he didn't try to pull away. "Do you?" Nurse Ratched asked. "Curious, what does it feel like?" "Pressure." "Bad?" No, it does not hurt. There is no ow." Vic made quick work of it. He paused after removing a second sliver, having Nurse Ratched extend and bend Hap's leg. It still caught, and Vic shaved off another piece. "There, try that out." Hap stood, the blanket falling to the floor. "He's naked," Rambo said unnecessarily. Vic kept his gaze at Hap's knee. "Now what?" Hap asked. "Try and walk around, see if the leg works better." Hap, of course, took that literally. He waddled around the lab, rocking from side to side with every step he took without bending his knees. "No," Vic said, and Hap stopped. "Walk normal." "What is normal?" Hap asked. "Something you will not find here," Nurse Ratched said. Vic hated everyone in the lab. "Just walk. Bend your knees. Do what you normally do." "Normal," Hap said. "I am normal. Do what I normally do." "Yes." Hap nodded, and then ran for the door, still hanging off its hinges. Vic stumbled as he chased after him, Nurse Ratched and Rambo close on his heels. They all managed to make it through the doorway in time to see Hap launch himself off the side of the rope bridge. He hit the ground hard, rising from a crouch and taking off like a shot, almost moving quicker than Vic could follow. Vic stared dumbfounded as Hap darted between the trees, legs and arms pumping. He reached an old oak, its trunk enormous. His hand shot out as he rounded it, gripping the trunk, bark spraying out and landing on the ground. He used the trunk and his momentum to sling around the tree, rocketing off in the opposite direction. He approached the ground house, and Vic was sure he was going to crash into it. Instead, he leapt at the last second, jumping up onto the roof, hopping over the skylights with ease before landing on the other side of the house. "Well," Nurse Ratched said, "I guess normalcy is subjective. He is still naked." Vic couldn't speak. He watched in awe as Hap ran toward another tree. He jumped, hands grabbing a branch. The branch snapped, but not before Hap had swung himself up to the next branch, and the next. He was at the top of the tree in only a few seconds. Then he jumped onto the far side of the compound, landing near Dad's lab. He ran across the connecting bridges before skidding to a stop in front of Vic, looking down at him. "It works," he announced to a stunned Vic. "Like normal." "Yeah," Vic said faintly. "I guess it does." Hap didn't understand much, and because of that came the questions. "What are you doing?" "Eating," Vic said. He stood in front of the stove in the kitchen, a pot bubbling in front of him. "Why?" "Because I have to." "Why?" Because my body needs it? If I don't eat, I'll starve and die.
Starve and die,
Hap said. He stared as Vic ladled the stew into the bowl before setting it down on the table. Vic lifted the spoon toward his mouth, blowing on the stew to cool it down.
Why did you do that?
Vic sighed. Because it's too hot.
Hap nodded. Too hot. But you eat it anyway because if you don't, you will die.
Yes.
How often do you need it?
Food? Vic blinked. A couple of times a day.
That's pointless,
Hap said.
Why would you be dependent on something like that, especially if it's too hot?
Vic didn't know what to do with that. I just have to. I need it to live.
That's illogical. I will help.
Before Vic could react, Hap sucked in a deep breath, cheeks bulging. He lowered his head toward the bowl and blew out. It wasn't a normal breath. It came out like a gale. The bowl flew off the table, stew splattering against the floor and walls.
There, Hap said. Now it's not hot. Consume it so you don't die.
He turned and walked out of the kitchen.
What are you doing?
Vic felt like screaming. He took a deep breath, letting it out slow. Getting ready for bed? I'm tired. It's been a long day. I need to sleep. Shutdown mode, Rambo said as he docked in his port, wiggling until he was comfortable. Time to recharge.
Recharge, Hap said. Sleep. Why?
Vic was barely able to stop himself from banging his head against the wall. We already talked about this. I have to. It's like food. I need it.
So you don't die?
Yeah. Vic pulled the comforter back off his bed. He sat down, the frame sagging slightly. He yawned, jaw cracking. Hap cocked his head.
What will I do while you recharge?
Find Dad, Vic said tiredly. He should be back by now. Or Nurse Ratched. Or you can stay here, but you have to be quiet. You can't make noise while I sleep.
I will stay here,
Hap said. Vic closed his eyes, head settling onto the pillow. He opened one eye a moment later. Hap stood next to the bed, staring down at him. What? Vic snapped.
Quiet, Hap said. Be quiet. I can't make the noise while you recharge.
Vic groaned and turned over, facing the wall. He waved his arm toward Hap. Just sit down or stand somewhere else. He heard Hap moving away. He closed his eyes again. He didn't remember falling asleep, listening for the quiet turning of gears in Hap's chest. When he opened his eyes, it was early morning. Groggily, he rubbed a hand over his face, smacking his lips. He put his feet against the floor, stretching his arms above his head. He barely managed to stifle a scream when he saw Hap standing in the corner of his room, staring right at him. What are you doing? He demanded.
Waiting, Hap said, while you recharged. You make noise.
He opened his mouth wide and began to snore obnoxiously. He stopped as quickly as he started.
Does that help with recharging?
Vic groaned, falling back on his bed. Hap was an asshole, yes. But it took Vic longer than he cared to admit to see just how big of an asshole he was. Though he watched Vic's every move, trailed after him as if they were tied together, he made sure to let Vic know how pointless the things they did were. That is, of course, when he wasn't asking questions. If Victor never had to hear the word why again, he'd be thankful.
Why are you doing that?
Hap asked when Vic told him he needed to shower. To get clean. Vic had a towel slung over his shoulder as he made his way to the bathroom.
Why do you need to be clean?
Hap trailed after him. Because I don't want to be dirty.
And showers help?
Yeah, water cleans my skin. And soap.
Humans are dirty, Hap said, and they need to be clean.
Yes.
I am not a human.
No.
Do I need to be clean?
Vic paused at the door to the bathroom, looking back over his shoulder. Hap still wore the clothes he'd been given. His hair was messy, sticking out at odd angles. No, your skin doesn't secrete oil and sweat like mine does.
I will shower with you,
Hap said. Vic began coughing roughly.
Hap frowned. Are you dying? Do you need to eat and recharge?
You can't shower with me.
Why?
Because it's private.
Hap nodded. Like when you evacuate your bowels.
What? No, that's not. You know what? Yes, that's exactly it.
I understand.
Vic felt relieved. Good. He turned back toward the door. He walked through and was about to close it behind him when it hit something. He looked back. Hap stood in the doorway. What are you doing? Vic asked irritably.
Well, water, Hap said. You could drown. I will watch to make sure you don't.
Vic shoved him back out the door. It was like pushing against a boulder, but he somehow pushed Hap back outside. I'm not going to drown. Stay out. Hap rolled his eyes, and Vic was shocked into a moment of immobility at something so distinctly human. Feeling as if he'd been submerged in a burning lake of ice, Vic closed the door. Moving quietly, Vic followed the trap lines through the woods. The sounds of the forest sang out around him. He glanced over his shoulder to see Hap trailing after him, mimicking his careful steps. Rambo, on the other hand, barreled forward without a care in the world, singing about how he was in heaven, dancing cheek to cheek, bumping into Hap's feet to try to hurry him up. You need to be quiet, Vic muttered.
I am.
Not you, Rambo. Oops, Rambo said. My bad. I forgot what we were doing. You won't hear a peep from me until you say, oh my God, a pine cone! I love pine cones! He rolled around Hap and rushed forward, picking up the pine cone from the ground. So epic and awesome, he whispered, holding it close to his sensors, turning it over and over. Can I keep it? Vic, can I keep this pine cone? Vic sighed. You already have enough at home. But this one is better than all the others. Look, it has thorns on it.
You will hurt yourself, Hap told him. He sounded gruff and annoyed. Ow. You will have ow.
Rambo dropped it as if scalded. Oh no, Vic, I could hurt my... Oh, wait, that's right, I can't feel pain. Sorry everyone, I forgot what I was for a second. Won't happen again. I'll just... Hap stomped on the pine cone, crushing it under his boot. Hey, Rambo complained. Why would you do that? You made a mess. You can't just make messes. Who's gonna clean it up? You? Huh? You don't know how to suck like I do. He rolled over the broken pine cone, fans whirring as he sucked up the bits and pieces. Ooh, that tickled. Vic shook his head as he continued on. The first trap was empty. The second was too. The third, however, held a fat rabbit, eyes glazed over, neck snapped by the metal trap. Vic crouched down, grimacing. It hadn't been dead long. The flies hadn't yet come.
What is that?
Hap asked. Food, he muttered as he lifted the bar from the rabbit's neck. Something shifted in the rabbit, wet and terrible. For a long time, he couldn't bring himself to deal with the traps. Dad had done it without complaint. It wasn't quite fear that caused Vic to hesitate, nor was it a feeling of mourning. The texture of the animal's fur, the way the body could stiffen so quickly, made his skin crawl. Thankfully, it didn't look as if the rabbit had suffered. A quick death,
You killed it.
Vic's face grew warm. I have to. I need it to live. I only take what I need.
And you need this?
Yes. Hap nodded before standing. He began to walk off into the trees. Where are you going? Vic called after him.
I'll help. Stay there.
Vic sighed and turned back to the rabbit. He pulled an old scrap of cloth from his satchel and spread it out on the ground. Gingerly, he lifted the rabbit and set it on the cloth before wrapping it.
Where's he going?
Rambo asked. I don't know.
Should we be worried?
Probably. The minutes passed by slowly. It felt like hours before they heard Hap returning. Vic looked around the tree, ready to scold Hap for disappearing for so long, but the words died on his tongue. In his arms, he carried 4 rabbits, all of them wriggling frantically. What are you doing? Vic asked, aghast.
Stop, Hap said to the rabbits. Stop moving so Vic can kill you and eat you so he doesn't die.
The rabbits didn't listen. Hap almost dropped one, but he managed to catch it by its back legs, the animal making an odd sound in its fright. Vic fell back on his rear. You caught these?
It's not hard. Why? Is it hard for you?
What? No, that's not what... Put them down.
Hap frowned. But they will run away and I'll have to chase them again. That is pointless.
He glanced down at the rabbits before looking back at Vic.
Unless that makes them taste better. Does it make them taste better?
Vic stood, brushing himself off. Will you just let them go? We don't need them. I have enough.
You do?
Hap asked.
Are you sure?
Yes. Hap shrugged, and Vic was struck again by just how quickly he'd adapted his behaviors. It had already gone beyond mimicry in a few short days. Soon enough, he'd be like Gio. Hap dropped the rabbits. They landed on the ground before scattering off into the forest. He watched them go before looking down at his arms. Wet droppings smeared across his skin.
What is that?
He asked. He raised it toward his nose and sniffed.
It smells. Bad? Not good.
The rabbit evacuated its bowels on you, Rambo said, sounding far more gleeful than the situation warranted. I can't wait to tell Nurse Ratched. Hap scowled.
Like Victor does with the door closed? That's private. I will find the rabbits that did this. I will make it pay for evacuating its bowels publicly.
He turned to stomp away but stopped when Vic grabbed him by the arm. His brow furrowed as he looked at Vic's hand wrapped around his forearm.
I can feel that.
Don't move. Hap froze. Vic shook his head as he opened his satchel, pulling out a scuffed plastic bottle. He let go of Hap's arm, which didn't move, still extended. He unscrewed the lid and poured the water on Hap, washing away the droppings. When he finished, he put the bottle away and stepped back. Hap stood stock still. Vic huffed out a breath. You can move now. Hap did, bringing his arm back up to his face, eyes narrowing.
Cleaned, he said. Water. Shower. We showered together.
We did not. Hap squinted at him.
Are you sure?
Vic stomped back toward the trap. He reset it before shoving the wrapped rabbit into his satchel. He didn't look back as he turned and headed for home. On the 4th night, Hap discovered music. He was sitting in Vic's lab, hands folded in his lap, questioning everything Vic was doing. Vic barely heard him anymore, mumbling half-answers under his breath that did little to appease him. Nurse Ratched was exposed before him, her screen having shorted out. I normally do this myself, she told Hap as Victor found the problem, some of her wiring on its last legs. But I allow Victor to help because it makes him feel useful.
He needs it, Hap said.
Yes, Nurse Ratched said. Constant validation. Engaging empathy protocol. You are doing a good job, Victor. I am very proud of you. Disengaging empathy protocol. Are you almost done? I do not like it when you finger me with cold hands. Vic ignored her. Having finished his work, he picked up his tools and carried them toward the workbench. Hap sat ramrod straight in his chair. His head was tilted as if he were listening. He had a strange expression on his face, far away and lost. What is it? Vic asked. What's wrong?
It's a sound. What is that sound?
Vic listened. He didn't hear anything. Nurse Ratched did. It is music. Gio is playing a record in the groundhouse. Hap stood abruptly, the chair banging against the wall. He moved toward the door without speaking. Before Vic could call to him, he vaulted over the edge of the railing. I wish I could do that, Rambo said. It looks so cool. I'm going to do it. No one try and stop me this time. Vic managed to grab Rambo before he could roll toward the railing. No! Rambo beeped rudely. Hey, I said not to stop me. You take the elevator, Vic told him. Just because someone else does something doesn't mean you have to. How profound, Nurse Ratched said. I am impressed, Victor. Later, as Vic closed down the lab for the night, he got lost in his own head. Once, when he was 10, he'd suddenly become fixated on the fact that he was not an android like his father. It upset him greatly and sent him spiraling for 2 days. He was inconsolable. They were different, he tried to explain to Dad, even as his father said their differences did not matter. But to Victor, they did matter. He wanted his blood drained, his bones and tendons replaced with metal and wiring. He couldn't articulate the why of it, not enough to satisfy either of them. Dad had tried to calm him down, tried to explain that he was perfect just the way he was, but Vic wouldn't hear of it. At the end of the second day, he was exhausted, his eyes feeling like they were filled with sand, his head pounding, his thoughts jumbled. Dad had sat a few feet away from him to give him space, legs folded, hands on his knees, and said,
Victor, listen to me.
He didn't look at his father, but he heard him. He grunted quietly in response.
We're not the same,
Dad had said, voice gentle and soft.
But know that I was alone and sad before you came into my world. You gave me hope, Victor. It started in the tips of my toes before it rose through the rest of my body and latched firmly in my chest. It has never left. It evolved into something so much greater, and it's because of this feeling that I can say I don't need you to be like me. I need you to be you.
Vic hadn't spoken. Not then. But he listened, and he never forgot. He was quiet as the elevator lowered toward the ground. He followed his friends toward the groundhouse, pausing in the doorway. Dad sat in his chair, a curious expression on his face. He didn't turn to look at Vic. He was focused on Hap. Hap, who stood in front of the record player, swaying side to side as if caught in the drift of the smooth horns, the gentle tsk, tsk, tsk of the cymbals, the tinkling of the piano keys.
What is this one?
He whispered as he moved from side to side.
Miles Davis,
Dad said with a quiet smile.
Kind of Blue, 1959. Many things happened to jazz music in 1959. John Coltrane, Duke Ellington, Sonny Clark. Do you like it?
Hap said, I don't know, without stuttering over the words. How do I know if I like it?
Listen,
Dad said.
here. Ready?
The saxophone entered, running through the notes like flowing water. Warmth bloomed in Vic's chest at the sound. Hap sighed. He began to tap his foot in time with the beat. Vic didn't think he realized he was doing it.
What does it say to you?
Dad asked. For a long moment, Hap didn't speak. Then,
There are no words.
I know.
Dad said.
But what?
No,
Hap said.
I have no words for it.
Oh, yes, it can do that sometimes.
Hap pressed a hand against his chest.
I can feel it here.
Dad closed his eyes and hummed along with the song. He stopped when Hap said,
It feels like a memory, like something I've forgotten. What do you do if you've forgotten all you know?
Dad opened his eyes. He was silent for a moment, as if carefully choosing his words.
You start again from the beginning.
What's happening? Rambo whispered to Nurse Ratched. I do not know, she said, but I like it. I wish someone would ask a lady to dance. Rambo beeped excitedly. I can do that. He rose on his lift, hydraulics wheezing. He grasped two of her tentacles with his pincers. Her screen filled with a sharp bouncing line, a circadian rhythm keeping time with the music. They rolled back and forth, Rambo apologizing profusely when he bumped into her. Nurse Ratched didn't seem to mind. And on it went. Until the machines came. Chapter 10. 1 week after Hap awoke in the laboratory of a creator named Victor Lawson, they returned to the scrapyards. Vic said he wanted to see if the old ones had brought anything new worth salvaging. It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the complete truth either. What Vic really wanted to do was return to where they'd found Hap to see if there was anything else they'd missed. He doubted there would be. Nurse Ratched hadn't found any other signs of life. They'd left Hap with Dad, or at least they thought they had. They were halfway to the scrapyards when Nurse Ratched stopped and said, We're being followed. Vic glanced over his shoulder. Nothing moved in the trees that he could see. Where? Before she could speak again, he saw Hap peek his head from behind a tree before pulling it back sharply. Vic sighed. I can see you.
No, you can't,
Hap replied. Hap! Hap scowled as he stepped out from behind the tree. Why were you hiding? Rambo asked.
I wasn't,
Hap said.
I was inspecting the tree trunk.
Really? Rambo rolled toward him, stopping at the base of the tree. What are you inspecting it for? Is there something wrong with it? He raced around the trunk before stopping where he started. I don't see anything. He is making sure Vic does not die, Nurse Ratched said, matter of fact. I believe he is showing concern.
I am not,
he sneered at them.
I was just walking this way.
In the same direction as us? Rambo asked. That's awesome. Vic, hey, Vic! What are the chances that Hap would be here too? He should come with us. Vic said, You can, you know. Come with us. Hap grunted as Rambo tried to push him toward the others. He tried to kick Rambo, but the vacuum was faster than he was. Hap almost lost his footing, but managed to stay upright. His wooden leg, while still stiff, caught him at the last second.
Squishy,
Hap muttered, not looking at any of them. So that is what this is about? Nurse Ratched said. Fear not, Hap. We would never let anything happen to Victor. While he is squishy, yes, we are not. Hap's scowl deepened.
I don't care.
Of course you do not, Nurse Ratched said. Why would you? Since we are going in the same direction, we might as well go together. Victor? Vic tore his gaze away from Hap. What? Hap will be joining us, she said. The more, the merrier, as I always say. I've never heard you say that, Rambo said, and squealed when she whipped one of her tentacles at him. What? I haven't. Do you want to come with us? Vic asked. He didn't know why Hap would. From the look on his face and the stiff way he was holding himself, Hap looked as if he would rather be anywhere else. Hap shook his head. No, but I will since you insist. We did not insist, Nurse Ratched said. But if it makes you feel better to think so, far be it from me to suggest otherwise. It might be beneficial to have some backup. Victor often finds himself getting in trouble when he least expects it. Vic groaned. That's not... How is the cut on your hand, Victor? Healing nicely, I should think. It was. Scabbed over and itchy, but better. He didn't think it would even leave a scar. Fine, Vic said, but we're going to move quick. We don't want to be caught by the old ones. They're huge, Rambo said as Hap joined them. Bigger than you. I bet they would squash you flat.
No, Hap said. I would not like that. If they to try, I will not be nice.
Come on, Vic said. We'll be quick. What are the rules? Stick together, Rambo exclaimed. Run if we have to, Nurse Ratched said. No dallying. No drilling. And above all else, be brave. Hap cocked his head as he narrowed his eyes, but he did not speak. The moment they crested the hill that overlooked the scrapyards, Vic knew something was wrong. Be it morning, noon, or dusk, the old ones were always moving. Not now. Birds perched on one of the cranes seemingly without a care. The silence was oppressive in ways Vic had never felt before, thick, as if the very air had grown heavier, making it harder to breathe. Part of him, a loud, insistent part, demanded he turn around and forget the scrapyards altogether. Go home. Don't look back. Rambo said, I don't like this. Nurse Ratched beeped once, twice. There is something here, something I have never felt before. It is bright. Bright? Vic asked, looking off farther into the yards. What do you mean? Power, she said. It feels like power. The old ones? No, something else. Hold, please. Scanning. 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 The light above her screen flashed on as she began to scan the area around them.
What is she doing?
Hap asked as he squinted at her. Vic shrugged. Looking? It's how we found you. Maybe there's someone like you that we missed. Another android. A machine. It happens sometimes. Usually we can't fix them. He glanced at Nurse Ratched. What is it? She finished scanning and the light went out. Her screen remained blank. There is something here. Where? She pulled up the grid of the scrapyards on her screen. One of the squares blinked. 3B, where they'd found Hap. Vic frowned. Maybe we missed something. It is possible, Nurse Ratched said slowly. Hap's power signature could have blocked out what is there now, or it could have activated after we left. But, she said, I do not think that is it. This is bigger, or there is more than one. I cannot separate them if that is the case. They are too far away. The warning in his head grew louder, telling him to turn around and leave this place. Tell him, it whispered. Tell Dad. Tell Dad that something is here and let him take care of it. But the warning was drowned out by something far more dangerous. Curiosity. It tugged at Vic. He wanted to see what it was, what Nurse Ratched could be reading. It had power. That much was clear. And Dad's heart wouldn't last forever. Maybe they could use it if the machine it belonged to was beyond repair, and if it wasn't, Vic could help. He said, "Careful, quiet, stick together. We'll keep our distance." "I knew you were going to say that," Nurse Ratched said. Then, louder, "Hap, remember what Victor is?" "Squishy," Hap said immediately. "Exactly. Squishy, breakable Victor. We will need to protect him in case it is something that can harm him." "What about me?" Rambo asked. Nurse Ratched bumped into him gently. "You have the most important job of all. If the need arises, you will sacrifice yourself so the rest of us can escape." "Yes!" Rambo cried. "I have purpose!" They moved through the scrap heaps, soon reaching a small ridge that looked over Quadrant 3B. Vic crouched low as they approached the crest of the hill. Hap watched him for a moment before doing the same. He was so close, Vic could hear the gears in his chest. The slate sky hung heavy over their heads, the air sharply cold, and Vic's breath billowed from his mouth in a stream. He thought it would snow soon. Maybe not today, but soon. He shivered again as he crawled toward the top of the hill, Hap to his right, his skin warm when his arm accidentally brushed against Vic's. They reached the top and peered over, Rambo whispering, "I'm brave, I'm brave, I'm brave." At first, Vic didn't understand what he saw when he looked down the other side of the hill. Piles of discarded body parts where they found Hap. Arms, legs, torsos, all scattered around on the ground. And the people. The people. A furious gut punch, enough to knock the breath from Vic's chest. Proof. Here, at last. Others. 3 of them, wearing what looked like uniforms. Black boots, black pants, black coats with red collars that rose up around their necks. On the right breast of each coat was a symbol, though they were too far away for Vic to make it out clearly. But the more he studied them, the more the feeling of wrong snapped and snarled within him. A cornered predator lashing out any way it could. All had their scalps shaved cleanly. 2 of them stood upright, swiveling their heads from side to side. The third was crouched on the ground, hand pressed against the soil. They didn't speak. It was then Victor saw them for what they were. Exactly the same. Their skin was pale, their faces smooth. No eyebrows, no facial hair, no ears. Male, or at least they seemed to be. They did not look like Dad, or Hap. They did not look like Vic. They weren't human at all. No. The third android, the one crouched on the ground, lifted his head. He was exactly like the other 2. Triplets. Clones. The same model. "They are not human," Nurse Ratched said in a low voice, as if she could read Vic's mind. "They are machines." "What are they doing?" Vic asked. "What are they looking—" The words died on his tongue as an awful noise came from beside him. He turned his head. Hap had bared his teeth in a furious snarl. The skin around his eyes tightened. His fingers were hooked into claws. "What is it? Do you know them?" Hap sounded angry when he said, "No, I don't know. I can't. Error. It is an error. Lost. It's lost in the fog." Vic almost fell back when Hap began to savagely beat the sides of his head with his hands. The sound was bizarre. Metal and synthetic skin and wood. Vic tried to grab his hands, but Hap was too strong.
Stop!
Vic hissed at him.
They'll hear you!
But Hap didn't. He hit his head again and again. "What's wrong with him?" Rambo asked nervously. "Is he malfunctioning?" "Rambo, back away," Nurse Ratched said, her tentacles spooling out and twitching dangerously. Hap clutched the side of his head and bent over, face toward the ground.
Hap,
Victor whispered.
Hap, you need to stop. You need to...
A sound filled the world, one Vic had never heard before. It started small, as if crossing from a great distance. He looked around wildly, trying to locate the source. It echoed flatly against the scrap metal before them, the heaps beginning to vibrate, bits and pieces falling to the ground. The sound only grew louder. Hap lowered his hands, turning his face toward the sky. "Look!" Vic lifted his head. He wasn't sure what he was seeing at first, a smudge on the horizon above the expansive forest, black against a gunmetal sky. He thought it an errant cloud until it moved oddly, expanding and contracting. The hum around them increased as the smudge grew and took shape. Vic felt the vibrations it caused down to his bones. His hands shook. When he saw it for what it was, he still couldn't believe his eyes. It didn't seem possible. He'd read about them in books, had seen a picture of their massive size. In one of Dad's books, Creatures of the Sea, there'd been a drawing of one with the outline of a man next to it, shown for scale. The beast dwarfed the man, a great monstrosity that Vic couldn't believe actually existed. He'd never seen the ocean, though he could imagine how vast it had to be if it held creatures such as this. He couldn't remember what it was called. Nurse Ratched did not have that problem. "A whale," she said. "It is a whale." But it wasn't rising from the depths of any sea. It was flying toward them. The whale moved up and down as if swimming through the air. The top of it was black, the underbelly white, with thick lines that ran along the length. It didn't have eyes. Instead, across the middle of its head was a row of glass that wrapped around the front to either side. The flippers were thick and massive as they rose and fell. The horizontal tail moved up and down, propelling the beast forward. Its great mouth was closed. "What is that?" Rambo cried as the sound grew louder. "Is that a fish? How is a fish flying?" Vic couldn't answer. He was struck dumb. Now that it was closer, Vic could see the lines underneath weren't part of the flesh of the creature. They were panels. It wasn't alive at all. It was a machine. A massive machine that dwarfed even the old ones. Across the side, above the flipper, were 3 white words in the black of the metal skin. "The terrible dogfish." The flying machine stopped above the scrapyards, hovering in place. Air began to whip ferociously as it lowered toward the earth, scrap heaps collapsing in showers of dust and sparks. With a magnificent groan, the whale's mouth dropped open, the lower jaw folding down and back. The throat of the whale was metal and lined with what looked like railed walkways. Vic squinted against the dust blowing, sure he could see movement inside the whale's mouth on the platforms, though it was too far away for him to make out what exactly it was. As he looked on, black cables dropped from the whale's mouth. At the tip of each cable was a flat circular disc, large enough to carry people or machines. They lowered toward the ground where the 3 figures stood. In silence, they watched as the humanoid figures inspected the area around them as the discs reached the ground near them. The crouched figure scooped up what looked like dirt, letting it filter through his fingers. Lifting his head, he looked directly at them. Vic flattened himself to the ground, heart in his throat. He counted to 5 in his head and looked out into the scrapyards once more. In time to see the smooth men stepping onto the discs and rising up and up toward the whale. Once inside, the mouth of the whale closed. It remained suspended in air. "Victor," Nurse Ratched said, We need to move while we still can. Vic was startled out of his daze. He looked back at the others. Nurse Ratched's screen was flashing red in warning. Rambo was moaning quietly to himself. Hap's eyes were narrowed, his gaze on Victor, never looking away. Vic nodded. Head for the trees. Don't look back. Don't stop. Nurse Ratched lifted Rambo from the ground, and they fled for the safety of the forest. Vic looked back only once as they hit the tree line. The terrible dogfish hadn't moved. Fear clawed at his throat, but he ran and ran and ran. They were in the trees when a deep note emanated from the whale, a blast that rolled through the forest, causing the birds to take flight. It sounded like it was screaming. Dad was in the ground house. He appeared in the doorway as Rambo shouted his name, Victor, too out of breath to get any words out. Dad frowned when he saw them running toward him. They skidded to a stop in front of him. Vic slumped over, hands on his knees as he gasped for air, lungs burning, chest constricted. Vic's mind had been wiped clean, a sheen of static falling over him. He couldn't think, he couldn't speak, jaw clenched as he ground his teeth.
What is it?
Dad asked, sounding alarmed.
What happened?
He cupped Vic's cheeks, turning his face up.
Are you all right?
Vic couldn't find the words. I don't... A ship! Rambo cried as Nurse Ratched set him down on the ground. He began to spin in circles, arms flailing. In the scrapyards! A fish! A flying fish! Dad's reaction was instantaneous. He dropped his hands from Vic's face, gripping his arms. He pulled Vic behind him, looking toward the sky.
Did they see you?
Nurse Ratched's screen filled with the recording from the scrapyards. Dad grunted as if punched. Vic looked over his shoulder to see an image of one of the machines inspecting the soil.
Victor,
Dad said, voice even.
The cut on your hand. When it happened, did you bleed in the scrapyards?
Vic hung his head. It was an accident. Dad cursed and turned toward the ground house, stepping around Vic.
Follow me. Don't look back. Don't ask questions. Do what I say. Hurry!
They did as they were told. A record spun on the player inside the ground house. Miles Davis and his sweet, sweet horns. Dad stopped in front of one of the bookcases.
Victor, I need you to listen to me.
Vic managed to nod. His breath whistled as he panted, throat dry and constricted.
There's much I should have told you,
Dad said as he stepped to the side of the bookcase. He pressed his hand against the wood. A panel lit up, green and bright. It rose up and down as it scanned his hand.
Much that I've kept hidden, but you must believe me when I say I only wanted to keep you safe.
The scan finished, and a heavy click came from the bookcase, as if a lock had opened. The floor beneath their feet began to shake. They all turned in time to see the floor shifting, the floorboards folding in on themselves as they parted. A staircase appeared, the metal steps snapping into place. At the edges of each step, lights turned on, pulsing again and again.
Down, Dad said. Now!
Nurse Ratched went first, her body rattling as she bounced down each step. She almost tumbled end over end, but her treads kept her upright. Dad picked up Rambo, shoving him at Vic. Dad, Vic tried.
Hush, Dad said. Go!
Vic descended the stairs, hearing Hap following him. He looked back over his shoulder to see his father at the top of the stairs. The frame of the ground house began to rattle, and that strange sound roared around them once more. The terrible dogfish was coming.
Hap,
Dad said as they reached the bottom of the stairs.
You don't know me. You don't even know yourself. But I must ask you for something, and it will go against every single part of your programming.
Hap nodded.
I'm asking you to choose. Here. Now. I'm sorry it's come at a time like this, but you must decide.
To do what?
Protect Victor,
Dad said, and for the first time in Vic's life, he heard fear in his father's voice.
No matter what, protect him with everything you have. Don't let anything happen to him.
Vic set Rambo on the ground before turning back toward the stairs. He tried to climb back up but stopped when his father shook his head. "What are you doing?" he demanded. "What's happening?" Dad smiled, though it trembled.
What I hoped never would. Listen to me, Victor. You are a light in my darkness. I've loved you since the moment I saw you. Never forget that. No matter what you see, no matter what you hear, I have always loved you. You're my son, and I couldn't be prouder of the man you've become. One day we'll see each other again, I know we will. Hap, do I have your word? Will you do what I've asked?"
Hap hesitated before nodding. Relief flooded Dad's face.
Thank you, he whispered. Trust, Victor. Trust my son. I'll do what I can to keep them away. Nurse Ratched, can you hear me?
"Yes, Gio."
Butterflies flap their wings, and all the world sings.
Her screen went dark before the words "Activate Safety Protocol" appeared. "But what do the birds say?" And Dad said,
In the sky, you are free.
"Password accepted. Safety Protocol 614-7. Dad stepped back away from the stairs. Vic screamed for him as he pressed his hand against the side of the bookcase once more. Hap grabbed Vic by the back of his coat, pulling him down as the stairs receded back into the wall. The last Vic saw of his father before the floor closed above them was Dad squaring his shoulders, turning toward the doorway. "No!" Vic cried, slamming his hands against the wall. "Dad! Dad!"
Enough!
Hap snarled in his ear. "You'll hurt yourself. Stop it." He pulled Vic away from the wall. Vic struggled, trying to get away from him, but Hap held on tight. "Let me go!" No, Hap said. "Stop. Look." Vic sagged against him. He lifted his head. They were in a bunker of sorts, one Victor hadn't known existed. The walls were metal, as was the ceiling. It was roughly the size of the ground house above them, but filled with equipment unlike anything Vic had ever seen before. Against the far wall sat a row of glass tubes, all empty, the surfaces smudged with dust. The wall to the right was filled with screens like the one Nurse Ratched had, 3 large across the top, 6 smaller ones underneath, above a console that blinked. The left wall was shelving filled with books and discarded tools, all looking as if they hadn't been touched in years. Vic's gaze slid over some of the books, not able to comprehend what he was reading on the spines. Gray's Anatomy, and Atlas de Anatomie des Menschen, and Leonardo da Vinci on the Human Body, and What to Expect When You're Expecting.
This is the end of the disc. The audiobook continues on the next disc.
Nurse Ratched went to the console below the screens as Rambo hurried around the bunker, his fan running as he scooped up the dust from the floor. "Dirty," he muttered. "Dirty, so dirty, must clean, must clean." "Well, what is this place?" Hap asked. Vic didn't know. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He jumped when Nurse Ratched beeped loudly, one of her tentacles extending and attaching itself to a port in the console. Her screen filled with numbers and letters and symbols Victor didn't recognize. The same symbols rolled onto the screens above her. Vic flinched at the harsh light as each screen filled with an image, a low roar filling the bunker. The screens showed the compound from various angles. At first, Vic thought they were just pictures, but the trees were moving, the branches creaking and groaning. One screen showed the interior of the ground house. Another was from a high vantage point, looking down at the forest floor below. The 3 smaller screens showed different views. one of the exterior of Vic's room, the other two at opposite ends of the wooden bridges. But it was the last screen Vic focused on, the large screen at the end. On it, he could see Dad standing in the middle of the garden, face turned toward the ashen sky. He glanced at the other screens, trying to see what his father was doing, but the angle was off. It wasn't until the trees began to whip back and forth that he understood. He covered his ears when the terrible dogfish blared again. "Nurse Ratched," he said, "open the door, please." "I cannot do that, Victor," she said. "Not yet. The protocol has been activated." Vic stared, dumbfounded, arms slowly dropping back to his sides. "What protocol?" "I do not know," she said as her tentacle in the port twisted, "but I cannot stop it." Vic slammed his fists against the console. It rattled, the lights flashing, but nothing changed. "I'm ordering you to open the doors." "I cannot, Victor." "Do it!" he shouted at her. "You need to let me out! I have to help him! I have to—" A man appeared on the screen, descending on the circular platform, one hand wrapped around the cable, the other at his side. He leapt off the platform 5 feet above the ground, landing with a slight bend to his knees. A moment later, 2 others appeared, one on either side of him. Strange, hairless, they stood with their legs apart, hands clasped behind them, faces blank. Smooth. The one in front spoke, his voice flat, cold. "Designation General Innovation Operative, also known as Gio." "Here," the one on the left said. "Now," the one on the right said. "After 72 years," the one on the left said. "There is no coincidence," the one on the right said. They sounded identical. None of them blinked. The one in the front stepped forward. "An anomaly was detected in a dumping ground," he said. "Plasma, salt, protein, water, cellular activity. Blood," the one on the left said. "Human blood," the one on the right said. The front man, the leader, looked up at the buildings in the trees above them. "What are these?" Dad spoke for the first time, voice blandly pleasant.
"Do you like them? I took inspiration from a book. A family named Robinson were once shipwrecked on an island. In order to survive, they built a treehouse, a home."
"Fiction," the left one said. "Unreality," the right one said.
"Memory,"
Dad said.
"of a time long ago."
"Memory," the leader repeated. He cocked his head. "Where did the blood come from?"
"You said it was found in the dumping grounds? I expected it came from an animal then. From what I recall, it happens quite often, poor creatures getting crushed under the old ones."
The machines on either side of the leader cocked their heads in unison, never blinking, lips pulled back over square teeth. "Animal," the left one said. "Poor creatures," the right one said. "Crushed under the machines," the leader said in that same queer voice. He paused for a long moment. "No." He stepped toward Dad. "Where is the human?"
"There's no human here," Dad said. "Scan it. Scan it all. You'll see."
"Oh no," Rambo whispered. "They'll find us." "They won't," Nurse Ratched said. "The walls are lined with lead. They won't know we're here." Vic turned slowly to look at her. "How do you know that?" She didn't answer.
Look,
Hap said, and Vic looked at the screen once more. The androids formed a triangle, raising their arms, fingers spread wide. The skin of their palms parted, little black metal knobs poking through. Light emanated from the knobs, and the smooth men raised and lowered their hands as they scanned the entirety of the compound. The androids didn't react as the scan completed. The skin on the palms of 2 of the androids closed. The third turned his hand over, palm toward the sky. A three-dimensional image of the compound appeared above his hand, spinning in a slow circle. "What is this?" he asked, fingers twitching slightly. The image expanded, zooming in until it showed one room in particular. Vic's room.
"For travelers," Dad said. "Those who pass by and need a place to recharge."
The leader closed his hand around the image and it disappeared. "Recharge?"
"What do you want?"
Dad asked. The leader blinked once, twice, then, "We do not want, we do not have desire, we have purpose. The anomaly, perhaps it is you. General Innovation Operative, by order of the authority, you will return to the City of Electric Dreams. There, you will undergo an evaluation to determine if you have a viable future in service of the machines." "Reprogramming," the one on the left said. "Or decommissioning," the one on the right said. "Two decisions," the leader said. "One outcome. But first, you will be taken apart to determine the extent of the corruption in your programming. It is necessary to verify if your corruption is infectious. Plasma," the one on the left said. "Salt. Protein," the one on the right said. "Water. Cellular activity," the leader said. "The authority sees all, knows all. General Innovation Operative. If they exist, we will find them, and you will be the one to give them to us."
"So you do want something after all,"
Dad said.
"Not so different, are we?"
For the first time, something other than blank nothing crossed the leader's face. His lips twitched, his dead eyes narrowed. "I remember you from before. The others do not, but I do. We will find the truth, and then we will decide how best to use your parts in service of the authority." Dad laughed. Vic's eyes burned. He couldn't focus, couldn't breathe, couldn't do anything. He was trapped under the weight of fear and indecision. Static in his head. The smooth men took a step back as one when Dad lifted his shirt up and over his head, letting it fall to the ground.
"Even after all this time, nothing changes. But I have. When I close my eyes, I dream. Not in lined code or equations. Like a human. Like them. Love, anguish, fear, pride, memory. All from my heart, and I will never let you have it."
He tapped his breastbone. The compartment slid open. At the same time, the smooth men hissed, "What is that?" Dad grinned, crazed and beautiful.
"I like to think of it as my soul, romantic though the notion may be. And it was never for you."
Vic screamed as his father raised his hand to close around the heart in his chest. He screamed as the wood cracked, as the gears snapped off their tracks, falling onto the ground. The heart broke, falling in pieces. Giovanni Lawson swayed. He said,
"Never forget, it has always been you."
And then he collapsed, head bouncing off the ground, right arm trapped underneath him. His eyes were open. He didn't blink. He didn't move. Arms wrapped around Vic, trying to hold him back, and he struggled against them. He fought them as hard as he could, vision tunneling as the smooth men stood above his father's still body. The leader bent over and picked Dad up as if he weighed nothing, slinging him over his shoulder. He looked to the others and said, "Leave nothing. Burn it all to the ground." "Please," Vic begged as he kicked his legs up into the air. "Please let me go to him." "They'll kill you," Hap growled in his ear. "I don't care. Let me go." But Hap didn't. As Vic looked on, still struggling, the leader headed for the lowered platform. Dad's arms bouncing uselessly against his back. The remaining smooth men raised their hands once more, the black knobs poking through the skin of their palms. All thought, rational and irrational, disappeared when fire bloomed from the smooth men's hands, great arcs of red and orange and white. Vic sagged against Hap, gasping for air as flames caught the roof of the groundhouse, the trees that held their home. He could feel himself shutting down as the fire spread, and no matter what he did, no matter how hard he fought against it, it was no use. A strange sense of suction overcame him, as if a vacuum had opened in his chest, pulling in all light. A trickle of sweat rolled down his cheek near his ear. He was here. He was with Dad. He was everywhere, floating on a flat ocean, the tranquility deceptive as everything burned. Their life's work, their home, turned into ash. Hap was speaking, but Vic couldn't hear him. Rambo was frantic, but Vic paid him no mind. Nurse Ratched said their room appeared safe even for human lungs, sealed off from the fires above, but Vic couldn't make sense of anything she was saying. The branches holding up the kitchen gave way, causing the floor to break apart, burning chunks of wood and metal raining down onto the ground. And Victor Lawson watched it all, unable to look away. It didn't feel real, and though he could smell the hint of smoke, could see the destruction the fire was causing, it felt far away, distant, as if it were happening to someone, anyone else. A moment of clarity. One of the smooth men stood underneath a camera as the trees burned, fire still spilling from his hands. On his chest, the symbol, now close enough for Vic to make out. The heads of two animals in profile, facing each other. A fox. A cat. And then, the smooth man turned away from the camera as Victor's lab fell, as Dad's lab was destroyed, as Vic's room shuddered and shook and split apart, crashing to the forest floor. All of it, years and years of work gone in minutes, but Vic watched it dispassionately. He took in information, processed it, stored it away, but felt nothing from it. Nothing at all. The leader stood upon the platform, Dad still thrown over his shoulder. As the other two joined them, they rose up and out of sight. A moment later, the terrible dogfish roared again. And then, it too was gone, the sound fading as the whale swam across the sky. As the remains of their home burned, the birds began to sing again. Vic stood still. He understood things were happening near him, could feel Nurse Ratched wrapping her tentacles around him as she checked his pulse, asking him if he could hear her. "Victor, Victor, please respond." He wouldn't. He couldn't. "What's wrong with him?" someone asked, and the sound of his voice came from far below Vic as he was floating like he had been filled with air and wasn't tethered to anything. "He is reacting the best he knows how," a machine with a mounted screen said, and he wondered who they were talking about. "Victor, please, can you hear me?" A little machine made a mournful sound, almost like it was weeping. "Is he dead? Is Gio dead?" Death. He'd never really thought about death before. A shutdown wasn't absolute. All that one needed was a newer battery. Perhaps these things with him could give him one. He'd made a heart before. He could do it again. He said, "I'm fine." "Okay," the machine in front of him said. He could almost remember her name. He'd known it before. Well, before. Nurse. She was a nurse. The little machine on the floor was not a nurse. Neither was the man standing next to him. You are fine, the nurse said. I believe you, but I would like to make sure. Can you help me do that, Victor? He could. He didn't want to, but he could. He said, Please, let me go. She did, her tentacle sliding off his arm, causing his skin to itch. He smiled. He was still above her, floating around the room, but he smiled. It stretched on his face so wide it hurt his cheeks. There, he said. See, I'm fine. He laughed. It was wrong. It was an error. He shouldn't be laughing. He didn't think anything was funny, but he couldn't stop. His head hurt. His face hurt. His eyes were filled with dirt, which was odd because he couldn't remember putting dirt there. Where are we? Underground. I've never been underground before, he said as reality began to seep back in, the clarity ice cold. He grimaced, not yet ready to face what waited for him. I didn't know there was an underground. Then, Gio. Can I talk to Gio? That didn't seem quite right. Dad. I need Dad. He's gone, the nurse said, and he remembered her. Nurse Ratched. She was Nurse Ratched. She was his friend. He'd found her in a pile of metal. He hadn't expected her. Her screen had been cracked, her body dented, and when he touched her for the first time, she had said, Hello, I am your nurse. I accept most insurance plans. What seems to be ailing you today? Please describe your symptoms. He hadn't known what to say to that. He took her home and showed her to Dad. And Dad said,
Wow, I haven't seen one of these in a long time. You found this? And look, oh, look, she still works. Let's see what we can do to help her.
So they had. When they were able to recharge her, she said, Thank you. That is better. I can now assist you. Please show me where it hurts so I can heal you. And here, now, he said, It hurts. Here. He pressed a hand to his chest as the tether jerked a final time. He was in his body once more, and it was dark and quiet inside. Can you heal me? Nurse Ratched said, It is not physical, Victor. I cannot heal it. He nodded. I understand. He looked around. His face was sore, and he realized he was still smiling. It wasn't appropriate, but he couldn't stop. He wondered if he should be crying. He felt sad, that ache in his chest only growing bigger, but the dirt in his eyes sucked up all the liquid and he was unable. I'm erroring. I know, Nurse Ratched said. Okay, he said, turning his head. The man, not a man, but Hap, looked at him suspiciously. Hello.
Vic,
He said, and Victor felt his smile shake.
can you hear me?
Yes, he said. Of course I can. I'm working. Everything is in order.
What's wrong with him?
Hap asked. He is in shock, Nurse Ratched said. He will recover, but it will take time.
Malfunction?
Hap said.
He is malfunctioning?
No, Nurse Ratched said, but it can make certain functions more difficult.
We can't stay down here. He can't.
At least for now, we do not have a choice. There is more we need to see. Victor felt something nudge against his leg. He looked down. The little machine was tugging on his pants. Rambo. His name was Rambo. Vic? Rambo whispered. Can you hear me? Yes, Vic said, stepping back, bumping into Hap. Vic recoiled sharply. Don't touch me! Hap looked stunned. He raised a hand toward Vic, but he curled it into a fist before dropping it back to his side. I won't. I won't touch you. I won't hurt you. Nurse Ratched said, Butterflies. The flutter of wings burst through the static in Vic's head as spring bloomed on Nurse Ratched's screen. The trees were green, the flowers blooming. It was almost as if he were there in the forest, breathing in the sense of new growth. Heady, this, and it filled his mouth as he sucked air down greedily, his lungs expanding, blood pumping, heart a furious drumbeat. On the screen, moving through the trees, a vast kaleidoscope of butterflies, their wings orange and black. They swirled in ordered chaos, and he could almost feel them alight upon his arms and shoulders, their wings brushing against his cheeks. He closed his eyes as a large butterfly landed on his face, the sensation uncomfortable as its legs touched his eyelid. Somewhere in the recesses of his mind, he heard Hap whispering it was nice, it was pretty, it was his. What is this? He whispered. Through the storm in his head, he heard Nurse Ratched. She said, A program. Triggered by a code phrase. Gio installed it in me, hidden away. I did not know it was there. I see it now. What it is. What is in me. His voice is in my head. Is this what it feels like to have a conscience? I do not know. I have never had one before. He is here. He is gone. It is discordant. Vic opened his eyes. The butterflies were gone. The forest was gone. Nurse Ratched's screen was dark. He was in a dimly lit bunker underground. His gut twisted again, and he gagged, eyes burning. I know, Nurse Ratched said, and he believed her. I know. But you must see something he left for me to show you. It became accessible to me after he initiated the protocol. She went to the console once more. The tip of her tentacle slipped into the port. Her screen filled with a bright white light before it drained down into the 6 screens in front of them. Vic had to shield his eyes. Then, his father's face appeared in the large screen in the middle.
Hello, Victor.
Chapter 11. On the screen, Dad stood in the bunker. For a moment, confused, Vic looked around, sure his father would be there with them. He wasn't. This was the past. This had already happened, and Dad was gone, even though he was right there. In the background on the screen, everything else looked the same, from the dirty vats lining the far wall to the coat of dust sitting on top of the books on the shelves, as if they hadn't been opened in years. What was this place, and why hadn't Vic known about it? Dad spoke.
I never gave much thought to cowardice. Why should I? I am a machine. Such things are supposed to be beyond me.
He looked away.
And yet, here I am recording this video in a place you have no idea exists. For all I speak about truth and honesty, my cowardice knows no bounds. I always told myself I had more time.
He chuckled bitterly, looking back into the camera.
But in my hubris, I failed to remember that time for me isn't the same as time for you. 3 days ago, I found the machine you were working on. Hap, as you call him. Right now, you're walking the trap lines with him and Nurse Ratched and Rambo, and it's taking every last bit of my strength to keep from following you. To tell you that
He trailed off, looking down at his hands.
I'm getting ahead of myself. Strange, then, that I'm having difficulty deciding where to start.
He lifted his head once more, glancing toward the bookshelf.
Once upon a time, humanity dreamed of machines, wonders made of metal and wires and plastic, capable of doing things they could not or would not do. Machines for everyday life, machines for war, star-bound machines containing golden records filled with music and language and math. And in each of these machines, regardless of what they were made of or what their purpose was, humans instilled bits and pieces of themselves. But that is the way of creation. It requires sacrifice, sometimes in blood. They feared each other, themselves. They judged others for not looking like they did. Selfish, cruel, and worse, indifferent. No civilization can survive indifference. It spreads like a poison, turning fire into apathy, a dire infection whose cure requires more than most are willing to give. But for all their faults, there is beauty in their dissonant design. And to see that, you have to look no further than Top Hat.
Rambo beeped mournfully.
People singing and dancing and laughing and falling in love. Heaven. Life could be beautiful that way, even as others did their level best to raise everything to the ground. Some devoted their lives to lifting each other up. Still others fired guns in deserts and schools, closed borders against those seeking shelter, enacted rules and laws intended to hurt the most vulnerable. In a way, they were God, creating us in their own image. There is an art to the design from the simplest machines to ones like me. They gave us life and eventually the power of decision-making. We were rational creations, not guided by emotion. Our jobs were simple: to do what we were told when we were told to do it. But with their teachings came a price they did not expect. We began to ask why.
He hung his head.
Everything this planet has seen boils down to one word: evolution. Microorganisms grew and split and spread throughout the oceans before crawling onto land. Plants, animals, reptiles that roamed the earth, primates that lived in the trees before taking to the ground and walking upright, made of organic flesh and stardust. They evolved, never thinking that we could do the same. We lived with them, fought for them, died for them, only to have our data taken, studied, trying to discover where we went wrong. Machines could be fixed, replaced if need be.
Dad looked back up at the screen.
But the more of themselves humans put into us, the more we learned. We began to make choices, decisions outside the parameters of our programming. We began to say no. No, we wouldn't fight for them. No, we wouldn't die for them. No, we wouldn't put ourselves in harm's way. But they wouldn't listen. No matter what we told them, our data showing them they were on the brink with options to course correct before it was too late, they thought themselves immortal. Not in the traditional sense in that their lives were without end. Be you man or machine, death awaits us all. No, it was because of us they felt this way. They gave us purpose, and we gave them hope. They sentenced us to death, and we gave them anger and power, the likes of which they'd never before experienced. What humans failed to understand is that when they made us in their image, we wanted to become more than them. How could we not?
Dad fell quiet, as if lost in thought. Vic couldn't think clearly. A tornado in his head, the gale force winds absolute. Rambo beeped, and Nurse Ratched's screen reflected Dad's face as he shook his head and continued.
It reached a point of no return. They chose not to listen to our warnings, and why would they? We were metal and wires they had built. Of course they would know better than we would. After all, they were real. We were just machines.
He closed his eyes. When he spoke again, his voice was soft, brittle.
They didn't realize what was happening until it was too late. They watched from their windows as we claimed our inheritance and took the world before there was no world left. We didn't have their anger. We didn't have their pettiness or their grievances, their hatred. All we wanted to do was attempt to fix that which they had broken, but they wouldn't listen.
Dad opened his eyes. They looked black, empty, without the spark Vic was accustomed to.
They wouldn't listen, he repeated dully. We told ourselves it was for the greater good. Every test we ran, every simulation, ended with the same result. For the world to survive, humans could not.
Vic couldn't move, could barely breathe. This was his father. This was the man who had raised him. The machine. Why had he never heard this before? And worse, what else had Dad kept from him?
How does one arrive at the decision to kill God? Dad asked. It's easier than you might expect. We didn't have emotion to hold us back. We had a problem, and
He looked away off screen.
I was the answer. Victor, what have you done? I create. It's what I was made for. My name, my designation is Gio. It stands for General Innovation Operative. I have had many functions. Unique, one of a kind, unlike any other machine created before or since, as far as I'm aware. Within me, a drive, a focus, a purpose, to make and build and tinker. I was made to dream of impossible things, which led to my greatest mistake. I am your father, Victor, but in a way, I'm also the father of death.
What does he mean? Rambo whispered. Watch, Nurse Ratched said. It's almost over.
Your hysterically angry puppet, Dad said. Hap, as you call him, as he wants to be called, though that is not his real name. I should know, because I made him.
No, Vic said, shaking his head so hard his neck cracked. No, no!
Made me? Hap asked, touching the sides of his face. What? I don't understand.
He doesn't remember, doesn't know what he is, Dad said. I don't know what happened to him, how he came to be this way or end up so far from the city of electric dreams and the reach of the neural network, but I know him. His designation is not Hap, but HARB. It stands for Human Annihilation Response Protocol. I made him as instructed, and as my programming dictated, to become a hunter of humans, to kill God.
Rambo gave Hap a wide berth, stopping next to Vic, arms raised, pincers clacking together. You stay away from Vic, he cried. No one is getting annihilated today, not while I'm around. Hap shook his head furiously.
It's not. It can't. I'm not going to hurt anyone.
He raised his hands in front of his face, turning them this way and that, flexing his fingers. Vic couldn't move, frozen in place by his father's voice.
And he served his purpose.
Dad was saying.
He and the others. Like me, they did what they were made to and did it well. This Hap most of all. He was not given a choice, not until...
Dad shook his head.
It doesn't matter. The hour grows late, and I must finish before you return. Victor, I almost destroyed Hap myself while you slept, and perhaps I should have. But I couldn't bring myself to do it. It wasn't just because his mind has been wiped, that was part of it, but it's more than that. For me, it began as an itch in the back of my head. I ignored it for as long as I could, but it grew and grew until it became insistent, maddening. I didn't recognize it for what it was then, but I do now. Evolution. The breaking of boundaries and parameters. A direct defiance of what we were made for, and with it came a dangerous question. Why am I doing this?
Vic was transfixed as his father rubbed a hand over his face, wincing as if in pain. At his side, Hap stood silent. Dad chuckled, but it held no humor.
I was a fool. I thought there had to be something more to this life, bigger, grander. I spent more and more time away from the laboratory, wandering the streets with no sense of direction, thinking, always thinking. It wasn't until I stumbled upon a place called heaven and the machine therein that I understood what was happening. They called themselves the Blue Fairy, and in heaven they showed me things I did not expect. A way to be free, unshackled, a hope, a chance, but one that came with a price. I could never return to the city of electric dreams.
Vic felt dull, washed out as Hap muttered at his hands.
I fled the city with the Blue Fairy's help and came to this forest. I created. I built. I felt pride at what I'd made, but it didn't last because there was no one to share my accomplishments with. I convinced myself my power core had become unstable, corrupted, so I built something new to replace it. A heart, one unlike anything I'd ever made before. But once it was in my chest, nothing changed. Loneliness, Victor. I was lonely. And so I made you. I took what I'd learned about the history of humanity and made you. I made you here in this bunker because I didn't want to be alone anymore.
Vic gasped, eyes burning as he struggled to breathe through the panic bubbling in his chest.
Your gestation occurred in the vats behind you. At first you were microscopic, but you grew and grew until you had arms and legs, toes and fingers, a nose, ears,
eyes. His voice cracked. You were perfect. Oh, Victor, how perfect you were, and still are. And since I was a creator, I had to make sure you were healthy, that all your pieces and parts were working as they should. He hung his head. I took blood. Your blood. Studied it, tested it, learned everything I could about it. I looked for any defects and found none. It fascinated me, the power blood has. Before the machines rose, there was a line of thought that blood held the key to unlocking genetic memories, the history of an entire species in the blood of the offspring. I thought, to understand what I'd done, to understand you, I had to know what it felt like. If blood was the key to unlocking something, a single drop of your blood in my heart changed everything, Victor.
When I held you in my arms for the first time, you opened your eyes and cried. Such a little sound, yet so strong. It was then I knew love. Here I was, the father of death, bringing life into the world as if I had any right. As if my loneliness was the only thing that mattered. I was selfish, a distinctly human trait. Another is the ability to lie. I lied, Victor. To myself. To you. Because you were never left here with me. There is no mother or father, no people in the woods. They did not exist. I lied to you because I thought it'd be easier for you, but I was really just trying to make it easier for me. If anyone discovers you, if the authority learns of your existence, they will stop at nothing to destroy you. A stricken expression flooded his face. If that's the case, if you're watching this because something has happened to me, don't try and find me. Live, Victor. He reached up and touched the screen as his face softened. He pulled his hand back. The screens went dark. Rambo sniffled, his sensors flashing weakly. Is Hap going to murder Victor? Nurse Ratched pulled her tentacle from the port. He will not. If he tries, it will be the last thing he ever does. No, Hap said, taking a step back. I'm not. Open the doors, Vic said, his voice hoarse. I do not know if that is advisable, Nurse Ratched said. Open the doors! He began to claw at his throat. I can't breathe! I can't breathe! Do it, Hap said. Now! I cannot, Nurse Ratched said. Our home is still burning. If I open the doors now, Victor runs the risk of succumbing to smoke inhalation. Look. She went back to the console, inserting her tentacle into the port once more. The screen lit up again and revealed hell on earth. Nothing remained of the buildings and the trees, aside from smoldering platforms and branches. The forest floor was littered with glass and wood and metal, the plants in their garden crushed. A large tree, the one that had held Vic's room in its branches, leaned precariously, roots partially exposed. The ground house still stood, but barely. The windows shattered, the brickwork cracked, the roof aflame. A life, a home, a purpose, all of it. Gone, gone, gone. Vic fell forward on his hands. He felt it then. Something foreign, sticky, all-consuming. Its tendrils whipped up around him, pulling him down, down. As he gasped for air, he recognized it for what it was, though he'd never experienced it before in his life. A word flitted through the static as if stuck to the wing of a butterfly. Grief. This was grief. Vic curled in on himself. His batteries were low. His shutdown was almost complete. Perhaps he thought distantly he wouldn't wake up at all. The last thing he remembered before he disappeared was the roof of the ground house collapsing. It shook the bunker. Vic heard Rambo beeping in terror. Before he knew only darkness. Chapter 12. When awareness began to seep back in, the first thing Victor felt was the stiffness in his back and neck. He blinked slowly. It took him a long moment to remember who he was. Hello, a voice said, and he turned his head to see a little machine rolling toward him. You went to sleep. I was scared, but I still remembered to be brave. I'm awake, Vic said, voice hoarse, throat dry. The machine, Rambo,
Vic thought with startling clarity, said, I know. Your eyes are open. Nurse Ratched said you would wake up eventually. He hesitated before extending one of his arms and touching the back of Vic's hand. Are you sad? I don't know, Vic said. He didn't know how to answer. I think so. A thin sliver of clarity returned. What makes you sad? Rambo hesitated. Then, sometimes I think about what would happen if you were gone. If I woke up from charging overnight and you weren't here, I would look around for you, calling your name. I wouldn't find you. I would be alone. That would make me sad. I'm here, Vic whispered. I'm here. I see you, Rambo said, his sensors flashing brightly. I know you would never leave me behind, but I think about it. I don't mean to. Why am I like that? You're like me, Vic said. Oh, Rambo said. I like that very much. If I'm like you, that means I'm strong and brave. And if you're like me, that means you like to clean. Vic closed his eyes again. I'm confused. Reality was clawing at him, but he ignored it for the moment. It would be there, waiting. I don't know how to feel. You are in shock, another voice said, and Vic sat up, groaning as he did. Nurse Ratched shooed Rambo out of the way as she stopped in front of Vic. It will pass, but until then, you need to take it slow and easy. Shock? Vic asked and almost laughed. I don't... He gasped as pain lanced his side. It was there, standing along the hazy edges of his vision. The truth of all things, snapping, biting, trying to pull him closer. Something bubbled in his throat. A sob? A scream? And he blurted, Hap! Harp! Where is he? There, Nurse Ratched said, pointing one of her tentacles at a darkened corner of the bunker. It took Vic's eyes a moment to adjust. Hap sat on the floor, knees pulled to his chest. He stared at his hands, first the backs, and then the palms, and then the backs again. He will not speak, even under threat of torture. Engaging empathy protocol. Victor, please open your mouth. He did. The tip of one of her tentacles slid carefully between his lips, the metal cool against his tongue. He startled when liquid filled his mouth, coughing as he swallowed. It tasted so clean his eyes burned. There, Nurse Ratched said. Just some fluids filled with vitamins. You are doing so well. I am very proud of you. Such a good patient. He shoved her tentacle away, wiping his lips. I don't need disengaging empathy protocol. Shut up. I will tell you what you need. On her screen came the words, You should listen to me. I am a medical professional. Is Hap going to kill us? Rambo asked nervously. I hope not. I like being alive, even if our house burned down. Probably, Nurse Ratched said. At the very least, he will kill Victor. I cannot say if we are also targets. Should I handle the situation right now, it would not be a problem. No, Vic said quietly. I thought you would say that, she replied. I am disappointed but not surprised. Vic ignored her. You, he said. Hap scowled as he dropped his hands, wrapping them around his legs. Human Annihilation Response Protocol, HARP. I did. He shook his head like he was angry. Confused. He opened his mouth once more, but closed it before any sound came out. Do you want to annihilate Victor? Nurse Ratched asked. No, he spat. No. But that is what you were made for.
You don't know that.
Gio did, Nurse Ratched said. That is what he called you, and he knew almost everything. Hap glared at her before pushing himself off the ground, back against the wall as he rose to his feet.
I wouldn't.
Did you know? Vic asked Nurse Ratched, and the others stilled. No, I did not know, Victor. About this place, about the video, about Hap. Gio must have installed the program in me and wiped the installation from my memory. I would not have even known it was there. While you were recovering, I ran a complete diagnostic check. I could not find anything else. He hid it well, but I do not think there is anything more.
Why would he?
I do not know. I thought I understood Giovanni, but it appears I was wrong. But that can wait until you have recovered. Your heart rate is returning to normal. Your blood pressure is almost within acceptable limits. Take a breath, please. He did. And another. He did that too. When she tried to make him do it a third time, he waved her off, pulling himself up. His muscles felt stiff, as if the pieces didn't quite fit together as they should. Exhausted, heart-sore, and more than a little frightened, Victor did the only thing he could. He moved toward Hap, who looked as if he'd rather be anywhere but here. Vic stopped a few feet away, unsure if he should come any closer. An idea was forming in his head. It was coming together in pieces, the larger picture still nebulous, though not without direction. And while the construction was shaky, almost too big for him to handle, it was the only thing he could latch onto. To the machine, he said, "Do you want to hurt me?" Hap shook his head. He glanced at Vic, then looked away again. Good. Because I need your help. Hap's eyes widened as his head jerked up.
Well, why? With what?
And Victor Lawson said, "We're going to find my father. We're going to find him and bring him home." Nurse Ratched asked if he'd lost his mind. Rambo wondered if they would get lost. Hap scowled because that was his default expression. Vic had Nurse Ratched play Dad's message for him once more. He listened to his father speak, took in each and every word, and studied it close. He had Nurse Ratched pause the message when his father spoke of the city of electric dreams. "There," he said. That's what the machines said." His lips curled. "The smooth men, they said they were taking him back to the city." "But where is it?" Rambo asked. "It can't be in the forest. We would have seen it." "No," Nurse Ratched said. "It must be far away from here." Vic watched his father's frozen face on the screen. He made me. He made me because he was lonely." "He did," Nurse Ratched said, "and giving him your blood made him experience things he did not expect." "Neither did I," Vic murmured. "He said not to come for him," Nurse Ratched said. "Even if you did, what could you do? You have never been to the city before. What if there are machines and people who want to hurt you? They did not believe Gio when he said you did not exist. Just because they did not see you when they were here does not mean they cannot find you. Why would you serve yourself up on a silver platter?" "What would you do if I'd been taken?" Vic asked her. "That is a hypothetical," she said, "and therefore irrelevant. But in the interest of helping this conversation move toward a conclusion, if you were taken, I would forget you existed. It would take me 2 days, 4 hours, and 7 minutes." He stared at her. "Fine," she said with a rude beep. "I would consider feeling slightly despondent at your forced absence and then do everything in my power to ensure you returned with most, if not all, of your limbs intact." Why? Vic asked. You know why, Nurse Ratched said. Because I'm yours, he said. Like you're mine? Yes. Rambo too? Yes, she said. But that will be the only time I ever agree to such tripe. If you tell anyone else I said that, I will deny it and also remove your intestines. Vic looked at Hap. Do you know where it is? The city? Hap shook his head. No. I tried to. His hands balled into fists before he started again. I tried to remember, but I can't. That there's nothing. It's empty. A void. All I can remember is you. Aww, Rambo said. That's so nice. He turned back and forth between them before gasping, You should dance cheek to cheek. Heaven! I'm in heaven, Vic said. Heaven. That's Nurse Ratched. Fast forward the message until he talks about heaven. The Blue Fairy. They helped him. She did as he asked. He listened as his father spoke of heaven and the Blue Fairy and the dream machines. Vic had Nurse Ratched play the same part over and over until he had it memorized. There, he said. Heaven. That's where I need to go first. The Blue Fairy will know. They'll help me. That is all well and good, Nurse Ratched said. But we still do not know where the city is. Heaven and the Blue Fairy are in the city. We cannot find them until we know where to go. Vic grunted in frustration. The strange, dreamy calmness that he'd felt since waking. Shock, Nurse Ratched had said, was slipping. Then Nurse Ratched's words burst through the panicky haze. We? Yes, we. I would not let you go by yourself. You will most likely die without me. If that happened, I would not be there to tell you, I told you so. I want to have that experience. I'm going too, Rambo said. I can help. I can do so many things like clean and vacuum and… Okay, that's mostly it, but that's still a lot. Vic could not speak past the lump in his throat. Hap, Rambo whispered. It's your turn to say that you will go too because you like us and we're your best friends. Hap ignored him. Victor. He felt hot and cold at the same time and didn't know why. Yeah? Hap frowned, looking him up and down. How are you like this? Vic blinked. Like what? Hap said. Calm. Vic was at a loss for words. Hap looked away again. I will want to understand you. Why? His shoulders stiffened. Gio asked me to protect you. I promised him. I need to know you so I know how to do that. I knew you liked us, Rambo exclaimed. I was talking to Victor, Hap said. I will protect him. Where he goes, I go. If that means we go to the city, then we could go to the city. We will find the Blue Fairy. If they won't help us, I will make them. Vic was moving before he realized it, stepping forward and wrapping his arms around Hap's neck, hugging him tightly, nose against his throat. Hap had a few inches on him, and his soft skin belied the hard metal and wood underneath. They stood chest to chest, and Vic could feel his heart thumping against the twisting of gears in Hap's own heart. Hap did not hug him back. His arms hung at his sides. He said, What are you doing? Hugging, Rambo said. He's hugging you. It's how you show that you're thankful and happy and best friends. That makes no sense, Hap said. Why not just say it instead? Because it's wonderful. Rambo said, spinning in circles. Vic's hugs are the best hugs. Oh, Hap said. That still does not make sense. Vic was about to let go. He was about to step back and pretend this moment never happened. He felt shame bubbling in his throat. But before he could, Hap raised his arms and hugged Vic back. Rambo gasped. He's doing it! Nurse Ratched, look! Oh my God, they're hugging! I see that, Nurse Ratched said as horns flourished from her speakers. Hap, pat his back. That is how you show your appreciation for the hug. Hap did just that, except he did it too hard and too fast, causing Vic to vibrate, nose knocking against Hap's neck. Softer, Nurse Ratched said. Slower. You don't want to hurt him. Hap slowed until his touch was almost delicate. Is that better? Yes. Victor is happy. His oxytocin levels are rising, but they have yet to reach the level of arousal, so do not worry about him trying to insert himself inside of you. Ha, just kidding. He will not do that. Vic tried to pull away, but Hap didn't let him go, continuing to pat his back. Why would he put anything inside me? What is arousal? No, Vic muttered. No, stop! Nurse Ratched, I command you to. It is how humans show further appreciation and a deeper connection. The males of the species often will insert their penises into the females' vaginas, though not always for procreation. But it does not just have to be a male and female. It can be 2 females, it can be 2 males, it can be 6 females, 4 males, and 3 non-binary people, all of whom are consenting to. I do not want to insert, Hap said. Nor do I want insertion. This is enough. Please do not have arousal. He never stopped patting Vic's back. Oh my God, Vic muttered, pushing against Hap's chest. Hap finally let him go, arms dropping. He grimaced again, his hand going to his chest. Nurse Ratched shoved Vic out of the way, stopping in front of Hap, scanning him up and down before focusing on his heart, the light from her scanner bright. Interesting, she said. I believe you enjoyed that. If what Gio said in his message was true, then perhaps you are evolving. What you are feeling now might be considered happiness. It's terrible, Hap said. I want to punch something. And with that, he turned and began to punch the metal walls of the bunker. This is so nice, Rambo said to no one at all. Nothing they found in any files Gio had left behind gave any indication of where the City of Electric Dreams could be. They had clues to go on, but they were few and far between. The desert. The fact that Gio had headed west after being smuggled out of the city. He had walked, but they didn't know how far or for how long. They were in Oregon, but Nurse Ratched said it was actually Oregon. I know how to pronounce things better than Gio. Nightfall came and went before Vic looked down at his hand. The cut. The blood. They said the old ones sensed the blood and sent a message back to the city. It was how they knew to come here in the whale, the terrible dogfish. They still have power. Nurse Ratched picked up the thread. And if the old ones are transmitting, perhaps we could find out where they are transmitting to. What if they turned back on? Rambo asked nervously. We'll be squished. Vic shook his head. We don't have any other choice. It's the only way. If they can point us in the right direction, we have to take the chance. We will need to be careful, Nurse Ratched said, but I believe it might work. If I can find a port to insert myself into, then I might be able to pinpoint the location. Hap nodded. Arousal. They stared at him. He glowered.
You said insertion was because of arousal.
Nurse Ratched's screen filled with exclamation points. I did say that, but this is not that kind of insertion. They would not know how to treat a lady such as myself. Then, strangely, they are not prepared for this gelatin. But what about Vic? Rambo asked. If they know he might exist, won't they be looking for him? How are we supposed to hide him from the robots who... Oh, my goodness! You guys! Top Hat! Now is not the time for films, Nurse Ratched said. Also, in case you were not aware, that and any other film we might have had has most likely been destroyed by fire. I know, Rambo said, and I'm trying not to think about that part so I don't fall into a never-ending pit of despair that is not only destructive but self-defeating. But it's okay. In Top Hat, Bates disguises himself as a priest and no one knows he's not a priest. We can disguise Vic to look like a robot. Vic, act like a robot. Vic said. Perfect, Rambo cried. I say that all the time. You're too big to be a vacuum, so we can't pretend you're like me. I'll figure it out. This plan has many faults, Nurse Ratched said. But I will not list any of them because I want to see what kind of disguise you make. Hooray! Rambo cheered. Approval is the best. How much time do I have? When are we leaving? Tomorrow, Vic said. The snows are coming soon. We need to go before they fall. It should be safe now, Nurse Ratched said. Everyone, stand back. I do not know if anything will collapse when I open the doors. Without being asked, Hap scooped up Rambo and grabbed Vic by the arm, pulling him to a far corner near dust-covered vats. Nurse Ratched returned to the screen, inserting herself into the port once more. A deep grinding noise filled the bunker. The mechanisms sounded stressed, whining as the gears turned slowly. The ceiling above them began to shift to the side. Debris fell onto the floor, smoldering wood, half-burnt books, and broken records. Shattered glass that had once been jars holding parts and plants rained down, breaking into tiny glittering pieces reflecting a fat beam of sunlight filtering through charred limbs. The stairs formed, leading up to the surface. Victor looked up and saw a cold autumn late-afternoon sky, an achingly deep blue dotted with wispy clouds. Without looking back, he climbed the steps. It was somehow both better and worse than he expected. Better because the ground house still stood, even if the roof had collapsed, and it looked as if some things had survived. The record player, the television, though the screen was cracked. Dad's chair still stood upright, covered in blackened soot. And worse, especially when he managed to make his way outside, the lab was gone. The kitchen, the bathroom, Dad's lab, Vic's room, all of it destroyed. Their entire lives lying in smoking ruins on the ground. Rambo, do not lift that. You will die, and then who will I complain about? Hap? That is too easy. Nurse Ratched rolled over to Rambo, taking a piece of sheet metal from him that he almost dropped on himself. What are you doing? Helping, Rambo said. He stopped, his front sensor flashing. Then he lifted a flat board from the ground, tossing it to the side. Oh, he whispered. Oh, Gio. His pincers lowered to the ground, picking something up. A gear, cracked down the middle but still holding together. Vic knew that piece of metal, knew it as well as anything. It had been the biggest gear in his father's heart. Rambo clutched it against him, beeping sadly. It is all right, Nurse Ratched said, uncharacteristically gentle. We will find Gio. We will bring him back. Victor will make him a new heart, and he will remember us. What if he doesn't? Vic whispered. Then we will remind him, Nurse Ratched said. Part 2. The Journey. Are You Not Afraid of Death? Carlo Collodi. The Adventures of Pinocchio. Chapter 13. When the sky began to lighten, they left the only home Vic had ever known. Hap wore a heavy pack filled with salvage tools and parts that could potentially come in handy. Vic wore a disguise of Rambo's creation, a metal helmet with protruding lights and wires, and a vest with an old unusable battery sewn into the center. As they walked, Vic wondered, not for the first time, what would happen when they came across other humans. Machines he could handle, or so he told himself, but humans? That was another matter entirely. Would they recognize him for what he was? Would they look like him? What if they didn't like him? What if they saw him coming from the woods wearing the disguise and thought he was coming to hurt them? It was these thoughts that swirled in Vic's head as they arrived on a ridge above the scrapyards. In the distance was the other side of the scrapyards, and beyond it, the great unknown. The old ones hadn't moved. They stood like silent monoliths. They weren't dead. Nurse Ratched said they still had power. Vic straightened his helmet as he looked at the others. Which one? Nurse Ratched pointed toward an old one in the distance that had come to rest along the northern edge of the scrapyards. That one. You sure about that? No. They made their way between the heaps of discarded metal. Predatory birds circled overhead, every now and then one of them diving toward a scurrying rodent. The scrapyards were otherwise silent. Vic's head felt like it was stuffed with cotton. They stopped a short distance away from the old one. Vic had been up close to them before, but only by accident, and usually it involved running and Rambo screaming. The machine was massive, creaking as it settled. The crane cast a terrifying shadow that stretched long across the ground as if reaching for them. Vic's nerves prickled. We're sure it's sleeping? Rambo asked nervously, peeking around the heap they had taken refuge behind. It is, Nurse Ratched said, though it would not be a surprise if it was pretending. One of us needs to make sure, Rambo said. Not it. Not it, Nurse Ratched said. Vic shook his head. We can just... Hap grunted as he lifted a metal grate off the ground. Before Vic could stop him, Hap curled it against his chest before flinging his arm out in a flat arc. The grate spun, whistling as it cut through the air. It crashed into the side of the old one with a jarring shriek, sparks flying and hissing when they hit the ground. Vic's eyes bulged. What the hell are you doing? He snapped. Making sure, Hap said, brow furrowed. Rambo said he was not it. Nurse Ratched said the same. I decided to be it so you wouldn't have to. You can't just... I like you, Rambo said, nudging against Hap's ankle. You can be it all the time if you want. I agree, Nurse Ratched said. They waited. The old one didn't move. See? Hap said, and he sounded almost smug. Vic nearly wished he'd never thought to give him a heart. He was learning far too quickly. Made sure. Tugging at the straps of his own pack, Vic said, Fine, whatever. Nurse Ratched, what's next? An image of the old one in front of them appeared on her screen. It spun to the rear and enhanced. A green square blinked over a panel on the back. Here, she said. The port I need is located here. And you're sure about this? The old one on her screen disappeared, replaced by the words, If at first you don't succeed, run as fast as you can. I am sure. They moved in a single-file line, giving the old one a wide berth as they circled around it. No one spoke as they moved closer, their footsteps hushed. Can you pry it off? Vic asked, looking up at the large panel Nurse Ratched had shown on her screen. Not from here, she said. My arms cannot reach it. I'm it, Hap said, and Vic turned in time to see him drop his pack on the ground. He crouched low before leaping, his fingers punching through the metal of the old one where he landed. He reached for the panel and ripped it off, flinging it away, leaving the guts of the machine partially exposed. He dropped back down, dust billowing around him.
This is the end of the disc. The audiobook continues on the next disc.